over here, Ender.
So let me know where to go. So let me know where to go. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. Great job, guys! I know sadly to hear because well, oh, I know that I can be stronger if I'm with you.
Music, I just can't explain it. The overwhelming sensation. You don't wanna fight the temptation. Sit patient as we change the nation. The drugs, the keys, all connected. Flowing like currents, the vibes so electric. Burning just like a comet. Destined for greatness and no one can stop us.
I know sadly to hear because I know we can change the world. It's time to shine. And the load is wasn't it out loud. Check it out, I know sadly to the color county. Because I'm at the put together. How about that? You are yet to know yet. Don't know how to die. Don't know what I know. That's now the one so to go at it. Yeah, the first thing I want to know. You don't know you. Let's see the good. I know sadly to the color county. Because I'm at the put together. How about that? You are yet to know yet. Don't got some time. I got no doubt. And the weekend yet to get us. Gotta get them all to work that. She wants to go and she'll stay. She'll say, go young to no doubt.
What is up, everyone? It's your host, Liz, back with the NACT recap. Week 2 brought on a new level of heat in the North America arena as the BloodThirstyKings rose from the ashes of day 1 and reminded us that whichever alien nation attacks, the Kings will always be kings. Meanwhile, one man's pleasure, another man's pain, as Gaimin Gladiators got their first taste of defeat despite still holding that #1 spot. LEGACi and BloodHounds, on the other hand, are stuck in zero gravity, serving as the humble stepping stones for the rest of the week. First up on the agenda, the showdown everyone's buzzing about, BTK versus GG. For BTK fans, it sure feels like grand finals came early. BTK pulled off an epic comeback and shut down GG's year-long regular season win streak. And their secret weapon? Matilda. As the heart and soul of BTK's success, Cold World's Matilda saved pandas and goats, and when the moment was right, fired all shots at chicken. Oh, and Yellow? Yep, he's still the GOAT. But hold on, FIENDS crashed BTK's victory party as they still got that #2 spot at hand. The legendary journey of the Darkhorse continues, and you have got to keep your eyes on Kohari. Kohari the Great, the man with the plan, is making plays all around the map with his lightning-fast reflexes and no-fear gaming. I mean, seriously, check this out. Kohari with the massive outplay, 200 IQ gameplays, knows exactly when and how to turn the tides around. Now, lots of viewers would agree that the top 5 to 6 teams this NACT all have a pretty good chance for Vegas. DA and A77 are among those teams. While T and Yato continue their synergy, Yureshi, the XP god according to Goat Milo himself, returns with vengeance. Don't believe me? Just watch. Yureshi's game sense and kiting skills are second to none this season, getting him in and out of teamfights without losing a heartbeat. Standing at only 2 weeks into the season, the road ahead appears brighter than ever for the BTK fandom as MOBA King seems to have finally found the knight and his queen to guard his way to the throne. As for GG, losing that series stings more like an insult than an injury. Word from the Gladiator himself, lesson learned is to drink water and ban Matilda.
I don't know. I'm an ML player. Not in a position to give advice, I think. I only know how to play ML.
What about advice to ML players?
Oh. I don't know, ban Matilda.
As for the overwhelming support and coaching from the comments, surely chat is enough to teach GG how to be better than great. I'm your host Liz, I'll see you next time.
This fairy tale ended with the poisoned apple, and my tale began. A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage.
Curse it! Take my vengeance! Protect your queen!
Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
But yeah, that early Black Dragon, a little questionable. An implosion, though, not questionable at all. Or by Toru, killing spree activated. May work in Night Horde's favor if they can keep it up. Force dropping down. Mikasa hit with the stun. Astral Echo connecting to the full team of the Night Horde. From Yato, finds the snipe, takes down Nikoko. Suppression, Winter Truncheon, trying to stop on my foe. Kush still cables the cutthroat on the foe. One more hit, able to take him down. Uses his retribution.
Because Kush has done a great job, and look at him looking to go for that kill on to the Nolan, but he's not going to be able to get it. But the 4 vs 4 fight.
NetherRealm going down, a knock-up over there from T. Mortality being proc double, and Mortality or will fight Toru though, gets that double, shuts down T. Yato finds Nikoko, a triple kill from R's, Mikasa will fall. Yato, Kush, by themselves against the 4-man team of the Night Horde. Is this the game ender? Is this what the Night Horde needed to close out the series? A major objective, I'm offended. For the 7 Yato.
Completely farmed up here. He probably has, or going towards that Demon Hunter sword, is just gonna skill infinite towards that late game. And also Hoon completely, you know, untouched in this series. And I'm offended.
4-man set. Shark on fire with the Ruby. I'm offended. Catching Basic, catching Chicken, catching Zane. Maybe if we get some more, Cold World is gonna take down Chicken. That's gonna be a 2-for-3 trade. Nicolette finds Shark. My goodness, Yue. Both teams giving it their all, but Gaimin Gladiators slightly ahead.
Damage is insane. I mean, 2 players on Legacy just instantly dropped in a second. Shark running. Uh-oh, diversion.
Taking a tour of the enemy side. Oh my god, he actually went away. Yes, and they make Jolie pay for it.
Even though he's gonna kinda, like, his damage kinda caps out at a point, but it's still enough.
Ooh, Night Horde is gonna go ahead, start this engagement. Kohari in a little bit of trouble, still putting on the damage. He is standing right up in front. Big Minnow and Fury catches them. Kohari finds a kill on to Momoy from the backside. Oh my foe, so low, but Pro Destroy not gonna be able to find the kill.
Welcome to All-Star 2024! Hey, superstars, team up, enjoy the beats! 無数の人がすれ違いぶつかって去っていく人生のそんなスクランブル交差点の中で偶然のバンプだって見逃したりしないでちゃんと互いを見つけられたありがとう絶え間ない信頼のビートがあるから僕はだっていけるよ何 息を合わせて魂の奥までさらけ出してみせようなんだって乗り越えてゆけ圧倒的な信念で世界説明の逆境さえも想像らに手味方にしてゆく僕らの共鳴を世界に広げよう僕の祈り君の祈りが波紋描くリズムの手打ち抜けるそうやって感性集めてワイドショーやバイブレーション夜はそう始まるバカに僕らの極端上最高潮の愛情で唯一の君とキス
Time for sparkle. Let the stars be our witness tonight.
I know sadly to hear because well, I know that I can be stronger if I'm with you.
just can't explain it. The overwhelming sensation. You don't want to fight the temptation. Sit patient as we change the nation. The drums, the keys all connected. Blowing like currents, the vibes so electric. Burning just like a comet. Destined for greatness and no one can stop it.
I know sadly to hear because I know we can change the world. It's time to play.
a decoy!
I'm sorry. Leave me alone.
Over here, Ender.
So let me know where to go. So let me know where to go. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. Great job, guys! I know sadly to hear because well, oh, I know that I can be stronger if I'm with you.
Music, I just can't explain it. The overwhelming sensation. You don't want to fight the temptation. Sit patient as we change the nation. The drums, the keys, all connected. Blowing like currents, the vibes so electric. Burning just like a comet. Destined for greatness and no one can stop it.
I know sadly to hear because I know we can change the world. It's time to shine.
esports, and our vision of creating excellence is crystal clear. We've expanded this year's playoff structure to 3-stage qualifiers to ensure the most deserving teams move on to the next round. The long format playoff bracket brings the most captivating matches, so the action never stops. Each team in the North America Challenger Tournament has a chance to qualify for many of our global events, like the Mid-Season Cup. So they better come ready to dominate, because it has more teams and the biggest prize pool in MLBB history. But for now, they better keep their eye on the prize. Over $25,000 and tons of diamonds. The competition is stacked, and the teams are ready to prove themselves. It's time to dig deep, focus up, and see what team will stand out from the rest. So, are you ready to meet the teams? BloodHounds. Their roster is united and full of charisma, but does Boca have what it takes to lead his team to Vegas? Area 77. They have proven that they have what it takes to succeed, but will they put it all together this season? Devious Activity. They've assembled a team of powerhouse players from former NACT Titans. But will their skill and determination allow them to dominate the bracket? BloodThirstyKings. It's Mobazane's third refreshed roster in 3 years. Will this be the one, or will it be his last dance? FIENDS. They have emerging synergy and skill, but will they be able to compete with the best of the best? LEGACi. With a last-minute surge, LEGACi narrowly secured their NACT spot. Will they ride this momentum to the top of the bracket? The Night Horde. They've already defied expectations, but can they continue this push for greatness? Gaimin Gladiators. With a squad full of NACT champions, will anyone step up to snatch the crown, or will the Gladiators dominate once again? The teams are locked and loaded, and the world is watching. This is the NACT Spring Season 2024. Who will have their name etched into glory?
Howdy, folks. Welcome to the 6th day of the 2024 North American Challenges Tournament. Today is it's Sunday. It's Easter Sunday, to say the least. Easter Sunday, and while all of these families are out hunting for eggs, we are hunting for answers. Who is the best team in North America? Time will tell. So today we've got an awesome caster's desk. You've of course got me, your favorite boy, Zeke, but you've now got two completely awesome casters that we've not seen work together before. We've got Trex and Steph Weezy. Boys, how we feeling?
I'm excited. You know, we're closing in on to the end of season right now. We got today and then one more day of regular season before the playoffs, and things have never really been hotter in NACT.
That's right. Things are getting hotter than ever. Like you said, everybody's out there hunting for eggs, and we're over here hunting for answers. Yeah, it's also the first time me and Trex on the same desk together. Me on the desk with you as well, Zeke. This is history in the making on this amazing Easter Sunday.
Well, with that being said, this tournament is comprised of 8 of the best teams in North America competing head-to-head in a single round robin best of 3 series with a point system that prior to this tournament was never utilized before. Trex?
Yeah, it's definitely a great point system, and we're already seeing some of it lay out. Some teams have gotten more sweeps than other teams. They're ahead in the standings right now. We're seeing why every single match matters right now.
Yeah, a lot of matches definitely mattering, and we're going to have to see where they kind of go. Another thing to kind of look forward to is the playoffs bracket and the entire format as well, as you are seeing that round 1, best of 3, round 2, the semifinals, best of 3 as well, all the way to the grand finals, which is going to be an offline event in a best of 7 and a losers round 4 for that best of 3.
For all you newcomers, this tournament does boast a staggering grand prize of $10,000 with a prize pool valued at over $25,000, and prize pools do scale thereafter. With that being said, that's a whole lot of money left for the in-game skins, or maybe you want to get a new suit like your boy Big Zeke.
Definitely. I mean, the suit looks good on you, Zeke. The suit looks good. Is this your first suit?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, you're looking sharper than ever, Zeke. That's an amazing prize pool. I mean, everybody trying to compete it out, trying to earn as much as they can. A cool thing about the prize pool, though, is something that's not on there, is every single series won by a team gets an additional $100 to add to that amazing prize pool. Something we haven't had before. And then in the grand finals, we also have a finals MVP for some additional money as well.
Well, with that being said, to get to the top prize, first, these teams have to get past each other. Trex?
I mean, the standings are black and white right now. A little bit of gray there, but Gaimin Gladiators holding the front. But Fiends, the team nobody expected, tied with BTK right now. I mean, and we're going to get to see them play later, which is definitely insanity. We got Night Horde, DA, Area 77 falling up after that, and LEGACi and BloodHounds holding down the bottom side of the standings strongly. And we also get to see those two teams go against each other today. So somebody has to rise from the number 8 spot.
Well, tonight is comprised of some fantastic face-offs. Steph, can you take us through today's schedule?
That's right. As Trex was just talking about the standings, now we're going to be seeing the teams who will be facing it off today in a best of 3 for 4 series. First one is going to be BloodHounds up against LEGACi. This is going to be the battle for the first win for both sides to claim that 7th spot in the ladder for the top 8 teams. Next will be Area 77 up against the Night Horde. Following that will be the BloodThirstyKings up against Fiends. And then to close out the day with the final series, Gaimin Gladiators up against Devious Activity.
Well, the BloodHounds versus LEGACi game is going to be coming up first, and that is a really big, eventful game for both of these teams. Both of them have been coming up off of some hiccups, but are looking to make a turnaround. Trex?
Yeah, I mean, both teams are definitely looking to make a turnaround all over the place. Up front, though, like we said, we have LEGACi BloodHounds. And it's a tough game, man. It's a tough call, and both teams have not had the greatest start overall. Both teams have not had the greatest season, but somebody's got to get a win today. I think a lot of the casters are split. I think a lot of the fans are split. And it's kind of all over the place, Wheezy.
Yeah, it's definitely all over the place. I mean, like you said, history in the making. Whichever team wins this one will be their first victory in the entire NACT spring season. So somebody's going to be going to bed with a smile on their face.
Hopefully it's us. Hopefully, you know, after some of these guesses come out and we start finding out who voted for what, and then you guys find out that maybe Big Zeke getting another one on the notch, you know, another notch under the belt, it'll be me. Unless it's not me, then I'm going to bed sad. Trex.
Good toss, great toss. Good luck. No, but I think it is important to kind of lay down, you know, like what's at odds here for these two teams. Both teams, it's been a journey for them. And when we look at both teams, when we look at kind of the captains of both teams, we have Riles up against Boca Roscoe. Now, Riles took last season off, and then the season before that, he was cut short in qualifiers. And Riles used to kind of be a mainstay. We go back to Aether Explicit. We go back to AE, you know, Assassin Riles, Jungle, you know. He was a player that a lot of people kind of respected, and now we haven't seen him for a while, and now he finally makes it back to top 8, and he hasn't been doing that well. And then we have Boca Roscoe and the BloodHounds, and they were a team a lot of us expected to be top 4 this season. A team that last season, you know, just made it shy of playoffs, you know, made it shy of getting to top 4, and had very high hopes. And these are two teams that have kind of not been able to exceed expectations, have been barely able to make it to our expectations. So we're coming into playoffs. There's still opportunity for them, but we have to see something from them before we get there.
That's right. I mean, it's a battle over points right now. All teams will make it into the playoffs, but it's just going to determine their seeding in that actual playoffs for the elimination phase of the NACT spring season. I love how you kind of mentioned Riles. Everybody's been kind of a fan of him, one of those familiar names in the MLBB NA scene. Barely made it into top 8. They slipped by over there with the luck of the draw, honestly, with how things kind of played out to be able to get in here. And now having a little bit of a harder time. I'm hoping for them they'll be able to find their proper footing as we jump into the second half of the NACT spring season. For BloodHounds, it's not looking like the same as last year. Like you kind of mentioned, they made it into that 5th spot, almost getting into the offline grand finals, just slightly shy. But this time around, I mean, we're seeing some hotter teams out, some newer faces, and they've been able to elevate the competition. And that's what I'm all about, right? Seeing North American grind it out and fight their hearts out. I mean, like you said, everybody today's out for a hunt for them Easter eggs, but these teams need to be out for a hunt for a victory.
No, and you said it right, man. I love Easter, you know, I love Easter puns. I'm the guy for it. You know, I got my pastel blue on. You guys already know. I'm coming in hot, trying to be as hot as some of these, upcoming MVPs. I see a lot of really good games coming up today, but I want to see, do we have a roster for one of these teams that we can go through? Trex?
Looks like before we have a roster, we have a roster swap here. LEGACi bringing in Whoopi on the roam position now. I think we've seen Whoopi play before, but still LEGACi hasn't gotten a win yet, so it's hard to say whether it's going to be the big game changer or whether it's a big loss here. And it's just kind of hard to call overall. This is a team that we really haven't gotten to see full potential from, or at least hopefully not their full potential from. Taking a look at the roster, the final roster for today, it's going to be Joe Lee, PDR7, Koya Nash, Riles, and Whoopi. Now, like I said, and I can't stress enough, this is a time that Riles needs to kind of make a statement. Is he going to end the season at the very bottom of the standings card and be forced to go up against the number 1 team, or can he at least go up against the number 2 team and maybe be slotted at number 7?
Tough matchup for both of these teams, not because their competitors are super scary, but really because of the stress that's coming along with it. Both of these teams know that they have to make this happen. With that being said, do we also have a roster ready for the BloodHounds?
That's right. Looking into the BloodHounds, I mean, they have been a familiar team in North America. Like I said, they have Boca Roscoe, one of the bigger Twitch streamers over there, kind of spearheading the way, having a little bit of a hard time. But speaking about rosters, there are some slight adjustments similar to LEGACi. Easy Peasy is going to be slotted out for Templess this time around. It will be inside of the jungle, so this is going to be an interesting lineup, especially when you rotate that jungler in position. It's definitely going to change the kind of synergy of the team. For the side of the BloodHounds, can they find the first victory today up against LEGACi? Though both of these teams have had a little bit of a hard time getting online so far. As you see the full roster ahead of us, you have Sleeps, Booga Booga, Boca Roscoe, Templess, and Ramses leading the way for our first series of the day.
Both of these teams are looking strong as ever, man. And I'll tell you what, honestly, I feel like I really want to see the BloodHounds taking it to these guys. I feel like they've been so strong in the past. I really want to see these guys showing up and showing out.
I mean, we definitely got to see one of them show up and show out here. With 2 roster changes, I would say that if we just had to debate off roster changes, which one's going to affect the most, I think the LEGACi change could be the hardest to cope with. Templess, at least, has been part of BloodHounds for a long time. He's played with Boca, he's played with the team for a long time, so this isn't like a huge synergy miss exactly. Swapping out these 2 players it might not have a huge effect. The Whoopi change, on the other hand, LEGACi is already a pretty new blood team. It's already kind of a team that is, comprised together recently. They haven't been together for the longest time. So I think that could be kind of disheartening to some of my LEGACi fans out there, this roster change last minute.
Yeah, I mean, roster changes can be either good or bad. I mean, normally in the NA scene, though, when we see them, at least from the last season, 9 times out of 10, it just didn't really work in their favor. You kind of see some of the familiar teams like BTK, Gaimin Gladiators. They don't really switch too often through the entire season, as often as we see some of the other teams inside of the top 8. So we're going to have to see if that affects the synergy. Does it rise it, or does it make it not fall to the occasion?
And I think that's a good question because, I mean, the synergy is the big thing I feel like that both teams have been lacking. I feel like both of these teams are super capable teams. And, again, historically speaking, we've seen them do exactly that. We've seen them be strong, high synergy teams. And that's why I feel like so many people have been looking at, especially the BloodHounds with all their experience as a team that, I think we were expecting to, maybe slot in that top 3, top 4, but hiccups happen, and I really want to see these guys pick it up, man.
Yeah, they're gonna have to pick up something here. I think some important things to note about is we've seen them both take some different approaches to drafts. We've seen them both take some different approaches to gameplay and just different approaches overall to the game than some of the upper echelon of teams. And it's one of the reasons why I kind of felt like LEGACi coming into this could end up being the favorite. But then we see yesterday, we see BloodHounds really just kind of get back down to the basics. And even though they lost, they were able to take the game, some of the games the long haul against GG. They didn't just get stomped out in under 10 minutes easily. We saw some possibilities from them. So, I mean, we know that they do have it in them. So, I honestly, when I think it comes down to who takes this game, I think a lot of it just comes down to draft. I don't think either team is that ahead of the other one in terms of skill in the Land of Dawn. And I think where both of these teams consistently choke is the draft. So I think that's gonna be very important when these two teams go up against each other. Who gets some of the better picks? Who gets the more stable composition overall?
Well, I think that's enough small talk. I gotta know. I gotta get straight into it. Who do you guys actually think is gonna win? Let's hear the predictions.
Well, it looks like me and Private are the only LEGACi voters here, and I have to say, like, don't nod like that, Zeke. This is a fair vote. They're both. It could go either way. I do think BloodHounds maybe have the advantage in terms of just synergy and skill, but before yesterday, I felt like LEGACi just had the possibilities of a better draft.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to boil down the draft and then also the second half of that, the execution. And that's kind of why I voted for the BloodHounds, just because they have a little bit more time on the scene in terms of NACT. So I'm expecting them to hopefully just rise to the occasion just because there's a little bit more synergy from more NACTs under their belt. But just like Trek stated, this is one of those closer games. I mean, neither side has claimed a single victory so far. So it's definitely going to be a great one to watch.
So I feel like for me, I had to put my vote towards BloodHounds. They've been around longer. I feel like they've got the experience. I feel like, you know, they've got that NACT experience. And with that being said, I'm really hoping that they're going to be able to work their way through the draft and find themselves playing the way that we want them to. But without further ado, let's get straight into the draft.
All right, jumping into draft number 1, and we gave you guys our predictions. Make sure you guys put your predictions in the chat on YouTube. It is going to be lively directed feeded into us, and we will be showing the fan predictions soon. I think into the game a little bit. Haven't seen the card just yet, but still, make sure you guys do that. Now it is BloodHounds up against LEGACi Wheezy, and we're jumping right in. And there's that typical high-low span that we even saw, I think, we saw BTK or we saw GG do it against BloodHounds. Is something that a lot of teams have still respected from them.
I feel like we've seen Ooga Booga pull out the high-lows as well. It was an interesting one. He was actually performed pretty well on it, but then toward the mid to late game, that's where the high-lows kind of fell off, just not able to provide the CC the team would need. So it is an interesting ban, especially for the side of LEGACi, but I guess I have seen BloodHounds run this in the past in local tournaments across North America, so maybe it's just a little bit of research on the team, but that's going to open up opportunity on the draft for some of these meta pickups to be slotted in. I mean, we've still seen the Vexana on the board. You know who else is up there? The Mathilda.
Yeah, the Matilda. I mean, there's a lot of possibilities. There goes the Matilda on the ban list. But I'm wondering if with the Hylos being banned, we have some more things open. Like you said, Nolan's still open. The Roger's still open. You never know. We've definitely been seeing some evolution happening in the drafts all over the place. Ruby's still open. Both teams definitely taking their time here, not jumping right into this. And with so many teams banning this Hylos against BloodHounds, it always makes things interesting. And there's the Grok ban. So BloodHounds willing to kind of trade up here. They're like, no, we're not going to ban out the Nolan. We're not going to ban out, you know, some of these hotter picks. The R-Lot's still open. We're willing to kind of go for trades here. Vexana's still open. So we have a pretty just overall open draft right now. BloodHounds on the front. Do they pick up the Vex here? Do they pick up the Nolan here? A lot of possibilities for them. Barats.
Yeah, all viable options, but they're going to go in for an additional pickup, which is going to be that R-Lot, providing them some damage, but he's going to need some CC to kind of make the most out of his utility, especially with that Demon Gaze to be able to dash in for those kills. Now, with that R-Lot being picked up, you mentioned some things like the Barats being an option. It could do a Barats and an Angela right here, or a Raphael. I think that'd be a very strong pickup, something a little bit more staple that we've been seeing overseas and also on the NA level. Prophet. I mean, we have seen a lot of Akai's picked up yesterday, 2 times from BTK, and a couple of other teams did pick that up as well. You could run for that option. I mean, yeah, you don't have the Mathilda, but you can still run something that has sustainability on the board. But you have to be careful because there's still a pick available, which is a Valentina, which can definitely counter some of the options on the table.
I mean, the R-Lot's been good. I think it's Barats and then maybe just pick up the Vex for value here. or go with the Ruby. The Ruby Barats is solid as well, but there goes the Vexana. The good thing about the R-Lot here for BloodHounds is flexible. I don't know if Ooga Booga can play at Roam or if he has how good he is at a Roam. He seems to have always kind of picked the more rock solid, you know, just like stable tanks instead of some of the more flexible tanks and some of the more mechanical tanks. But if he has the R-Lot in his chamber, it could be a good time to maybe, you know, switch something up at the end. With Export gone, they lost a little bit of counterplay to the Barats pick here. But on the side of BloodHounds, yeah, if they want to go for something like they pick up the carry, they pick up the Fredrin. I mean, overall, they have some damage, they have some CC, and they still have flexibility with the R-Lot.
And, you know, I was just going to say that right there. Picking up the carry definitely can chunk into the heavy frontline composition that the Barats provides for the side of LEGACi. Now, I mean, Fredrin's good. He's great frontline. He is going to have to watch out, though. One of his weaknesses is crowd control, and you're already seeing 2 heroes for the side of LEGACi who does have that. So he will be kind of frontlining a lot of that damage, which will be a possible problem. But he does have R-Lot to back him up. I always like to say Fredrin's like a hero with a walking Petrify. He can go in, get a quick stun for some CC, and then that can feed Templars with the Demon Gauge to be able to dash in and get some additional hits, especially on these early neutral engagements. Now, for the side of LEGACi, do they go in for the support? Do they pick up? No, they're going to go in for the marksman instead. A marksman that we don't really typically see that often so far in the NACT Spring season, the Irithel.
I mean, we haven't seen it very often. We've seen it here and there. It's done okay some games. It hasn't done okay some other games. It's still kind of in a weird area. It does have the kiting ability. It does have some range. I mean, I think there could have been, I think the Claude could have been a decent pickup here, but I'm not completely against this. You have some kiting ability. You have a way to kind of deal with, it's a different look at this, especially earlier you mentioned something like the, something supporty like a Raph or something like that. If they decide to go that route into the roam position, that's where this pick could really shine.
You know, I'm surprised they ignored the Nolan, too. You kind of mentioned that in the draft as being a strong pickup. The Angela does get banned out, but this is banned out by the side of LEGACi. You know, I mean, I guess they're kind of expecting that Fredrin to have that support behind him and this lean on the CC provided over there by Templars on the R-Lot. Ruby is still an option. It did get a little bit of a nerf with the recent patch. It's not able to sustain itself as often or as much in the early phase, but it's still a valuable pickup, I feel, for the side of BloodHounds. It'll not only profit the R-Lot, but it'll also profit Ramses, but that'll limit their magic capability that they kind of have on their side since they have 3 physical damage dealers. Now, looking at the side of LEGACi, they still might be able to pick up this Rafaela. There is a Valentina still on the table, and I'm wondering if BloodHounds is waiting to see what they pick up to see if the Valentina can actually profit. Because if not, they may go in for something like, I mean, I'm just throwing it out there, but I've seen it. The Nana.
The Nana. Novaria is also still open for the side of BloodHounds. There goes the Nana ban, though. So that just kind of leaves, I mean, the Novaria is still solid here. I think they could definitely go for that. LEGACi still needs an EXP, though, so if the Novaria is picked up, then they maybe go for something a bit divier. I'm wondering, do they just ban out, if they're going to ban out the Minotaur, do they ban out the Tigreal here to stop LEGACi from getting it? Just go full support? But like you said, there's definitely, I think we're in a place right now where both of these teams aren't scared to get a little cheesy here. They go for the Tig ban. LEGACi needs a roam, needs an EXP. I think the support could definitely be possible here. The Aerithal really makes me think they might want to go for something like the Raph.
Yeah, I think the Raph is probably one of the best options for the side of LEGACi. For the side of BloodHounds, I mean, we're still looking at what roam they'll pick up. Do they go for some additional CC? Do they go for support themselves? I mean, it looks like that's what the thought process was for LEGACi when they banned out the Angela. So maybe they're expecting that, but they're going to go ahead and slot up their XP lane, pick up that Yuzong to go up against the R-Lot. Now, this will be an interesting matchup, right? You see the Yuzong, he has a lot of mobility, he has a Black Dragon. I like to say he's a jack of all trades in the XP lane, just because he can survive, he can get to the back line with that Black Dragon, and then he's also able to sustain himself with the lifesteal. The R-Lot, on the other hand, he's more of that set up the opportunity, right? That initiator, get that crowd control, but then has to lean on his team to kind of deal the additional damage and provide more CC.
Yeah, we'll see. And it also wards off Boca from maybe picking up the Novaria here. It all like you pre-pick that Yuzong, and it makes it like, maybe I don't want to pick a hero that's going to be in the very back line all by themselves. Ooga Booga going to pick up the Franco, though. So some hard CC, kind of a high risk, high reward on the Franco. And then they go for the Gourd. They go for the Gourd. So it's I mean, you look at BloodHounds and it's very kind of solid. You don't have a very backlane mage. You don't. I mean, even the Gord, even though it is kind of stable and just attacks from a range, it's not super long range. It's not a Novaria. You look at BloodHounds, and they are going to be pretty grouped up most of the time. I feel like you also have Carry, who's a pretty close range marksman. Where it's very, you know, Snowball-esque, Ube-esque on the side of BloodHounds right now.
Yeah, the Gord is interesting, though, because this is the first time that we've seen BloodHounds run it in the NACT Spring regular season. Now, it has been ran, though, and it has been successful, just not in their hands. I mean, I even said when they were running the Vexana, I was like, man, Vexana has one of the highest win rates, and they had it, and they weren't able to pull a victory with those matches. So we'll have to kind of see the placement over there from Bocarasco. But Gord is just one of those mages that you can get over to and drop down with the Black Dragon. But hey, flexing PR, he's going to pick up that Akai. Has the heavy spin. We talked about this earlier. One of those picks that we've seen all day yesterday, just having a major appearance in the NACT Spring season.
Yeah, so it's going to be what, Barats, or no, is it Akai Rome?
Yeah, it has to be Rome.
Akai Rome, huh? Which, I mean, here's the thing. It does have some viability there, right? If you don't want to hook an Akai, you definitely don't want to hook an Akai, right? Also, you still get the bonus of that heavy spin in these Lord Pits and these turtle fights against the Fredrin, something to kind of help deal with that. Gord is going to have a really rough time here. You got to worry about a Yuzong. You got to worry about now you have to also worry about Nakai. So LEGACi kind of feels like they have a lot of answers. Same thing with Tempest on this Arlaw. If he tries to come in, he has a lot of stuff to deal with. He has to dance around the Sakai. He has to dance around the possible Petrify. He has to dance around a Daytona's Welcome. It is a hard wall, so I feel like as long as the mid and the gold on the side of LEGACi can kind of handle themselves well and not get picked off early, they have some good opportunities here. But let's jump into the Land of Dawn, match number 1 in a best of 3. Someone's got to win today, Wheezy.
That's right. BloodHounds up against LEGACi. Both of these teams unable to find a victory this entire regular season, but today is the day that one of these teams will go to bed with a smile on their face. We are looking at LEGACi Riles running on this Barats in the jungle, going up against Ramses with the Fredrin.
And there's our audience predictions. BloodHounds at a solid 77% right now. They are the favorite through the fans' eyes. Can they hold up to it? And look at PDR already being aggressive, already kind of keeping tabs on Ramses and Boca.
Yeah, already putting some heavy focus, trying to stop him from rotating around that jungle. We said the Fredrin is one of those heroes that has a little bit of a harder time rotating around, but speaking of rotating...
Ooh, Ooga Booga. First blood going over to the side of LEGACi. He tried to get a nice position up top there. Ends up getting found out. Now PDR in a little bit of trouble. Ramses going to come in with the Appraiser's Wrath. Lambs down onto Whoopi. Tempest now on the run. Riles here to help out. Ramses going to get his Tonos welcomed up. Bashed against the wall. Stopped down. Looking for another kill. Ramses goes down. Riles putting one into his pocket. That's a kill for Whoopi and Riles at 1.5 minutes into the game.
That's right, 2 kills on the board for LEGACi so far. Off to a good start. Taking down Ooga Booga, he needs to be careful, especially running this Franco, right? He needs to get these hooks. He needs to open up these plays for the side of BloodHounds, but he can't get picked off like this early. This allows LEGACi to get the slight advantage to work in their favor for the early phases. You are going to see the turtle spawn in. Aggro already being pulled over there from Riles. LEGACi already has the kill advantage. If they can get this first objective, it's going to boost their presence for XP.
Yeah, but I think it's going to be tough in these early turtle fights, in these Lord fights overall. I feel like LEGACi just has a... Oh, they get a nice kill off the map on Koya Nash. Turtle, though, getting low. Ramses forced away. No heavy spin, but still Riles able to pull off the turtle there, giving him a slight gold lead. But the battle still continues. Ramses in a little bit of trouble. Going to get a Tonos welcomed once again in the same exact spot. Nice final slash to try to keep them away from Ramses. Ramses chased down, taken out. The hook does land onto Riles, though. Riles in a little bit of trouble. Tempest able to pick up the kill. Bocarasco actually securing it. PDR finds Ooga Booga. It's back and forth. 2 for 2 right now. Or no, make it 1 for 3 LEGACi with a 1,000 gold lead.
Yeah, 1 for 3 trade right there, and a turtle in LEGACi's hands as well. So definitely would say they won that trade overall, which is going to boost them majorly compared to BloodHounds in the first 3 minutes. Already up by 1,000 gold. I mean, you're having Riles, you're having PDR, both running that concussive blast, being a very strong presence when it comes to the frontline composition, and it's working in their favor, keeping BloodHounds out of these neutral objectives, right? Stopping them from getting these turtles and not even finding an opening to contest. They need to be careful, though. Right now, with this turtle and the additional kill lead, they have the advantage for the early phase.
Oh, so much pressure onto Whoopi there. 3 men to take him down. And I mean, BloodHounds, even though they fall behind a little bit, they're still making plays on the map, which is very good for them at this point. Ooga Booga keeps getting caught up on this top side. Zone welcome, locks down Eternal Guardian to zone away Templess. Ooga Booga in a little bit of trouble. I think he knows he's not going to be able to get away from this. Riles picking up another kill.
Yeah, we'll pick up another kill for LEGACi now. 63, still a 3-kill lead in their favor. That's 2 kills for not only PDR, but also Riles. Both of them kind of racing to have the highest stats for their team. But with Riles having this additional kills, especially over against Ramses, who's taken 2 deaths, he is leading the way in the jungle. He's already up by 1 level, and he's definitely out-rotating. And I think this is just credit over there to the rotation from the side of LEGACi so far.
I mean, LEGACi definitely, they have the advantage here. Bokaross going down in a little bit of trouble. PDR comes in, but now he's getting taunted up. The approach from Wrath, a nice flicker to the side. Will he be able to get away from this? Ooga Booga on his trail, but no, goes down right before the turtle spawns up. Will this be the advantage that BloodHounds needs?
Yeah, very close game. Even though you see the first turtle go to LEGACi, it's 4-6. They're only down 2 kills, and with taking down PDR, may create the opportunity for BloodHounds to try and take this turtle play, but on the bot side.
Ooh, hook onto Jolie. Jolie gonna flicker back, but the suppression comes in, and Ooga Booga finds the kill. BloodHounds are doing, where they're lacking in getting some of the objectives, they are doing a great job of focusing on these off lanes. They gotta pick up top in EXP, then focus all of their resources down to the gold lane. So even though the jungle and the, a little bit of damage on Koya Nash, Whoopi able to zone in on Templess. Templess dashes through with the Vengeance. Ramses under tower with PDR. PDR taking way too many tower shots, but Tona's welcome locks on. Koya Nash gonna try to help out, bring down the bash. Riles hooked in onto the tower, and it's a jungler for a jungler.
Hey, Ooga Booga, big play right there to pull him into that turret last second. Now, I love what you kind of said, right? BloodHounds, even though they're not taking these turtles, they're able to find a trade by rotating around to the turrets, keeping LEGACi on their toes. The bot turret does fall, which means BloodHounds has the map advantage against them, even without that turtle, without 2 turtles, actually. And this is something similar than what we've seen yesterday. A lot of teams were taking a majority of the turtles, but it seemed like the teams that took the turrets instead for the trade-off just benefited a little bit better.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit more of a valuable trade there, especially they got a gold laner for it too. And I mean, in the end, Jolie's going to be the big damage dealer here. In the end, Jolie's going to be the one that really matters. And though LEGACi have gotten some of these kills onto Ooga Booga and Ramses, Sleeps has gone deathless. And a carry that's gone deathless is a dangerous carry.
Yeah, it's going to be a ticking time bomb, especially as she gets that Demon Hunter sword and a lot more of those core items. But Bokaross, this man's been a wizard so far. Highest kills in the game, 4-0-1. Hasn't fallen yet with this utility Gord. But speaking of utility, an invasion on the top side. Whoopi may be in trouble.
You're a wizard, Harry. Bokaross. Wait a second, suppression. The magic gush. Whoopi goes down. They're going to move on to another tower here. And LEGACi hanging out up in the top side, looking for Ramses here. Appraisal's Wrath smashes down onto Nash, but Ramses still goes down. LG need to look for something on the map, though. Kills are nice, but you're now possibly going to lose a tier 2 on the top side. Templess in a little bit of trouble. PDR trying to force him away. Jolie pops the heavy crossbow, getting some free shots onto Templess. Final slash comes in. Templess with the juke through, but still goes down. But LEGACi only getting a tower for this and losing a lot on the top side. LEGACi finds the mid, though, so trying to make up for something here.
Yeah, I mean, with that mid turret falling, that's a big step over there for LEGACi. That'll allow them to invade even more on the side of BloodHounds map and get them a lot more comfortable on these neutral objectives. You've already seen them pull the aggro up this turtle. They've claimed every single turtle so far and able to claim the next one as well.
Ramses tried there, man. He dashed in at the last moment. Heavy spin from PDR. He was trying to be sneaky, even used the retribution, but Riles just got the better of it there. Well played from both teams, though. Nice hook, though. On to Nash. Nash able to flicker away, and now Ooga Booga in danger. Whoopi there as well with the team. Riles trying to make the engage. Final slash locks on to 2, and the Vengeance takes out Whoopi. Templess able to pick up the kill. The bouncy ball comes out, and LEGACi back up, holding 1,000 gold lead, but BloodHounds still showing they're ready to fight.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade, but looks like they're going in for more as they want this tier 1 turret in the mid lane.
Ooh, a lot of damage from the Magic Gush. Sleeps able to grab the kill and the tower. BloodHounds definitely not out of this match. It's back to a stalemate in gold.
Yeah, stalemate indeed. I mean, it's only 240, 340 deficit, which is not much. You're already seeing the Hawes Claws picked up from the Irithyll to be able to sustain herself in this battle, picked up by the carry. Does have the Thunderbelt to make her a little bit more survivable when it comes to these fights. And that's what we kind of said, with the marksmans being a little bit more squishier, you're going to see things like the carry be slotted in, have a little bit more of a sustainable item composition. Now, something I got to kind of paint on, or at least shed some light on, is Ooga Booga with this Franco. He had a couple of good hooks, but he's just been falling a little too often inside of LEGACi's favor, right? Half of the kills were him falling in these engagements, just a little bit stuck in his tracks when he uses the Bloody Hunt.
Yeah, but BloodHounds being methodical, man. They take another tower down here. They're moving as a unit, and LEGACi getting not for it. Now, you mentioned Ooga Booga. I think it's a good point. I think he needs to, capitalize on that flicker a bit. But speaking of Ooga Booga, he's going to get a heavy spin back to the base.
Oh!
Bring him back with you. He's able to flicker through. Final slash to try to respond. Magic Gush comes out. Whoopee taking way too much damage. Ryle's able to get the Tonus welcome on a Boca Roscoe. Misses the wall, though. The Appraiser's Wrath smashes down on 2 members. Ryle's in trouble. Chopped off. Taken out. LEGACi now falling behind BloodHounds with a 600 gold lead. Well, this is happening, though. Jolie does find a little bit of material on the top side.
Let's find a little bit of material. Now the Lord in play. BloodHounds will be able to take this objective now, taking control of the game as we are jumping into the mid-game, close to that 10-minute mark. Ramses with the Retribution will claim that for the BloodHounds, which means this is a great time for them to take possibly some of these tier 2 turrets and gain more pressure on the map. You're going to see that Hunter Strike picked up from Templus, provide him a little bit more of that pin and also some mobility. He is running that Brave Smite alongside Sleeps. Both of them will be able to sustain themselves a lot more when they're using their skills, especially in these 5v5 engagements. Now, BloodHounds, they're very surgical so far. They've been able to turn this around. They've been able to kind of rotate and claim the turrets that they lost in the early phase up against LEGACi. LEGACi now on the back foot. Oh. Big hook on Whoopi.
The blind hook, man. Ooga Booga's been on point with these hooks. Lethal with it.
Yeah, definitely lethal, as you are going to see them invade into the jungle now. This is what happens when you take that turret.
It just keeps going. Ooga Booga, though, the winner Trechion denying them, buying any bit of time he can, but still goes down for Whoopi with the Black Dragon, able to zone away. LEGACi find 1.
Oh my goodness. I love what Ooga Booga's doing, but he just has to look for his teammates. Nobody was in position to really profit on that setup, and it ended in him being the one that fell. And this is what we kind of say with him on this Franco. I mean, 5 deaths so far in the last 10 minutes. He kind of needs to just relax a little bit, get a little closer to his back lines so that they can, make the most out of those great hooks that he's having. It's not that he's not connecting. He just doesn't have the proper setup with his team in range.
He's shooting first and he's thinking later right now. He's trigger happy right now. He sees the opportunity, goes for it, an opportunity down on the boss side. Sleeps, takes a lot of damage. Magic Gush to help clear the waves. LEGACi, a little bit of damage. PDR in the backside with a heavy spin. Now caught in between, but Jolie helped follow up. Rams is going to get pushed back by that heavy spin, but the final slash locks on a PDR. PDR goes down. Jolie goes down. Whoopi taken out. A lot of danger for the side of LEGACi, and Riles is going to be next. They're able to unload. He's all alone, and he's not able to escape this one. It's a 4-man wipe out for LEGACi. Kuya Nash all on his lonesome. BloodHound's going to move on to the tower now. Take out the minions. They've got a cannon and a minion on their side. Nash against the world of Magic Gush, and they're going to lock onto the base. This could be game 1, but the cannon is slightly surviving, and there it goes. BloodHounds able to take a first in a best of 3.
Hey, what do you got to say? They got that dog in them. BloodHounds able to hunt down the LEGACi on this Easter Sunday for their first victory in this series. This is a best of 3, though, so this is in for the long haul. We still got to see game 2 and how it plays out. But BloodHounds finding their first victory this entire NACT spring season. As you are seeing some of the team stats on the board, 16, 11, and 42 overall for the KDA for the team. Over 150,000 damage as well. And then you're seeing the head-to-head team stats from both sides. Overall, BloodHounds just doing a little bit better the later the game goes, and up by over 2 with their team rating. I gotta say, it was definitely an interesting match. I wouldn't say it was one-sided. I think it was a little bit back and forth for both sides, but when it came to the late game, that's where BloodHounds kind of came alive and shut down LEGACi.
I mean, BloodHounds just had a plan coming into that game, it felt like. And whether LEGACi, LEGACi had a plan, their plan was kind of look for kills early game, try to snowball at that. But BloodHounds did so good at staunching the bleeding. They never let the gold lead get ahead of them too far. They continued to focus on off lanes. They continued to take towers. They got the objectives that they wanted every time they set their eyes on it. And that's what kind of kept them in that game and eventually was able to overtake LEGACi with that strategy.
Now, it was interesting because PDR, when they were pushing into that inhibitor on the bot side, when BloodHounds was trying to close it out, PDR ran all the way around and tried to hit that heavy spin to push them all into that inhibitor. I don't really think that was the right move, though. He didn't get to get it off as fast as he wanted to, and I think that's what led to their early demise. I mean, that wasn't even a 12-minute game, so that really wasn't even late game. It was just a little bit of a miscalculated play, which worked inside of BloodHounds' favors. You are seeing the rich guy, Bocarasco, the carry, Kuya Nash, Sandbag, Mr. Roz himself, and then on the opposing side of the board, you are going to see with the BTK logo, Ooga Booga is going to be holding that title.
I like it. The VTK logo on Ooga Booga. Maybe some foreshadowing, you know? Taking a look at damage dealt, though. Bocarasco, he was the rich guy, and also just the untold hero here, doing 37,000 damage, more damage than Sleeps. But the game did end a little early. I'm sure Sleeps would have been able to really take off if that kept continuing there, Wheezy.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Once it gets to that 16-minute mark, once you have that... I mean, he was going a little bit more sustainable this time with the carry, though. I mean, normally, sometimes we see the carry go for that Demon Hunter Sword super early, something like a Corrosion Scythe, maybe a Golden Staff, but he went in for that Endless Battle on that Thunder Belt right off the rip, just trying to sustain himself. I mean, he knew that Whoopi could get to him, especially with that Black Dragon, so he wanted to be a little bit more playing for survivability, and it worked in their favor. I mean, he didn't fall too much, and Bocarasco, that Gourd pickup, this is the first time we've seen him use it, and hey, they profited.
I mean, there was a couple picks, even in the Franco too. They profited off that. Even though Ooga Booga kept like dying here and there, it was disrupting what LEGACi was trying to bring. You mentioned earlier, we saw PDR go for that workaround, hit the heavy spin, which it could have probably worked. And there was a few times this happened. Templest did so good with those final slashes. You would see the heavy spin come out. Templest would final slash him just a little bit out of his trajectory, and it would give the rest of the team a little bit of space to get out of the way from it. And Templest saved that a few times. There was a few moments where he would hit that final slash onto the heavy spin and just kind of mess up everything that LEGACi was trying to do in those team fights. And that's where, like, we see it all the time from that Arlot. It's one of the things that makes it so good is it just completely disrupts a team. It splits them up, it throws them off course, and it was kind of the answer to a lot of those team fights there for BloodHounds.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the new roster additions with Templest, you know, in there, it's definitely interesting to see the synergy from their team. I would say I definitely agree with you. I think it was great on the neutral objectives. It was good on disrupting the enemy playstyle. But I just feel like he should have played it a little bit more defensively. Maybe he just held on to that heavy spin for when they pushed into the base to buy some time instead of wrapping around and then getting picked off. I think that was the only mistake I seen him make that entire game. But hey, we're still in the best of 3. It's anybody's match. History in the making. You are going to see BloodHounds take their first victory. Is that the momentum boost they need? Do they get the 2-0 sweep? Or, hey, what I'm hoping for, I'd love to see it. I want to go to a game 3.
I mean, it's definitely possible to go to a game 3. I think LEGACi just needs to, I think at this point, watch for those off lanes, right? Understand what BloodHounds is trying to bring. Yes, go for your turtles, but you gotta, because I think BloodHounds like found the cracks in the armor. It's like, yeah, you guys can go for turtles, but right now your gold laner's suffering, your EXP laner's suffering. We're able to catch them off, so LEGACi needs to keep their eyes peeled for that this time.
Yeah, I mean, it throws off a lot of teams when they put so much focus on these turtles and they lose these turrets. Sometimes they just don't know how to rotate around as a team when you just don't have that much real estate on your side. They start throwing off their synergy, wondering, should we put the marksman over here? Should we keep the XP lane over here? And that's where BloodHounds, their synergy kind of just prevailed, right? They were just surgical as they're able to take these turrets and losing these turtles. And I mean, we kind of put a little bit of spotlight on it when we were casting that game. I mean, we both kind of agreed that the turrets, most of the time, kind of works out more in your favor instead of trying to go in for those turtles, which is really important for the XP laners to kind of sustain themselves in the gold laners, especially if your team is going for those turrets instead. I mean, we even seen a second where LEGACi and BloodHounds, both of them were able to get tier 2 turrets overextending on the other side of the map, and there's little to no penalty. I will say for both sides, when it comes to BloodHounds, they lost a lot in the early phase to LEGACi, but then they were able to pick it up around that 10-minute mark, and then I think LEGACi just didn't know how to respond back. I will say for BloodHounds, maybe if they play a little bit more aggressive in the beginning, try going for the... I think they should still go for the turrets over the turtles, especially if they're going to allow them to, but then they just have to kind of maintain a lead with this map advantage. For the side of LEGACi, though, we need to see them have a plan. You're getting these turtles, which are great, but you need to be able to keep your side laners alive, especially on these rotations, or you're just getting undervalued for these trade-offs.
Yeah, I mean, I think if they're going to go for the early game, like all in LEGACi like they did, they definitely have to commit a bit more. I think they did kind of have the advantage in some of those early game team fights. and they just need to, again, like the point of the game is towers, right? The point of the game is getting to the enemy crystal, and they might get a turtle. There was a few times they would get something, you know, they would get a kill, they might come up. They need to turn that into, you know, monetary value, right? Like if you're going to get 2 kills, you should be able to take a tower with that. If you're going to get 3 or 4 kills, you should be able to get 2 towers out of that, or, you know, get an enemy buff plus a tower. Always try to capitalize on these team fights and make something matter, but we are going to be jumping into the second draft of this game, this time LEGACi on the blue side, Wheezy.
That's right. LEGACi will be on the blue side. We'll have first pick when it comes to the draft. You are going to see the Joy taken out for the side of BloodHounds. The Hylos, again, a little bit of a common strategy for the side of LEGACi, taking this away from the BloodHounds alongside the Barats. Now, if you take a look, blast from the past from the first draft for game number 1, we got to see some of the more prominent marksmen come out. The carry did show up. It was against an Irith, though. They didn't go for that typical counter, which I would have thought would have been something like a Harith that we've been seeing time and time again, or you even mentioned the Claude being an option, more of those more staple picks, at least for this NACT spring season. So as we are jumping later into the series, I really wonder how this is going to play out. The Mathilda still on the board. It was banned out last time. Could be a viable option. The Barats this time has been taken off for the side of LEGACi. Maybe they think that was the initial problem on them not being able to close out that game.
Yeah, you know, something I forgot, actually, something just a quick touch on. So back when Riles was Aether Explicit, Tempest used to be on his team. Bocarosco joined the team at one point. So a little bit of a inner family feud here as well. And Riles eventually left, and Bocarosco broke off and made BloodHounds with Tempest and some of those guys. So, you know, I think there's some more depth to this game than just, you know, 2 bottom seed teams trying to get a win here. LEGACi now on first pick. The Arlot's gone this time. The Barats is gone this time. Definitely a lot of change up. The Matilda is open for LEGACi, and if there's one thing to talk about Matilda, almost every time we've seen it kind of filter through, it has done amazing things in NACT so far.
Yeah, the Matilda is definitely a strong pickup. I mean, it worked out really well for BTK up against Gaimin Gladiators. Honestly, I feel like was one of the main reasons why they were able to beat them. Just because Matilda can keep the team alive, get the jungler out of sticky situations, and your opposing side laners. It can be aggressive. It can also disengage. It's like a jack of all trades wherever you need it on the map. Yeah, it's the full package, and I feel like a lot of teams find a hard answer to be able to respond back to it. But speaking of answers for the side of BloodHounds, they're going to go in for that Ruby. They're going to go in for that Nolan. 2 heroes that have been more meta this season, but both of them together, I mean, that's going to be some great damage over there from the Nolan and some good CC from Tempest, which this can be flex, though. This can be the jungle. It can be the, or not the jungle. It can be the XP. It can be the roam. Still got to see where it goes.
It might be the gold, you know, who knows? We saw that from the occasional Ruby gold. We've been seeing that here and there. But no, I think the Ruby and the Nolan, definitely a decent combo, especially if the Ruby's going to decide to go roam. You have just enough time to kind of hold someone still that the Nolan can execute the kill. And if Nolan doesn't get enough damage on the first hit, Ruby can also hold them in again to make sure it is secured, right? So a little more of a steady pace from BloodHounds here with, you know, if Ruby ends up being the roamer and the jungle kind of working together, towards LEGACi is fast-moving, fast-paced so far. Harith is going to get locked in. There's that counter you were talking about, the Harith to help kind of poke and deal with the carry in the laning phase.
I mean, it's been proven to work, right? Can BloodHounds pull this off, though? It is going to be the carry and the Harith on the gold side. Now, we still need to see a jungler, or not a jungler, a mage picked up from the side of BloodHounds. Bocarosco, does he pick up something like the Gord again? Does he kind of change it up? I mean, he's one of those mage players who we've seen kind of have a lot of a hero pool, right? I mean, he could pick up something like the Navaria, which is still on the table if he does want to slot that in. You are looking at LEGACi, though. They still need some options for themselves. They need a jungler. I feel like they could go in for something like a Fredrin. They can pick up the Akai. I mean, something a little bit more beefy. I feel like just the Mathilda alone is not enough, especially when you have a Vexana who's more of that backline and that carry. You need somebody who's going to kind of be up front, get the initiating sets for the team, because right now they don't really have too much set potential outside of the Vexana.
Yeah, so BloodHounds, I think they kind of ban into jungle here, right? Kind of make it anything that's going to give Nolan a tough time. Maybe they just banned out the Martis, maybe take out the Fredrin next, take out some of those bulky picks, but there's still plenty of options for LEGACi. If they want to go for the Basha, if they want to go for the Akai, if they want to, like which I feel like at this point when you're up against Nolan, you definitely pick something bulky, unless Riles wants to just take it there and let's do Assassin versus Assassin. He is kind of slotted towards the back right here. He could be a final pick. The only problem is when you're on blue side, BloodHounds BloodHounds will have one final option to kind of slot something against you, you know?
You know, it'd be funny if they had like a really crazy Fanny player. Man, I would definitely slot that Fanny up against LEGACi right now because, I mean, you have a Mathilda, so Mathilda's not really going to stop a Fanny from going in and getting to the back line, especially in the early phase, but I don't see them doing it. It could have been a possibility, but they have the Nolan. So as we are looking at the draft so far, I feel like the Navaria would really work well on the side of BloodHounds, but that'll give them a lot of kind of magic too. So for LEGACi, they need, I would say, the Akai. The Akai's probably the best option here, or the Fredrin, to be able to have that great frontline composition to even out what they have so far. But I think it's a great draft from both sides. The Harith, a good counter for the carry. The Ruby, great CC. I feel like it works pretty much anywhere, especially when you have a Mathilda trying to rotate around and get people out. You can hopefully like grab the Mathilda or grab everybody who's grouped together, and then the Nolan for the early game aggression. This is going to be a close one. I feel like last game it wasn't one-sided. I feel like both sides had the opportunities they were looking for, but neither side had a one-sided story.
You know what could work great here for LEGACi, honestly? Which it's a counter to the Nolan. We saw it a lot in M series here and there. The Phoveus pick. I know we don't see it very often, but it could really hurt BloodHounds here. Like if LEGACi decided to pick that up, they have an EXP slot open. You could also, you know, I think EXP, it could be a great answer. I don't know if it's going to pop into their minds. It's also if you're not comfortable on it, it can get punished very bad. But if you're comfortable on it, it could destroy BloodHounds here right now with the Nolan, the Harith, the Ruby. It could be a problem.
If they get a Phoveus and then they get an Akai in the jungle on top of that, that'd be like the ultimate combination for the side of LEGACi, especially because there's already so much dash for BloodHounds without even needing the Akai to be able to rush in with a heavy spin. So if they can pull this off, I mean, there's still 2 more bans on the table, so maybe BloodHounds is going to kind of figure this out. But
like, not, wait, Phoveus kills us. We gotta get rid of that. I would actually enjoy
that. We don't get to see too many Phoveus games. We've seen him here and there in the regular season, but this would be a very optimal draft for him. If they don't go in for the Phoveus, I mean, maybe we see something that's been a little bit more dominant. Maybe we see one side picking up the Paquito, maybe a Yuzong. These are some of those heroes that we've seen kind of dominate inside of the XP lane. The CC has been taken off the table. You know who else isn't here, which made an appearance yesterday? The Benedetta. We've seen Milo get the backdoor play. I'm still a fan of the Benedetta, but I wouldn't say BloodHounds gets the Benedetta, because if they get the Benedetta, that's even more in favor for a Phoveus pickup from the side of LEGACi. But hey, we have to see which way it goes. I'm definitely agreeing with you right there. If they pick up something like a Phoveus to lean into the dash composition that BloodHounds has, it can definitely hurt them when it comes to the in-game engagements for the neutral objectives. But do they do it? A lot of players, you know, when it comes to comfortability, can they pull it off? And LEGACi, one of the newer teams on the scene, we still have to kind of see where they kind of fit. They need to find a victory, though. I mean, they need to get a win. If they can get a win against any team, this would be their chance.
Draft, it's going to be a surprise. It looks like we had a slight issue. The draft did get... I was like, it's been 47 seconds for a while on that draft. So let's see what it finally was. We're not going to get to see those bans, but we will get to see the pick as we jump into game number 2, match point for the side of BloodHounds. Can LEGACi turn this around? It looks like they picked up the Fredrin. Their EXP laner will be a Paquito. A little bit of damage there. Ooga Booga going to lock in the Kufra, and then Bokarosco bringing in the Fermis.
I mean, it works. I mean, we said the Paquito, we said the Fredrin, but I definitely think the Phoveus and the Akai would have been a stronger combination. But as we are now jumping into Land of Dawn, game number 2, BloodHounds at match point. If they win this one, they claim their first series for the NACT regular season. LEGACi yet to find a single win. Currently, right now, sitting in that 8th position if they don't find a win in the series up against BloodHounds.
I mean, this is their game to do it, right? They have the legendary Matilda on their roster right now. They got a fast-moving Paquito that can capitalize with that movement, that can make good rotations. It does look like BloodHounds slot templates on the Ruby, so Ruby's going to be in the EXP lane. I think BloodHounds will really start to... They'll be able to get some... Ooh, a little bit of damage. Ramses under the tower. Gonna get punished for that one, though. Take a tower shot. Kuya Nash able to get away. Sleeps, and Jolie going head-to-head on the top side. Jolie actually winning out.
Yeah, winning out. Needs to be careful. I mean, you've seen Riles rotate around. He looks like he wants to kind of assist on this kill. PDR as well.
PDR's there. Doesn't have level 4 yet, though, so no big play. And Ooga Booga now waiting for PDR in the bush. Doing a lot of damage on a PDR. PDR gonna have to get away from here.
Yeah, both teams kind of testing the water right now, trying to get an early kill before this first turtle spawning in. Now, last game, we've seen LEGACi take majority of these turtles, but BloodHounds was able to claim a lot of the turrets to keep them in the game. Do we see BloodHounds having a little bit more pressure on these neutral objectives? It looks like it will be, as you are seeing them kind of gain control and rotating a little bit smoother around the map compared to LEGACi.
Boca Roscoe just loves hanging out in these off lanes, man. He's one thing I can't say about Boca, he does move a lot. He's not one of those mid laners that just hugs down in the mid side. He's okay if one of his teammates picks up that mid lane like what we just saw. He did already hit level 4, so he's good. He didn't have to go clear it. BloodHounds get first turtle, and now they're looking for the invade. Boca Roscoe and Ramses gonna hold the front side. Ryle's able to get the taunt onto Ramses. Knocked up by the Eternal Guardian. A lot of damage on the side of BloodHounds. Wait, the Netherrealm able to come out just in the nick of time, but Whoopi on the chase. Looking for a target. Ooga Booga taking a lot of damage as well. Goes down. First blood to Koya Nash. BloodHounds now disperse out of the jungle, and BloodHounds take the brunt of that. Jolie in trouble, though. Sleeps picks up the kill.
Yeah, just some early aggression, but both sides were going to kill their first kills of the game. You are going to see Koya Nash get the kill for the side of LEGACi, but the invasion on the orange buff.
Ooh, a lot of damage onto Riles there. I mean, Rams is there. Rams is going to take it. Praise Wrath goes down. Rams is able to just get away with a singular HP there. But we're already seeing the possibilities from the side of LG, the invades. Whoopi now there as well. Ooga Booga looking for the invades, able to get the knock up. The Tyrant's Revenge. Templest goes down. Ooga Booga taking a lot of damage. Whoopi looking for the final punch, the knockout punch, and knocks him out. Taking the kill, 2-for-0. LEGACi on top.
And this is kind of looking similar to Ooga Booga when he was playing the Franco. He's just dying a little too often, especially this early. 4 minutes in, already having 2 deaths. 2 out of the 3 kills for LEGACi was with him falling. You know what's interesting? He picked up the arcane boots. But speaking of damage, Ramses very low, able to get that purple buff last second, as you are seeing some of those emblems pop up on the board. Boca Roscoe.
Oh man, a lot of damage on a Boca there. A lot of CC and just a lot of denial for LEGACi. It makes it very hard for BloodHounds to try to make movements in this fight. They have Ooga Booga, but you know, as a Kufra, it's more of like ambush. It's more of I'm gonna attack from a range. If LEGACi's already on top of you, it's kind of hard to keep up with them.
Yeah, definitely hard to keep up. You know, we're kind of talking about the arcane boots on Ooga Booga. He's trying to deal some early magic pin with this Kufra. It's going to be very aggressive. I guess it makes up because they have Boca Roscoe running this Faramis to keep the team alive. So he can play a little bit more of the aggressive item composition. You are going to see the next turtle spawn in. The first one did go to the side of BloodHounds. They are down by 2 kills so far. Gold plating still on the turrets. We're going to have to see which team can kind of take the map objectives, right? Which one can kind of gain control of the turrets. But now aggro being pulled by Riles, and the turtle pit Boca Roscoe will slowly make his way there alongside Ooga Booga.
A lot of damage on Whoopi there. Rams is able to get the kill. PDR with the circling eagle. Able to guide out. Now, once Templest is able to be a bit more involved in these fights, I think BloodHounds will have a much better advantage. But a nice Tyrant's Revenge on a Nash. Able to get the kill. Ooga Booga also taking some damage. The Netherrealm able to keep him alive. Now Riles on the run. PDR trying to help him out, but Riles goes down. Templest finding the kill. PDR going to be next. Sleep under the tower with the Zaman's Force. That's 2 down for the side of LEGACi. Should be an easy turtle for the side of BloodHounds. BloodHounds also forcing into this mid tower. Speed Light Wheel comes out from Jolie. Whoopi holding down the front side, but too much damage. Whoopi pulled back in. Another one for Ooga Booga. BloodHounds now leading, I mean, literally in a matter of 30 seconds, taking almost a 3,000 gold lead.
Is his name Whoopi or is it Whoopin? Because that's what he's getting right now. He's found his second death of this game. And BloodHounds not only able to claim the mid turret, able to get the turtle, and able to take the tier 1 turret on the top side. A 3-for-none trade in their favor. Some major objectives to take control of this early game.
And BloodHounds, once everyone is able to be involved in these fights, BloodHounds do so well. A little bit of damage though on a PDR there. Zaman's Force drops again. Here comes Boca and Ramses looking for the pincer, looking for the kill. Jolie gonna be the next to fall. Riles trying to defend, just maybe wants to try to save the tower here, but BloodHounds already got what they came for.
Yeah, got what they came for and some more. BloodHounds running this full dive composition and making it work really well, pressuring LEGACi in the early phase with this aggression that they're not able to find an answer for. I mean, you have the Ruby, they have Ooga Booga on the Kufra. He can go in, get that Tyrant's Revenge. You have Templest who can get the dive to I'm Offended. You've seen them dive into the tier 2 turret of the mid lane. Even when the tier 1 was intact, they're able to get 3 kills and close that down. And now, looking for more.
Jolie sees it coming, able to back up. No, the dash in. Ramses finds the kill. Whoopi now trying to come in, moving on to Ooga Booga. Ooga Booga goes down, but that is a fair trade in my book. BloodHounds gold laner for Roamer.
Yeah, Yeah, able to find the opportunity for another setup. I mean, that's a good trade, right? You lose your roamer for a gold lane. I mean, I would take that any day. BloodHounds, full control of this game so far and looking for a little bit more whoopee on the top side.
Ooh, that damage from Ramses is getting out of control. You add that up with Sleeps as well, who's 1-0-4 right now, has been fed plenty. Harris eating good right now, and it's very reminiscent of last game to where Jolie had a bad game, Sleeps had a great game, and BloodHounds have a nice lead.
Yeah, very good lead. Jolie, though, he needs to kind of find a way to get online. I mean, he's 0-3-1. He's running this carry. We know carry is one of those marksmen that takes a little bit of time to rev up, needs those core items. But once he gets them, that'll be the deciding factor to shut down the BloodHounds. But with this early advantage, they're looking to try and close this out early. I mean, the last game was 11 minutes and 55 seconds. And that was without BloodHounds having a major advantage like they have so far. Can they maintain this aggro, though? It's the full invasion over there to Templess.
Yeah, everyone on Templess. If they don't get this kill, they're losing so much for it. Templess able to dash through, looking for the outplay. Under the tower, PDR on the chase. Whoopi there as well. I'm offended. Templess still not going down. This man's immortal right now, and they don't take him. A wild goose chase for Easter. Find your eggs, because this one's not cracking. Templess stays alive.
If anybody doesn't believe the Easter Bunny is real, hey, there he is right there. It's Templess. Able to escape with a hot pursuit from LEGACi right there. Just showcases the survivability of the Ruby.
PDR now taking some damage. I mean, PDR can't even get the begin gauges right now. Kuyanash, nobody can do it. The gold lead's getting way too out of control.
Yeah, massive gold lead right now. 6,000 for the side of BloodHounds. Up by 4 turrets, 1 Lord, and 2 turtles. And it looks like they're going to go in, try and claim some of these tier 2s. LEGACi stacked up on the bot side, but PDR.
Oh, PDR goes down. Ooga Booga picks up the kill. Who said this Ruby had a nerf? It looks good to me right now. Templess making it work. BloodHounds coming in. 8,000 gold lead Lord marching down the top side. Wheezy.
Yeah, marching down the top side. Boca Roscoe taking a little bit of hits from Whoopi, though. Forced back into the base. Stripped down to their inhibitors for the side of LEGACi. BloodHounds knocking at the door, trying to find a way in, and they have the lead to be able to do it. I mean, they're up by 9,000 gold with a Lord on the top side.
Yeah, LEGACi, if they play this wrong in any moment, they could go down here. Templess looking for the I'm offended, decides not to connect onto anybody. Nice circling eagle onto several members.
Oh.
NetherRealm comes out. Everyone back to full health bars, though. BloodHounds still unable to take an inhibitor just yet. Ramses on the box side up against Whoopi. Ramses takes a little bit of damage, still unable to find a tower. BloodHounds might just back off here.
Yeah, I mean, some good defense over there from LEGACi, able to hold off not only a Lord, but the full team of BloodHounds on that top side, showing a little bit of promising defense if they can hold off into the late game, if they can get Sleeps what he needs for the damage. Now, BloodHounds still looking to take some of these inhibitor turrets. Ooga Booga winding up in the bush, waiting for an opportunity. They have a full dive composition, so you have to be careful as they are not afraid to take that fight into the base crystal.
All right, 9,000 gold lead for BloodHounds. I don't think they don't have to rush this, right? They can just kind of relax, they can fall back. I think they're pushing the lanes maybe a little bit too much. I think it's time to freeze up here, slow it down. You got 50 seconds until Lord comes up, and you have a huge advantage.
Yeah, definitely a massive advantage, and this is where LEGACi just has to play for the late game. I mean, they possibly may be able to do it. They just can't be full aggressive, especially against the composition that BloodHounds had. That's where they kind of fell in the early phase, being too aggressive against them, and they were able to overall win that fight with the massive CC that they have with Ooga Booga on this coup for a Templess. I mean, you've seen the Ruby, you've seen the full team chasing them, and he was still able to get out of that. Even when things look a little shaky, they have Boca Roscoe on this Faramis with the NetherRealm to keep them alive. So I think if it's going to start anywhere, it's going to start with LEGACi getting Jolie online, right? We got to see some of these items on the board to see where he's kind of sitting, especially up against the other gold laner Sleeps, who is already running a counter against him, which is that Harith. I mean, you are seeing him pick up that Demon Hunter sword, that Corrosion Scythe. May need to go in for that Golden Staff here shortly, but play on the purple buff.
And Jolie hasn't even gotten his third item locked in yet. It's looking rough. We're talking end game for LEGACi right now. We're talking a long ways away for LEGACi to try to really connect here. Another big problem is Whoopi on this Paquito. Your goal is, big damage onto Riles. Riles immediately taking out Ramses, picking up the kill. We find one. We run away. It's guerrilla warfare in the land of Dawn. BloodHounds. Now they're going to move on to the Lord after they take the Retribution off the map.
Yeah, I mean, we wondered how that victory would have affected BloodHounds, right? Their first victory of the NACT spring season with match number 1, and it's definitely working in their favor. They found their footing, they found their groove. LEGACi, yet to find some answers, hasn't claimed a single turret in the game so far at the 12-minute mark. Lord will be bursted down, BloodHounds in their favor. Holy Crystal has now been picked up by Sleep, so we'll have some additional magic power to go up against LEGACi, prepping for a possible early game finish. Not as early as the last game, though, which ended at 11 minutes 55 seconds. Now crossing that 12-minute threshold. LEGACi has to play into about that 16-minute mark, right? We need to see Jolie get a couple more items under his belt to be able to deal that damage. He didn't go for the sustainable route, right? He didn't pick up a belt. He didn't pick up an endless battle. He went in for that Demon Hunter sword. He's going to need that corrosion scythe, which he did just pick up, and also something like the golden staff for some additional damage with the attacks. But speaking of attacks, Ooga Booga looking for a setup.
Ooh, nice Eternal Guardian on Tempest. Jolie unable to get the kill, though. That would have been huge there.
Oh!
PDR. Oh, my God, the damage from Ramses. Immediately taking out Jolie. PDR also already uses Circling Eagle, so none of that's Monster Force drops. I'm offended to connect. Kuya Nash goes down. Riles on the run. They've invaded. They've knocked on the door. They've kicked it down. And the Lord is here. BloodHounds now entering onto the Crystal. It's only 3 members up for LEGACi, and BloodHounds is trying to connect. Another I'm offended. Whoopi pulled in. Going to be taken out. Ooga Booga Boca Roscoe picking up the kill, and BloodHounds sweep it, taking game number 2.
That's right, a clean sweep. Their first sweep and victory in the entire NACT spring season. BloodHounds rising up to the occasion up against LEGACi, officially claiming their spot in that 7th seeding, forcing LEGACi back at the 8th position. I mean, look at them, confident as ever. Some great gameplay and an even better match for them in game number 2 compared to game number 1, right? They came in with the plan and they executed. As you are seeing the team stats right there, 15, 4, and 29 overall, over 150,000 damage, again at that 8 rating. But compared to LEGACi, definitely put them on their back end.
And BloodHounds continue to find that snapback, right? They have a little bit of trouble in like the first 2 minutes. Right in the laning phase, they had a little bit of trouble, but once the 4, 5, 6 minute marks, they kind of hit their stride. And they've also just, it feels like a different BloodHounds that we're watching. Yes, they're up against LEGACi. They're up against another team that's on equal footing with them. But even from their draft, just things felt smooth for BloodHounds this series.
Yeah, definitely smooth indeed. I mean, the highest kills in the game is going to go over to Ramses on this Nolan, 6, 0, and 4. I mean, we've seen the showcasing of the damage, especially at the end there when he dived in and almost got a one-shot. He did get the kill, though. I will say, BloodHounds, I mean, hey, they're a team that has a lot of synergy. They played in multiple NACTs, claim in 5th place last season, falling short to Area 77, who claimed that 4th position. And now, is this what they needed, right? Since they got this victory, do we see them kind of maintaining this momentum and claiming some more through the regular season for a possible higher seeding on the brackets and standoffs compared to the other top 8 teams?
I mean, there's only one more day, so I don't know if they're going to get crazy seeding. Like, I still think they sit on the lower side of seeding, but do they at least get a stride here? Do they get some momentum here? Do they kind of find what's working for them and maybe pull off some good games in playoffs? I think that's really what we have to put our eyes on for BloodHounds, because they did. They look good today. They look clean today. I think if they can clean up their laning phase, like, because you can't hard lose your first 3 minutes against a team like GG, against a team like BTK, against DA Area 77. So if they can work on that part of their game, I think we could see some things from BloodHounds in the playoffs.
You know, it's interesting, too. I mean, just kind of like looking at the bracket so far, one of these 2 teams is going to be going up against most likely Gaimin Gladiators when it comes to day 1, at least from the seedings. So it'll be an interesting one to kind of see. Definitely going to have to, before playoffs, take a lot of notes. I mean, I will say things look promising, though, for the BloodHounds. They're able to take advantage of the early game this time around, and they took all of the objectives. They didn't lose a single turret. So right there, if they can keep up that rhythm, they should be fine. LEGACi on the other end, though, I mean, not able to find a victory here up against the team they were tied for in that 8th seeding. It's going to be a little bit more challenging for them, but they still have one more day, like you mentioned. Now, I will say, for the side of LEGACi, hey, you got one more day. They are the new team on the scene, to be fair. They're the new team on the scene. BloodHounds has a little bit more of that synergy, but hey, tomorrow's always another day.
Sorry to break up the little reunion in here.
He got his win.
Some of those sets from Ooga Booga, man, nasty. Boca looking like an angel in the night. In the second game, Ramses coming in like the Grim Reaper himself. Scary. I wasn't even in the match, and I thought I was next. So Just saying. Well played though, BloodHounds. Beautiful game.
Yeah, I mean, great game overall. Very clean templates. That play where he got away from all 4 of them. I think that's when we kind of knew the nail was in the coffin, right? When they literally used every one of their ultimates, all 5 members chasing down Templars, and he's able to outplay, get under the towers, and get away. I think that's when it was like, ooh, I think this is over.
Yeah, I mean, they just had some great execution. There was a point where they took a turtle, the mid first tier 1 turret, and the top tier 1 turret, all in the same play. And yeah, right there, that with just those 3 objectives under your belt at the same time, I mean, that's very hard to come back for, at least in the early game. And I think that's where they kind of snowballed over LEGACi.
So I don't know if I'm allowed to ask this, but what do you guys think LEGACi should have done differently in the second game to really have like got into like a different feel for the game? Because I feel like the first game was a little bit closer, and I feel like the second game is that gap started to occur a little bit more quickly, and both teams had, respectively good drafts. Again, we saw a couple picks from LEGACi that we were like, okay, was that your best pick? But outside of that, what do you think really they could have done differently?
Gold lane. I think in game 1 we saw heavy focus on a Jolie. BloodHounds made sure that Sleeps had a clean game in the beginning, and then in game 2 the same exact thing happened. Jolie, which is their major damage dealer, took too many deaths early on, was unable to unload. We even saw in the end there, even when Jolie was able to pop the speedy light wheel and get a bunch of free hits on a Templars during one of those last team fights, was unable to get the kill. Wasn't even able to finish a 3rd item. Had to build a half of a gold meteor just for defensive basis, so still never got to the golden staff or whatever. I mean, it was just a problem, and I think that was the major downfall. BloodHounds killed them in the off lanes.
Yeah, I would say I'm right there with you. The off lanes is where they need to kind of focus on, especially in the early game. A lot of teams kind of overlook the presence of what that has in the early phase in that first 10 minutes. I mean, we seen LEGACi in game 1, right? They took majority of the turtles. They actually took 2 turtles back to back, and they traded their 2 turrets for it, which not only allows the team to invade, it also allows your marksman to rotate around wherever they want to. They can go in the mid lane now and put prio there. They're not stuck in one position, and then that's when you start seeing them try and invade, try and take the purple buffs, the orange buffs from the enemy side, and it slowly starts to stack in their favor, even if you get the turtles. And I think maybe if they get the turtles, still have a plan for defense. If they can tighten up their defense in the early phase, at least on the off lanes, then their marksman can get online, then Jolie can get what he needs, especially running something like a carry to get those core items to be that heavy hitter toward that mid to late game.
I don't know if this is an Easter egg. No, I don't think it is. I think it's an MVP slot that we just found out. Who's it going to be?
It's actually kind of tough. It's actually kind of tough to decide on. It is going to be Boca Roscoe. Had a great game number 1, and overall a clean game number 2 as well, Wheezy.
Yeah, Boca Roscoe, I mean, he's definitely been a crowd favorite for a while when it comes to the BloodHounds, right? He's more of that holding that captain spot, right? He's been on the scene. A lot of players have went against him in multiple local tournaments, and he's just very hard to deal with, especially running that mid lane. I mean, he knows how to play from afar, but also play up close. We see him run something like the Faramis. We also see him from time to time run a Valentina, a Vexana, you name it, he has it in his arsenal, and he's definitely a major player that has a huge impact for the side of BloodHounds.
Absolutely, well said. Absolutely well said. I think Boca has just been really showing up and really showing out. And I know I say that a lot, but I mean, really, I do feel like we got to see that shine. And speaking of which, I do think I've got Boca waiting on the other line for me. So I'm going to see you cats later. Look at this man. Look at this man. He is all smiles. He's feeling good, I assume. Tell me, how do you feel, man? How do you feel?
Yeah, I feel as good as you can be, given our circumstances. It's been a hard-fought way all the way to this match, and we got our first dubs in a fashion that I think the boys are proud of as well. So I feel pretty good.
Absolutely, big dubs for Big Boca. I tell you what, man, I got something I gotta ask you, man. What have been the challenges this season? I feel like some of us we had some hopes for BH coming into it, and now we're getting to see some of that come into fruition. What were those challenges looking like for you?
I think it was the meta change that affected us the most. We just weren't ready and as prepared as some of these other teams are, and GG's to all of them. They've been showing out, and this has been an excellent ACT so far, and they've really just kind of leveled us and making us question ourselves on, how can we improve? And I feel like starting today, like we've sort of got a groove on it, and we're sort of starting to find ourselves a bit more, and hopefully we can see more of that moving forward.
I'm hoping. Do you guys have like any specific like playoff plan coming up? Like what's going to change? I mean, I know we've only got one weekend left, but like anything we can expect?
I think right now is a mentality change. It's a bit hard to keep our mentals as high as they can be when we're down. I think it's 0-6 right now, just getting our first dub. We're just trying to stay positive and keep practicing our mentality. No matter if we're losing matches, if we're winning matches, we just need to keep calm and collected and bring that into the playoff season. It's a whole new bracket for us, and we're looking forward to it.
So I do want to be the guy who reminds you, losses aside, you guys still are a top 8 team in North America, and there's definitely pride to be taken in that. It's going to be a learning experience from a game to game, level. But, I don't know that you guys are absolutely locked into this number 7 spot. Do you guys have any hopes or goals as far as placement goes?
Oh, yeah. We're still hoping to get the dub next week. I think we're against Devious Axe. They're a very, very strong team, but we're going to give it our all, and we're going to keep prepping the way we have and try to keep this momentum up and, go on a 2-win streak. So good luck to them.
I would absolutely love to see that. I'm again so excited to be able to finally get you up here. BloodHounds, man, it's the BloodHounds, and I'm so excited to see some more of that coming into it. The placements, it does affect where you guys are going to go into the playoffs, but it doesn't dictate where you guys are going to come out. So with that being said, I am going to let you go, and I just hope to see more from you guys because I'm proud of you guys.
Hey, appreciate it. Thank you so much for having me, Zeke.
God, I love having a well-spoken player on the interview, man. That's like no matter where Bo Carrasco ends up here, he interviews well, and that is nice. That's nice, Zeke.
So honestly, I think a lot of it, I can't start attributing success for him, but I do think it was from drinking water, and I feel like that's really the foundation to getting a good interview going.
I mean, we learned that from Hoon, right? Drink water, ban Matilda,
ban
right?
Matilda. Yeah.
Hey, I'm just saying, man. But BH didn't ban Matilda, and they still won. I'm just saying.
So they drank extra water. They drank extra water to make up for the. It's got to balance. You got to balance out.
So I think there's only one real way to follow up after this. There's got to be a giveaway. What free stuff can we give out?
I got a new blazer. Oh, my bad. We're doing codes. We're doing codes. Put in the codes. Get your skins. I love the new QR code thing. Make sure you keep your phone down, Zeke. No scanning that. It's not for us. It's for the viewers. I see you over there. And yeah, definitely only 31, man.
That's right. 31 skins available.
It is going to be a first come, first serve. So let's not forget, you guys are going to have to be asking, getting there quickly. Steph, what of these skins are you looking at? Anything you want?
I mean, I always say it's free, right? And free is the best price. So anyone that I can get, I'm definitely going to try and go for. As I'm a collector when it comes to these skins in Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and you guys should be too. So definitely claim that while it's active. Only 31 skins available. 30 if you're not careful, because, hey, I'm about to grab my phone right now.
Yeah, nice. I know for me, I'm definitely still looking at the Yin Yang Mage. I said it last time, and I'm saying it again. I wasn't able to get it because other obligations, like crazy. So I'm hoping I'll get it this time. Just give me like 6 more hours, and we'll see what we can do. Drex?
Any possibilities? I mean, giveaways are always good. Hopefully that's not the only reason people are here. I think today we've had some good games, and people definitely want to stick around because like the next 3 series coming up, they're spicy. They're hot. There are definitely some games that I think a lot of us are ready for. And, in the past NACTs, not so many days would be as hype as so many days have been, I feel like. I feel like every day there's always a game to look forward to. There's always a game or 2 to look forward to.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. Every single week, every day is something new that you just look back on and you're like, man, did that really happen? We've seen a Ling come out. We've seen a Roger in the gold lane. Copying some of those international scenes, and it's great to see North America stepping up to the occasion. Not only that, but keeping things interesting. We got to see your guys' cast the other last weekend. The beach vibes was pretty cool. So I mean, hey, we like to kind of keep it up and good vibes for the NA scene. And also, I mean, like I said, first time ever on the desk with you two as well, so it's definitely a treat.
You know, beach scene aside, you know, I'm still kind of upset because I still look as pale as ever. So with that being said, this season so far has been an absolute roller coaster. We've seen giants fall and newcomers rise to the occasion. So with that being said, the standings still are placed all over the map. We don't know who's going to win what game, and we don't know who's going to end up where. So with that being said, I'm going to let us go to break, and we are going to find out what happens next afterwards.
Leslie! Meet Mr. Bunny! Ta-da! Now you'll be the best sniper ever!
No! It's a decoy! I'm sorry.
Leave me alone.
Over here, Ender.
So let me know where to go. So let me know where to go. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. Great job, guys!
This fairy tale ended with the poisoned apple, and my tale began. A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage.
Curse it! Take my vengeance! Protect your queen!
Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
early Black Dragon, a little questionable. An implosion, though, not questionable at all. R by Toru, killing spree activated. May work in Night Horde's favor if they can keep it up. Of course, dropping down. Mikasa hit with the stun. Astral Echo connecting to the full team of the Night Horde. From Yato, finds the snipe, takes down Nikoko. Suppression, winner truncheon, trying to stop on my foe. Kush, still cables, the cutthroat on the foe. One more hit, able to take him down. Uses his retribution.
Because Kush has done a great job, and look at him, looking to go for that kill on to the Nolan, but he's not going to be able to get it. But the 4 vs 4 fight.
NetherRealm going down, a knock-up over there from T. Mortality being proc double, and Mortality R will fight Toru, though, gets a double. Shuts down T, Yato finds Nikoko. A triple kill from R's, Mikasa will fall. Yato, Kush, by themselves against the 4-man team of the Night Horde. Is this the game ender? Is this what the Night Horde needed to close out this series? A major objective, I'm offended. For the 7 Yato.
Completely farmed up here. He probably has, or going towards that Demon Hunter sword, is just gonna skill infinite towards that late game. And also Hoon completely, you know, untouched in this series. And I'm offended.
4-man set. Shark on fire with the Ruby. I'm offended. Catching Basic, catching Chicken, catching Zane. Maybe if we get some more, Core World is gonna take down Chicken. That's gonna be.
Hey guys, what's up? Welcome back. We hope that your break wasn't too good. You know, I don't want you guys getting sleepy for even a second. We've still got 3 huge games coming up from the night. This next one being Area 77 involved. Trex?
Up against Night Horde, right? Up against Night Horde? Area 77 Night Horde? I'm hyped for it. I'm hyped
Perhaps.
for it. Perhaps. Who knows? Maybe we'll get real crazy. Yeah, Area 77 Night Horde. I think this is a game that matters here. We look at Night Horde. They've kind of stolen the show. They're sitting at number 4 right now. And Area 77 came into the season very hot. Like a team that so many people were like, ooh, this is the team. Area 77, this is their year. In the past couple days, they've had some losses. They're now sitting at 2-3 on matches. They're sitting at number 6 spot. So I think this is an important game for them if they want to try to shoot up a bit.
Yeah, and keep in mind, Area 77 was the team that placed 4th last NACT. Actually has an offline experience compared to Night Horde, who did not make it to the offline event last season. So it's going to be a good one to see. Like you mentioned, Area 77 a little bit lower on that ladder, not as high, sitting at that 6th position. Night Horde holding on to that 4th position. They've only lost 1 series so far. So, I mean, Night Horde definitely has a little bit more of that momentum. And if we also look at yesterday, Night Horde beat LEGACi with a 2-0 sweep. So they have that on their backs as well, where when you look at Area 77, they're fresh of getting swept by Fiends.
Yeah, you know, Night Horde absolutely has been on the come up, and each week they are coming in looking stronger and stronger. But the question is it going to be enough? Without further ado, Trex, can you take us into Area 77's roster?
All right, Area 77, we have some familiar faces. We have some new faces. ISO in the gold lane, swapping over from BTK from last season. Now on Area 77, J Cutie, Mar Cutie, now playing the mid. Used to be playing gold. Tarzan Cutie, a.k.a. Guapo on the jungle. And Yureshi in the EXP lane. A lot of high hopes for this team. Can they make those hopes come true tonight?
So I think for me, it's really going to come down to which team wins. You know, I think whatever team wins is absolutely going to come out with a victory today. And that's
wise words. Wise words, Zeke.
Without further ado, Wheezy, you want to check us out on the Night Horde roster?
Yeah, as we now look at the Night Horde on the opposite side of Land of Dawn, we have R stepping into the gold position. Momoy will be there as well. So you're that mid lane menace. Oh my foe. You've definitely been seeing him deal a lot of damage. And then also Sleepy, which will be a treat to see in the XP lane. Now, Night Horde, like you said, they're higher on the ladder than Area 77. So on paper, I mean, hey, they've been a little bit hotter this NACT spring season. But Area 77, we got to give them credit where it's due. They took down BTK not too long ago in the NACT spring season. So I feel like this is anybody's game, and it's going to be full of surprises.
Area 77 overall, I feel like has been looking very strong. Same as Night Horde, you know, a little bit different stories coming into this season so far, but it's still anybody's game. At the end of it all, only one of these teams can win. Who do you guys think it's going to be? Let's get to predictions.
Well, I think we have some toss-ups here. Everyone on the side of Area 77. Steph Wheezy, the lone rider right now. Area 77, I think they're due for it, man. They're due for it. They're sitting on a two-loss spree right now. Night Horde, on the other hand, is on a four-win spree. If, in all honesty, Night Horde is kind of the favorite here. Definitely the favorite here. But I just feel like Area 77 is going to have that day today.
Yeah, definitely gonna have that day. I would say Area 77. The only reason I didn't go for them is they're fresh off that sweep, not only from yesterday, but also Night Horde. I mean, they've just been doing a little bit better this regular season. I'm actually surprised that everybody on the board went against me, but I'm not against it, because then that means if I win this, I get one more point than all the casters. But if I lose this, then it's going to be a heavy hitter, because we're always, even though these teams are battling it out for their standings in the NACT regular season, so are us casters. I think Trex right now is sitting at the #1 spot. I'm right behind him. I think if I take this one, then we'll be tied. So this is definitely going to be a very important one for, at least, I guess, for both of us, if you think about it. Zeke, I think you're a little bit behind us, though, on the predictions.
I think Zeke's actually just
I'm
caught
tied
up.
for first right now.
Zeke's tied with me for first. Yeah, sorry, Weezy. So I actually want to lose this on purpose, just so Zeke takes a loss. It's okay. All three of us. If we lose this, all three of us tie up. I'm pretty sure here.
But the thing is all three of us can't lose this, because that's not statistically possible, because Wheezy had to be different. Thanks, dude. Now, on the real note, if you feel there is a change of wind, and with that being said, I do think Area 77 has the upcoming draft. You know, I think that if anybody's going to do it, it could be them. I feel like Area 77 has the ability right now to become the upset. Night Horde, again, you know, is a team favorite right now and is looking stronger, but I don't know if it's the air conditioning, but the wind is there, man. The wind is there. So without it, let's go see who's going to win in the draft.
I still don't know if he was making a draft pun there. Like, there's a draft in the air, because he never connected the dots for me enough. But yeah, there's a draft. And if you don't know, draft is also a term for wind. Just, yeah, you guys know. Let's jump into it. Night Horde on the blue side. Area 77 on the red side. We're already seeing some bands come in. The drums, the background music has dropped. It's hyping me up right now. This is going to be a good series, Wheezy.
You know, it's always funny hearing the music, Brad. I say, this is like one of those fire playlists for the Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America.
It's the workout playlist right here.
The draft, I know, I just feel the energy. It just makes me want to play against one of these teams in the Land of Dawn. But like Zeke said, there could only be one winner. And today, we're going to have to see who that is. Night Horde. So far on paper, they've done everything a little bit better than Area 77. But Area 77 has done something that Night Horde has not accomplished yet. And that is taking down the BloodThirstyKings. So we're going to have to see how this goes. I do know yesterday we got to see Area 77 playing it out. They didn't have the hottest debut. They went up against Fiends. And ISO, I feel like, in my own opinion, he fell a little bit short in the gold lane, right? He was not able to really get online with the pickups. And that's where they kind of ultimately fell, especially with Fiends able to take the early aggression. So if they want to kind of have an advantage here, it's definitely going to be getting ISO comfortable.
Yeah, I think ISO needs a comfortable. Also, Yureshi Cutie, man, he is a game changer on Area 77 when he's able to get a pick onto something he's comfortable with. We've seen him on the Benedetta. We've seen him on the R-Lot. He is vicious. He is proactive. He is all over the place, and it's something the Night Horde needs to keep their eyes on. They need to try to deny him. They're going to pick up the Barats here. Vexana's still open. Ruby not on the field. Plenty of jungle options still open. I think Vexana is definitely something we see up front here, maybe paired with... I'm trying to think what else.
I mean, I like the Barats. The Vexana, since that is on the table, could be picked up. It is going to be the carry, though. I think the carry is great. It's especially when you see the Barats, right? You need something to be able to burst him down, and that's what the carry is going to be able to provide. But ISO, he ran on this carry yesterday, I believe, and he wasn't really able to get the core items needed, because he's not going to be going for sustainability. At least I don't think so. I don't think he's going to pick up a Thunder Belt in an endless battle here. I think he's going to go in for like that Demon Hunter sword. Like, he needs to really soak in to the Barats, and that's just the first hero on the board for the side of Night Horde. When we're looking at Night Horde, yesterday they had some very fast games. Their first game was 10 minutes and 28 seconds, one of the fastest games we've had in the NACT regular season so far. We'll have to see how they kind of respond to it, though. It is going to be the Fredrin from Area 77 slotted into the jungle, so both of the teams are going to have some strong frontline compositions for the neutral objectives.
Yeah, I'm wondering, something also to point out is yesterday we saw them pick up the Kaja both games, and I think they really do a lot better when they put Jay on something a bit bulkier, on something, give him something like the Minnow, give him something with big set potential, give him something aggressive that he can pair well with Yureshi. I think Area 77 thrives off kind of, let's get aggressive, let's jump in their face, let's go for these team fights, and that's where they really kind of capitalize, and I think it's something important for them thinking about coming against the Night Horde here. Night Horde now with the response, though, needs 2 picks.
Harith. Do they go the Harith here?
Yeah.
It's a good counter over there for the carry. It's good for the Fredrin as well since he's up close and personal, but they're going to go ahead and flip the script. They're not going to go for their marksman at all right now. Is that the right decision? Time will tell, because it's going to allow the side of Area 77 to get ISO even more comfortable. One of those keys to victory that we mentioned when the draft started working in his favor. It is going to be the Nana alongside the X-Borg. The X-Borg, I feel like it's okay here, and the reason why is because there was a chance that Area 77 could have picked that up, and that would have been some great true damage to soak into the Barat alongside the carry who's already a counter for him. So I think that's a wise decision. It's definitely going to play into survivability, as the X-Borg's very hard to kill with the Faraga armor on top of that. But speaking about keeping things interesting, we're going to see Benedetta, the first pick of Benedetta for today's games.
Yeah, and it's a nice answer into the X-Borg, right? Because you can actually get behind the X-Borg. X-Borg's not able to kite you as well. You have a great job at clearing the distance. Now I think also when it comes down to team fights, Area 77 just needs something to kind of burst down the frog armor right away. We've seen how the Fredrin also works well against the X-Borg and kind of close the distance. So yes, Night Horde, they do kind of pick up a counter that can hurt the Barats, but it doesn't play that great into the composition of Area 77 here.
Yeah, I will say, though, with the Benedetta, it's very mobile. Even though it's going to get to the back line, they are going against a Nana. So, I mean, Nana does have that passive, that Molina's gift. When things get a little tricky, if the Benedetta somehow finds a way to the Nana, you still can possibly get away, which is going to be a little tricky. But you did make a great point. The X-Borg up against the Benedetta. You know something funny, though, here, Trex? This could maybe be an X-Borg in the jungle and a Barats in the XP lane. I don't think so with this composition, but we have seen the X-Borg profit in the XP lane. So I'd definitely say it provides a little bit of flexibility if they wanted to go that route. But I do think the strongest would be the X-Borg up against the Benedetta. Now, looking at the Night Horde, they still have a couple of options on the table. They can go for sustainability. They can run the Rafaela if they want to. The Valentina has been picked up for the side of Area 77, so they have to be careful on what they slot in that roam position. They don't want to have Marcuti profit. Marcuti mentioned he used to be a gold laner, now a mid laner, and he was one of my favorite gold laners back in the previous NACT because of not only being able to engage, but knowing when to disengage as well. And being in the mid lane, he's going to have even more of an impact for the team. There goes the Rafaela that we talked about, though. Survivability working in the Night Horde's favor.
Yeah, we used to call Marcuti the magician in the gold lane. Man was able to disappear on the Claude and make plays happen now in his rightful name in the mid side. But I like the Raf here, man. Night Horde just keeping things simple, not going too crazy. You have the X-Borg who's going to profit greatly off the Raf. You have the Barats who's going to profit greatly off the Raf. And you have this Mage who isn't like a Novaria, isn't someone that's going to be sitting in the back lane, you know? Nana doesn't have the greatest range and is also going to profit heavily off of this Rafaela. They seal the deal. They finish things off with a Clint. It's not the craziest marksman, but with a composition like this around it, it could profit. It could just kind of huddle down in the middle of all of these heroes and just layer out free shots. Now, there's the Kaja, though, a pick that could work in this comp, but I still kind of question it.
Yeah, me too, because I feel like they could have went a little bit more for either group CC or sustainability. Yeah. With the Kaja, though, single target CC, yeah, the Minnow would have been actually really good here. The Kaja, though, slotted here, I mean, he's going to have to focus in on getting a pickup. So he can grab the Nana, but the Nana has Molina's gift, so you got to keep that in mind. You also got to look at the Clint. Yeah, he has a little bit of that stun. He can possibly get away from there, but he's not as mobile, so that's going to be the main focus for the Kaja here, but he's going to have to go through a lot to get there. I think it's going to be a challenge, but they may be able to pull it off. The Valentina here, though, when you're looking at what ultimates that Marcuti is going to profit on, it's most likely going to be the last Insanity over there from the X-Borg. I mean, maybe takes the Detonus Welcome to get a setup to deny a play on the neutral objectives can be a possible option.
And let's jump into the first match of this series, the first of a best of 3. This is Area 77 going up against Night Horde. Will Night Horde continue their winning spree of 4, turn it into 5, And will Area 77 end their lose streak? It's definitely a match between these two. Let's jump back to the cams, though. A nice pause to bring up the hype. Now, I think it's a great time to kind of talk about compositions. The Kaja pick. You know, we've seen a few Kajas sprinkled out through NACT, and I think something we are seeing from the Kaja to where in the past it was always used to kind of target gold laners. Now it's used heavily inside of, it's used heavily for like Lord fights, turtle fights, to kind of pull these junglers away and give the opportunity for you to get the retribution over. So I think it could be something we see from JQT. I think his main two targets here are and Oh My Foe. Yes, if you can catch Momoya, if you can catch Momoya as well on this Rafaela, it's a bonus. But I think when it comes down to turtles, we got to keep an eye on him, targeting down Oh My Foe.
Yeah, and speaking of targets, when talking about Yureshi running on this Benedetta, his main focus is going to be out-rotating Sleepy on this X-Board, right? He's going to need to get to the minions, get a proxy on that side lane, and then create the opportunity elsewhere, like additional numbers on the neutral objectives, such as the turtle, or getting to that mid lane to clear up those minions to possibly get that siege. I think that'll be a good start for them if they want to focus on taking the early game. It's going to be interesting watching ISO in the goal lane up against R, the Clint versus the carry. Both of them kind of be playing into that more late game. I feel like the Clint is a little bit better in the early. Up against the carry, has a lot more range that he can work in his disposal. Carry is going to have to watch out for that. But something that is going to work in Area 77's favor is they have the Valentina. Marcuti has that Terrify inside of his kit, which means when you look at the side of Night Horde, I mean, you're looking at the Barat combo with Rafaela. I like to say that's like a Thanos collecting those Infinity Stones, snapping his finger to try and annihilate the enemy team. I think it works out really well, especially with the Barat. If he can get those neutral objectives, he's going to try and invade heavily, but it's going to be hard when you have that Valentina to be able to terrify you and provide a little bit of that constant CC on top of you. Now, JQT, he is going to have to come alive in the early game, right? He needs to find a way to get to R. He needs to get a suppression off. That's what we're going to be looking to see from the side of Area 77. And hey, Trex, I think we're jumping into the land of Dawn for the second time.
Yeah, I mean, I think you said that movement will be key for Area 77 in the laning phase in the mid game. We need to see movement from JQT, and I think also Yureshi on the Benedetta. You mentioned it, having the advantage, being able to rotate down. Night Horde does have a soft mid right now with the Nana and the Rafaela. If Area 77 can kind of capitalize on that, if Yureshi can make some movements, look for some, instead of ganking the off lanes, Yureshi moves to the mid and tries to get ganks on to Raf, on to Nana, put pressure on them and give Area 77 a strong early upswing. There's those audience predictions, though. Night Horde holding the lead 67%.
Yeah, 67%. Not the same as the caster's desk right now, where I'm the only one that kind of voted on their side. This is definitely going to be an interesting one to see. But you are seeing emblems pop up on the board. The Brave Smite picked up from the Barats will be very sustainable. We'll be able to get some of that skill regen. You are looking at it picked up from ISO as well to be able to sustain himself inside of the gold lane up against the Clint, who is running the Quantum Charge, so he'll be a little bit more mobile. He does have that flicker at his disposal as well to kind of close that distance or also escape on the tricky situations. But speaking of tricky situations, they are going to have to watch out over there from Marcuti. He does have this Valentina. He can proc up with that last insanity at any moment's notice if they're not careful. And then if he wants to put some CC in his kit, he can go in for that Detonus welcome of Oh My Foe.
Area 77 playing it safe. I want to kind of point an eye to... you can see from Marcuti taking the long route over to the CXP lane. Does not take the river. They need to be safe. You have to watch out for Molina's. You need to watch out for the Detona's welcomes. Also trying to get the surprise here down on the bot side and deny vision, but both teams, no one kind of making any early game craziness off rip. Yureshi is going to have the advantage moving into this fight here. Gets gobbled up from Detona's welcome. Fused up with the last the insanity. Marcuti able to secure the kill there. Oh My Foe actually getting the kill, but now Oh My Foe, a little bit of trouble, taking some damage. Tarzan Cutie does have an advantage over the turtle right now. Sleepy there, able to get a little bit of poke off. Oh My Foe going to move back towards his jungle here. Area 77 should be able to take this. Tarzan Cutie getting the first turtle.
Area 77 able to get the trade. It wasn't looking too good for them when it started, but they were able to sustain themselves on that turtle fight to be able to claim that first neutral objective. They did lose a member, though. First death goes to Yureshi over there, but on the top side, R.
A lot of damage onto R there. There's that suppression you were looking for, Wheezy.
Yeah, that suppression, JQT trying to find the opportunities. Running this Kaja is going to be looking for that Divine Judgment for the setups, but it's not going to be the easiest thing to pull off, especially with R running on this Clint. Does have that flicker, just needs to kind of watch out and keep his distance. Now, Looking at the side of Area 77, I would say with this first neutral objective, they're going to profit in their side laners, right? Their side lanes should be able to have a little bit more of an advantage as long as they can get these turtles, but you are seeing some aggression from ISO.
Oh, holy baptism. The team's a little too late. ISO forced to go back, but no, they're going to collapse onto R. R taking some damage. Tarzan looking for the finish, but Mark Cutie picks it up. Area 77 getting a nice kill onto the gold lane there. It's a 1-1, 200 gold lead.
That is huge, taking down the gold lane for the Night Horde. Not only did you find the first turtle to give you the additional XP boost, but now you have their gold laner at a deficit.
Yureshi having some issues up against Sleeps there, but the Fragga armor is gone. The 1v1 is true. Yureshi forced to run away, though.
Yeah, it needs to get out of there. I mean, the Benedetta up against the X-Borg, not your typical matchup that you see, but we kind of mentioned the Benedetta way more mobile, should be able to kind of clear those minions and get on the backside of that X-Borg when he's using those fire missiles. But you are seeing Area 77 trying to claim more an advantage. It's still 1-1 on the scoreboard. Both teams pretty even on gold. So I would still say this is anybody's game. With R falling, though, they need to be careful. If he takes another death here, ISO's going to get what he's looking for. I mean, he already has an assist. He's trying to get those power spikes to be able to deal that massive damage, especially soaking to Oh My Foe and Sleepy, more of these beefier composition heroes.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing about the Clint, right? Clint does really well if he can get those, first two items in quick and everything. But once he starts taking a death, unlike certain other marksmen that can maybe take a death and still scale pretty well, Clint will fall behind and start, it's going to be a problem if R takes another death and can't get involved in these fights early enough. It could be an issue. We are seeing him maybe rotate down for this fight, though. Both teams taking their time with this. JQT looking for the engage. Oh, does have it. The pull away, able to get suppression on Oh My Foe. This might be a free turtle for the side of Tarzan. Mark Cutie goes down to R, able to gank and pick up the kill in the mid side. Area 77 find the turtle, though. And now Tarzan moving in, looking for Sleepy maybe. ISO also playing the distance, but R able to poke away. R putting a kill on the map there is going to kind of be the saving grace from that death earlier.
Yeah, close but no cigar. Tarzan Cutie, though, with the invasion, taking a little bit of damage from... Oh, my foe, is he going to take this fight? He needs to be careful on the 3v1.
He's all alone right now. Him against the world, not stressing it.
Yeah, I was wondering. I was like, okay, is he going to turn around? Yureshi, though, one-on-one.
Yureshi able to get the tower. Going to maybe come in here. Oh, walks into the missiles, gets taken out. Sleepy picking up the kill.
Now you kind of got to question it. Was it worth it, though? Because you are going to be able to see Sleepy taking on the bot side now.
ISO in trouble here. Able to pop the speedy light wheel. JQT able to come in and help out. R unable to get the final hit. ISO risking his life right now for that minion. Is going to try to head back to base, though. The rest of the team here to help out. JQT does have the Retribution with him. Or the divine, the divine Retribution, right? Right?
Yeah, the divine judgment over there for
the divine judgment. The divine judgment. Divine judgment.
He might get a divine retribution if he goes in for a possible steal of these neutral objectives. That'll be fun to see. But you are going to see the 2v3 on the top side. Minions will fall. Look at the turret holding on to about 10% HP. R trying to do a little bit of chip damage to be able to burst it down. I mean, Night Horde did lose one turret on the bottom side, though, which means map advantage will go to the side of Area 77. R will even that out, though. Does claim the turret on the top side. We'll be able to push in these minions as well. And this is going to be what we call a stalemate between both teams.
Yeah, but look at Yureshi on the boss side, man. Just hammering in right now. Macro at its finest. Even though he takes a death, he has one goal and one goal only. Pushing that bot lane. A lot of damage on Sayori there. Area 77 delaying them and making sure they secure that bottom lane. And with Turtle coming, Lord's coming soon. That's going to be huge for Area 77. The conceal play now coming in. JQT able to find Oh My Foe. Oh My Foe chopped down. Quickly shredded from the speedy light wheel. Another target from Yureshi locked on to Sayori. Night Horde trying to back up. R looking for free shots, but the team is here. Here comes the last Insanity. Onto the backside, though. Unloading a nice bit of damage, but still not enough. Tarzan drops the Appraisal's Wrath. Unable to get the kill, though. Yureshi in, out, bobbing and weaving. And now Area 77 on the run. R on the chase. Needs to be careful here. Area 77 going to move on to the turtle now.
Yureshi, even though he has a couple of deaths on his side, looking like a true samurai out there, right? Focusing on these objectives. Cool, calm, and collective. There's a bot right there on the bot side. He is going to go ahead and take that tier 2 turret, which is going to increase the advantage that Area 77 has. Tarzan Cutie on top of that will be able to claim the sword. And a tier 1 turret on the top side from ISO, who's currently sitting with 2 assists. We talked about the carry, needing to get these core items to deal the damage necessary, especially against the beefier composition from Barat on Oh My Foe and Sleepy. I'd love to kind of see what items he has in store, but if I could see anything, I would definitely think it would be the Demon Hunter sword, maybe the Corrosion Scythe, maybe a Golden Staff. May be on the way in the making for him to be able to soak into that composition. But R, He did pick up a kill, but he was not able to kind of find his momentum as Area 77's focus and their pressure has been a little bit more dominating. And I think it starts with URESHI, right? Just being able to out-rotate, especially up against Sleepy on this X-Borg. He's able to not only take the tier 1, but the tier 2 on the top side. And look at the, speaking of 2, the double stack in the bush, waiting for the Divine Judgment. Momoy may step in there. You are seeing the items on the board, though. Corrosion Scythe and Golden Staff picked up from ISO.
Ooh, they called it, though. The Holy Baptism does lock on to JQT there, are able to get some free shots, but here comes the rest of Night Horde ready to back them up. Area 77 looks for a tower, but are unable to claim it.
Yeah, not able to claim it, but definitely a good try. Speaking of tries, though, conceal play.
Conceal, Jay looking for R, able to pull him back in. A lot of damage on R, the Terrify. The final blow does not connect. MarQt grabs the last Insanity, able to finally pick up the kill there, but now they're in a death zone. Area 77 lose MarQt for that kill. They find Sayori, though, so 2 for 1 plus the tower. Good math for Area 77.
Yeah, that math is definitely mathin' for the aliens right now. As they're having
good.
Major objective. They took that turret, and they only lost 1 turret so far in this entire game, which is the tier 1 on the top side. So right now, we can pretty much guarantee they have the early game under their belt as we are now hitting that 10-minute mark. Look at Tarzan QT. I mean, he's able to sustain himself against 3 members of Night Horde and the invasion for that orange buff.
Yeah, he's definitely becoming a problem. The last Insanity brings him down to about 20%. He's able to dash through the tower. URESHI now here. Electro final blow into the backside. Able to do some nice damage. Oh, my foe getting shredded from the speedy light wheel. ISO just getting away, but trying to chase out, flickers in and finds the kill. But he's going to get pulled in with the Divine Judgment, taking out JQT, picking it up. Sleeps now in trouble as well. A Melina Blitz comes in from MarQt, stolen away with the IMU, and Night Horde finally forced to back off gold laner for gold laner.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Both sides finding the marksman, able to get bursted down, which is an even trade. But it's not even on the map so far, as Area 77 still having the advantage. Not out of the ballpark for the Night Horde, though. They definitely can still contest. They have the Barats, they have the Raphael. They're definitely going to get beefier. We didn't see ISO pick up the Demon Hunter sword yet either. Once he does get that, though, it will be a little bit of a problem for Oh My Foe. We'll have to kind of be careful on frontlining a lot of that damage, especially when ISO is in the mix. But you are going to go ahead and see Area 77 start to pull the aggro of this Lord. It should be a little bit of a bait, but the focus from Night Horde, trying to clear these minions in the mid lane, trying to keep the separation for Area 77. But look at URESHI on the Benedetta. We talked about his split push potential. He's going to be joining this fight as well. So it's going to be a 5v5 engagement in the making.
And he's playing on the side lane. That wave is going to be crashing into the inhibitor soon. Night Horde going to give it up. They're going to try to move in, try to contest this Lord. They're giving up some of the macro for this fight. It's got to pay off. Oh, my foe able to take it, but it does. But now into the backside. Momoy down. Oh, my foe getting chopped low as well. URESHI QT able to find R. It's 3 members down, and ISO is popping off. Make it for Sleepy. All alone. He's the last one up. And Tarzan's not going to let him get away today. URESHI picking up the triple kill. Started at 0-2 and ending at 5-2.
That's right. You're going to see Area 77, a 5-for-none trade, and now marching down the mid lane. They have a Lord on the top side, though. We'll have to burst that out. A wasted opportunity from the Night Horde trying to turn this game around. That miscalculation is definitely costly, though. Area 77, they may not have enough time to close this out, but they're definitely going to be able to claim some more of these turrets as the tier 2 will fall in the mid lane. Holy Crystal picked up by MarQt as well. Now, it looks like they're going to pull their punches, though. I think this is the right decision. You know, they got what they came for. Going for a little bit more would be a little too risky for them. For the Night Horde, though, I mean, they got to have to play a little bit safer, play for a little bit later to be able to close this out. Here goes that play, though, that little slight miscalculation. URESHI getting Memorial. This led to a wipeout. We were talking about URESHI on this Benedetta, picking up that double. ISO gets one as well, finds Oh My Foe. MarQt finds Sayori, and then Sleepy all by himself on an island with Tarzan QT, and not where he wanted to be, as URESHI was the one to be able to get that kill for that triple. URESHI on fire, 5-2-2, highest kills in the game with the Benedetta. But look at the bush, 3-man play.
URESHI should be, oh my god, the damage on a Sayori will be able to get away with the Electro final blow. Tarzan able to lock on to Sleepy here. Sleepy looking for some chip damage. Area 77 going to back off. MarQt, you know, you would think immediately looking at the drafts that MarQt might go for the Molina Blitz, but has been using this last Insanity so well. And she gets the transform, so she gets a little bit of other skills as well with that, and able to kind of hunt down and just burst down the backside with it. Has just been capitalizing on that ultimate back-to-back.
Yeah, highest damage in the game, 50,000. Hold on. 3-man play. Is that 3? No, that's 2 in the bush. 3 because they have Marcuti on opposite side, so it will be a little even. Looks like Area 77 might go in for a pincer maneuver right here if Night Horde is not careful in the jungle. Now, we're now at the 13-minute mark. If they can hold off to the 16-minute mark, then Night Horde may be able to take these engagements up against Area 77, because once you get later in the game, the turrets won't matter. But speaking of plays,
Kona's welcome, locks on a Tarzan there. ISO, it'll pop out the speedy life wheel. Terrifying, oh my foe, and oh my foe is shredded down. Marcuti comes in with a last insanity, looking for the next target. Sleepy responds with one of his own. Tarzan now in a little bit of trouble, tries to drop the Appraiser's Wrath, but R takes him out too fast. It's 1-for-1. Area 77 still holding the lead, but don't want to push their luck any longer.
That's right, an eye for an eye leaves the world blind, and right there, you're going to see the last insanity have a heavy impact from Sleepy. First, you were talking about Marcuti using the IMU and opening up these engagements with that last insanity, dealing massive damage to the team, but this time around, it will go to Sleepy on the X-Borg, just showcasing how much damage this ultimate can provide for either side. We are going to see this Lord spawn in at the 13-minute mark. This will be a enhanced Lord, Luminous Lord, that both teams will need to try and fight for, and I think both of them can take this fight. You are looking at Area 77, though, up by over 4,000 gold, so they'll need to be a little bit careful on how Night Horde decides to engage, but it can still play. They see Sleepy.
Ooh, he calls it. He pops the last insanity just in time. Able to flicker through. They're trying to chase him down. They want to catch him. ISO, too much damage. Able to finish things up here. They're going to come in from the side there. They're okay. I gotta say this though, man, Night Horde, even at this 4,000, almost 5,000 gold deficit, they're still getting some matchups here and there. They're still getting some trades here and there. They're fighting like they know what they're doing. Area 77 does find that pickoff, so they'll be okay. This Lord is almost most definitely there. And now look at Benedetta on the boss side, gonna also take an inhibitor. I mean, bro, Yureshi's just been such an issue for Night Horde this game.
Looks like he's trying to take a page out of Milo's book. We've seen Milo get the backdoor play over there to close out their game yesterday, and that may be the same game plan for the side of Area 77. With this Benedetta, are going to have to keep an eye on Yureshi. He's been having such a heavy impact, 5-2-2 so far. Really good KDA, highest KDA in the game so far. Has been such a strong force. Look at Marcuti, though. He's using that IMU. He's grabbing that last insanity away from Sleepy. He's waiting for the opportunity for the 5v5 engagement to be able to engage and pretty much deal some massive damage to anybody on the Night Horde. Now, I will say with this Luminous Lord on the bot side and their inhibitor falling for the bottom, the base is open and is vulnerable. Area 77 looking to strike.
Yeah, I mean, they got that open side. They're going to try to take more inhibitors here. Tarzan going to kind of group up with the front team. The seal play does come out. JQT looking for the flicker in, able to pull one back and lock on to Oh My Foe. ISO didn't use the speedy light wheel, unable to get the true shred, but look at the damage on ISO. He's forced away. Same thing on Yureshi. Yureshi in trouble here. Able to flicker through. Immortality does pop, but they got what they came for. They take the inhibitor, and the Lord has crashed in. Look at the damage onto the crystal. Area 77 has laid waste and lost no one.
Yeah, didn't lose anybody. It was looking a little rough, but same with the base crystal, though. It got chunked very low over there. They were able to take that inhibitor in the mid, which means the last one standing is on the top side. Area 77 in a great position to possibly claim their first game up against the Night Horde. But the Night Horde, they've been doing some promising things as well. I wouldn't say it's a one-sided story. I think the Night Horde definitely can turn this around. They're going to have to kind of focus on taking these team fights, though, right? I mean, we see Sleepy kind of get picked off earlier. A great concealed play from Area 77 to get the numbers for that Lord play. So it's definitely going to be a battle of rotation and execution on the 5v5 classes. Speaking of classes, Orange buff. Battle over that does go to Oh My Foe. Tarzan for a setup on the Sleepy. Needs to get out of there.
Ooh. Frog Armor's bursted down. They're going to chase down Sleepy. A couple more hits. They're unable to get the final one on. ISO not able to get the kill there, but a close one at that. You know, Night Horde, if they can get rid of, if Night Horde can take out ISO, I think they could definitely, you know, maybe win a team fight here. R is definitely online at this point. We're seeing him unload. He's bursting down ISO. I think that's the answer for Night Horde, but how do they get to that? They don't have, you know, a big backline diver here, except for Sleepy, and it's still tough for him. He's not going to get the finishing blow onto ISO, you know?
Yeah, and on the opposite side of the table, Night Horde, very good at diving so far. I mean, Yureshi will definitely go in there with the like to find a blow. He had that immortality. He's able to dash through the wall at any given notice to escape and negate some of that CC as well. I will say, to get R, it's going to be a little hard, but JQT will have to get a Divine Judgment. JQT, 1-0-7. We talked about his Kaja, how we were wondering how it would kind of play into this, and he's been performing.
Ooh, they're going to try to make the push here. Last Insanity does come out. Unable to put out too much damage, though. Yureshi now looking for the angle. Conceal play from Jay. Able to lock on with Divine Judgment on my foe again. And the speedy light wheel shreds him down. Time and time again. ISO able to get the kill. Now Tarzan holding down the front side. Sleepy, Momoy, and R backing up. Maybe coming back out. But Area 77 already got the pick off. They took the retribution. And that's a good trade for Yureshi.
Yeah, high value target. A great play. Jay Cutie able to hit him with that Divine Judgment for the setup. But Night Horde, they look like they want to contest. They're going to have to be careful. I don't know. Sleepy has the Faraga armor. If he can get the last of sanity, may be a possibility, but it is very risky. Not sure if this is really the move.
Yeah, they can't go for it. ISO does take a lot of damage there. The Holy Baptism R gets the shutdown. This is their chance. Their one-shot R. Maybe looking for the attack here. Momoy knows it. Momoy knows the pressure's on the line. They got to try to move forward here. Tarzan taking a lot of damage. Shredded down. Looking for one last shot, but unable to connect. Sayori working for the angle. Flickers in. Gets the shot, but Tarzan walks away. Safely back to base. The Lord is out, but Night Horde still buys more time.
Yeah, buying time, but they need to be careful. Yureshi, though, looking for the setup with the Electro Final Blow. Here we go.
Ooh, Sleeps comes in with the last Insanity. Flickers in. Nice winter truncheon from Marcuti, but still gets the kill. Area 77 forced to back off. Yureshi now looking for angles, looking for ways out. Night Horde have bought themselves another Lord shot.
Yeah, I mean, their defense is coming alive at the 19-minute mark. Yureshi falling a little bit short. He tried to get that Electro Final Blow, not able to close the distance in time to get the setup to turn that fight in their favor, and that's where the Night Horde kind of profited. Now, a counterplay from them pushing through the mid lane. We'll take that tier 1 turret and a siege for the tier 2.
Their chances here. Night Horde have definitely dropped down the gold deficit. They're now taking towers, evening out the laning phase. The big problem is they have to keep someone at base. They have to keep worrying about these off lanes crashing in.
I'll tell you what, I'll lose it if we see another Benedetta backdoor play, but I have a feeling this may be one of those games. 14-9 so far. Area 77 leading in terms of kills, up by 9 turrets, up by 2 lords, 3 turtles. So far on paper, they've been able to dominate, but the later this game goes, these things will stop mattering. I mean, look at everybody. Full build. Thunderbelt, Endless Battle, Berserker's Fury, Blade of Despair, one more item working on over there for Clint. Carry, Sia Halberd, Corrosion Scythe, Windtalker, Golden Staff, Demon Hunter Sword, and the Malefic Roar. The full kit. Need to watch out. I mean, we see how fast ISO can chunk down Oh My Foe, especially with Jay Cutie in the mix with the Divine Judgment.
I mean, you know, towards the mid and early game, Jay Cutie has continuously picked off Oh My Foe with the Divine Judgment. We talked about how important that would be for these Lord fights, how important that would be for these turtles and, you know, neutral objectives overall. But now we're getting to a point where R is online. He's one item away from being max built out. We're seeing the damage he can commit onto Area 77. Jay might have to rethink the situation here. Taking out Oh My Foe might not win them the whole team fight.
I'll tell you what, our caster predictions are on the line. Look, I'm the only caster that said the Night Horde, and I need this one even more than they need this victory. But this is definitely entertaining to see. A very close game for both sides. Either way it plays out, some great execution, and it's looking very promising for the top 8 teams in North America with the level of skill that they have, especially at this late game, right? This is where it goes down to the wire. It goes down to just a matter of seconds. And a quick mistake can be costly, and that's what both sides are looking for, right? You're seeing them stack up, getting ready for this Lord to pop up, and this may be a possible game ender. Will we be able to see Jay Cutie get the Divine Judgment he's looking for on Oh My Foe? Will R come alive with this Clint, who we don't typically see in the gold lane, but now, as Trex mentioned, getting to the late game build can be the difference that the Night Horde can lean on. Lord in play, aggro being pulled in Area 77. Gonna go ahead and make work of it, trying to bait out the Night Horde to go in there. But look at the top side. Look at Yureshi. Look at Marcuti. Waiting for an opportunity. Or a backdoor play. As X4 goes up there, he might want to be careful. I mean, minions are not in the favor right now for the Night Horde. And you're going to see Area 77 start to try and work on this Lord, but a contest from Night Horde on the way.
Yeah, I mean, Area 77 now knows they have to be careful. They can't bully anymore. The gold is now, you know, deficits, pluses don't really matter. We're going to get into the juggling phase of items at this point. You're actually still holding down the top side, but Lord is being rushed, and the stun comes in. Oh My Foe able to take it, but Jay Cutie able to get the Divine Judgment, but he's quickly rushed to safety with his team, forced to use Taona's Welcome just to get away, but it's okay. They got it. They got the Lord, and they're able to bide more time, maybe even turn the lanes around.
And that worked in favor just from having Yureshi split pushing, taking these minions, and also being very mobile to get back to the Lord. when needed to take that fight. Overall, some great utility provided over there from the Benedetta, showcasing some mastery over there. Samurai in the making. The Night Horde now has to kind of be careful up against Area 77. They do have an advantage with this Lord in their favor, though. Is going to push forward. Area 77 trying to defend. Looks like Yureshi will not be able to get the split push he was looking for, though.
Okay.
And Night Horde may be able to close this out if they're careful.
Ooh, Jay up in the top side in the 1v1, actually having trouble. Almost goes down. Lord going to be crashing in. Jay forced to go back to base. I think he lost his immortality up on the top side there. Base is crushed in. The Detona's welcome. Locks on. ISO taken out. Able to just get away back to the base. But no, Sayori gets the final blow. And Marcuti is being decimated as well. The base is laid waste to. Night Horde takes game number 1.
Game number 1. A great play to be able to turn that around in their favor. Area 77, a small mistake was costly. And Night Horde now having the slightest advantage in this series, 1-0. Match point. Area 77 needs to be careful. I mean, this was a very close game. Honestly, I feel like both sides were pretty even on the micro and macro. It just really boiled down to the team fighting, right? We saw Yureshi trying to find the opportunity, trying to get the split push, but a good rotation over there at the last second to be able to stop him. Sleepy just doing a really good job on that X-Borg, as you are now seeing Area 77 on the back end. Night Horde, 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, Night Horde bides time, right? They bide enough time. They're able to pull it off. They're able to do what they need to there. And towards the end, we start to see where the Kaja was so profitable in the early to mid game, but eventually not having a front liner because they have to use Yureshi to split push, which, I mean, is the right play, but they were unable to kind of take control of those Lord pits in the end. You have Oh My Foe holding down the front side. You have the rest of the team. You have the sustainability. And there was just nothing. Pretty much they just got completely denied of even contesting for those Lords.
Yeah, I mean, oh man, I just love to see it. I like the games that go after the 20-minute mark. A lot of these matches we've been seeing so far has been like 15 below. But once you get to that 20-minute mark, man, it's a battle of the greatest versus the greatest right there. Micro and macro excellence. And I would say both of those teams definitely showcased that. I think game number 2, it's really hard to break down and say, oh, this is exactly what they need to do, because there's a lot of right. Yeah. There's more right in that game than there was wrong from both sides, in my opinion. But I really think Yureshi with the split pushing, he's definitely got to keep that up. I think they were just able to get that last Lord play last second. Maybe it was the Kaja play, right? Not able to get the setup he was looking for at the last second to deny that Lord over there from the Night Horde.
Yeah, R came on along. I think the big thing was it was kind of a battle of time for both teams, and Night Horde were able to bide the time, right? They got to a point where their composition was just kind of outscaling a bit in terms of defense and an offense. And yeah, Area 77, if they could have just closed it out maybe in the last big Lord push, and then they lost the one Lord too, or when they got the Lord, they got I think the big game-changing moment was that one fight where Retribution was down on the side of Night Horde. They still went for the engage. And then R comes online and they get a couple kills there, and they risked it, right? They went for the risk. They went for the team fight there, knowing they weren't able to take the Lord, but maybe went out in a fight, and they capitalized on it. And that was the big upswing for Night Horde, where everything started to change in their favor.
That's right. We say high risk, high reward, and sometimes you get the high reward. Definitely helped them claim that victory, which is huge for them. I would say Area 77, though, we got to keep in mind they're sitting at that 6th position, Night Horde at the 4th position. And Area 77, it looked like they were both tied for 4th place after seeing that game with how close the macro and micro was. So we're going to be swinging on over to our post-game stats. You are looking at the Night Horde as a collective, 11, 14, and 28. But I feel like this doesn't even really paint the full picture just because of how late the game was. It just boiled down to the team engagements, right? Who could kind of manage those minions and push for that neutral objective for the finish.
Yeah, I mean, well played by both teams, and I mean, if there's a series tonight that feels like it could go all the way to match 3, this could definitely be it. It seems we got the API going, everything's in now. The players, we can see their stats, everyone's correct, and in the end, I mean, just a wonderful series. And one of the funny things is Night Horde didn't even end up securing all the towers. Area 77 cleared them clean, all 9 towers. But Night Horde just hangs on, man, and that's the difference between, you know, the boys and the men. Can you be at a 5,000 gold deficit and still turn things around?
Well, that's what we're going to be kind of paying a close eye on for game number 2. Where does Area 77 go from here? As you are seeing a couple of Area 77 members on the board, actually just one. three of them being the Night Horde. Rich Guy will go to R over there on that amazing marksman role. Carry will be Marcuti himself, once a gold laner, now a mid laner. Sandbag is going to be Oh My Foe, and then the Forgotten One going over to Momoe with 9 assists.
I mean, just well played. Let's look at the head-to-head. Oh My Foe versus Tarzan. Tarzan definitely not getting a bunch of kills, plenty of assists, and Oh My Foe, here's the big paint the picture, right? 4 deaths, but still able to output more damage to Tarzan and just be there when needed and willing to even take a death for the team. And that was something I think that the side of Area 77 ended up lacking in the late game. They went for a hyper-aggressive EXP laner. They went for a more of a support roamer, and all they really had was Tarzan to hold down the front side, and that's where Night Horde ended up coming on top. They have the export, they have the Barats, they have all these things that can kind of open up these matches for them.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you about playing to the late game, which leaned in the Night Horde's favor. I mean, even Area 77, they were looking very promising. Me and you both were kind of wondering about that Kaja pickup and how it would have slotted in against the opposing composition, and it worked out really well. I really feel like JQT got some great setups. He got to get a lot of times Oh My Foe, and then quickly getting bursted down over there by ISO with this carry led to them being able to take some of these neutral objectives. So I think a couple of things definitely went in their favor, but they have to be able to close it out when they have the advantage. There was multiple moments where they had the opportunity to be able to close that game out, and the defense from the Night Horde is what kind of scaled through. You talked about when they took down Oh My Foe, when they didn't have the retribution, they still decided to take that fight. And speaking about taking that fight, we are now jumping into the draft. Game number 2, Night Horde, currently at match point Area 77, needing to win this or they'll be facing a clean sweep.
I mean, it could definitely go either way. This time, Area 77 on the blue side, right? Gonna have first pick. Gonna have a slightly different drafting route here on the way they want to take this. They're gonna go for the Fermis ban up front. Now, honestly, I don't think that either team exactly needs to change their draft a lot. I think both teams came in with clean drafts, clean objectives. You said, like, what do we even say to change? I don't think either team has to change too much. I think it just comes down to execution and how they do this throughout the game,
No, I agree with you. Now, I think that we can both agree that they know how to execute, especially after the last game. The draft was good. I like both sides. I was questioning the Kaja, but hey, he was able to pull it off, so definitely no issue over there. Now, the bans are on the table. Fermis and the Ruby being taken off the board for the side of Area 77. On the side of Night Horde, it will be the Barat. Tig is still a viable option. We are seeing the Navario and the Vexana be some good pickups as well. It's also interesting about the Tig. He's just been such a strong pick. He got a recent nerf, but I still don't think it's really going to affect him. They limited his CC with his implosion to where it doesn't last as long, and he can't use his ultimate as often. But I do think that Tig is still a very strong pickup and worth the ban, in my opinion. I don't know if he'll be something that's guaranteed first pick, but definitely a strong option if left unchecked.
Yeah, he definitely has some opportunity in the current meta. I think one of the great things that we've been seeing in NA overall is just kind of the variety that we've been seeing in the roaming position, from the heavy CC tanks to teams not scared to go for more of the support meta, things like the Raph. Like, the Raph has been a very popular pick here, which it's not something we've been seeing all over the place. Just a lot of teams have been favoring into it. The Barat's going to be banned out this time, and that immediately kind of changes things here. Last game, we didn't see it. So both teams are going to be forced to maybe approach these drafts differently, and it could be a much different game than what we saw last time.
Yeah, definitely could be a much different game. I mean, we are going to see some of those staple marksmans free for grabs. The carry could definitely be a viable option. The Mathilda does get banned out. This time, Tig does walk, though. So, I mean, hey, do they pick him up? I mean, I think it would be a very strong option. I don't know if it'll be first pick, though, because he's easily countered. You're going to go ahead and see CC locked in on the board for the side of Area 77, which is going to provide some great mobility, kind of similar to the Benedetta, right? Able to rotate around, very hard to catch, and creates the split push opportunity for the neutral objectives, which we saw have such a strong impact, especially in the late game.
Yeah, this is where Yureshi thrives, right? You don't always see him on the heavy control EXP laners. We see him on those fast-moving, aggressive, damage-dealing EXP laners. So CC is definitely right up his alley. Night Horde, knowing the possible shred coming from that, quickly firing back with the Angela here. Do they lock in the carry next just to kind of, keep their damage, keep their sustain right up front?
Hey, I'm going to throw this out there. I would definitely say pick up a Valentina and pick up a Tig. No, Tig? Valentina and Tig for Area 77, because if they get both, then they have the Heart Guard from the Angela to be able to keep their team alive, and they have the group CC. They know they're not going to run a Diggy because they just picked up a Vexana. So I think that is their strongest option here. Yeah, I think they can afford to wait to pick their jungler to the second half of the draft. I don't know if they're going to take this opportunity. This is something I would personally do if I was their side, but they're going to go in for some damage, going to go in for that Nolan who was left unchecked in the ban phase. We've seen him deal a lot of damage, not just in the NACT regular season, but today specifically have such a strong impact.
There's some danger here, though. I'm wondering, Nighthorde, does Nighthorde fire back with the Joy here? Because Joy Angela is definitely, like, can be scary at times. Joy hasn't had, like, the best games in NACT, but in the right hands, it is definitely something to fear. Tarzan on the Nolan. Last game I casted with Area 77, this pick was open and Tarzan didn't go for it, but Tarzan, like in the past, it wasn't unheard of for him to play assassins, you know, kind of back to his Western roots here. And now he's kind of heavily favored in the utility. So excited to see how he's going to play on this. Does he still got some oil in his joints to move around quick, you know?
Speaking about moving around quick, we are going to see Area 77 pick up that Lu Yi. Now, we've seen Lu Yi kind of showcased from a couple of other teams. I think this is the first time we've seen Area 77 with it, though. Lu Yi is one of those heroes that provides a lot of great CC, especially early in the game for some initial setups. It can help the Nolan, especially when you're seeing Nighthorde try and stack around for these neutral objectives. But speaking about heavy hitters, something that's a little bit more common in the Land of Dawn, who's been making such a heavy impact in the XP lane. Sleepy, going to pick up that Paquito.
Yeah, and that's something that can punish Lu Yi, right? Punish a low mobility mage like Lu Yi, a squishy kind of glass cannon mage like Lu Yi. I think what's going to be big for Nighthorde is making sure that Paquito is moving early on. Just like we see Yureshi move early on, Paquito needs to be kind of trying to get involved in these team fights and targeting down on a Marcuti on this Lu Yi.
It's going to be a problem, too, because Sleepy can also rely on the Angela, right, to be able to keep him alive. If he decides to dive into a turret, he not only provides his own shields, but then he also has Angela to keep him alive in these engagements. And we still have yet to see who the jungler is going to be for the Nighthorde. I mean, they don't have the strongest frontline composition so far. They only really have to lean on the Paquito, creating that opportunity, which is more of that dive, trying to get to the backline for the pickoff. So I think maybe something like a Kai may be a possible option here, a Boxia, maybe something of that nature, something that can provide the frontline presence in the jungle would be beneficial for the Nighthorde. When you're looking at Area 77, though, we are going to have to figure out who they're going to be running in that roam position. They have a lot of damage, right? They have frontline as well, not only with the Nolan who can get that instant burst damage, but also with that CC who can be a little bit of that gnat that you can't swap away as how mobile she is. You really need something like a Kaja to grab her, because if you don't have that much CC, she's just going to be very hard to deal with.
And there goes the Joy ban from Area 77, the just in case ban right there. Like, if Nighthorde wanted to go full damage, like just lock in Paquito, Vex, Joy, pair up the Angela with it, and just try to steamroll in, the possibilities were there. They deny that. So now I think it's definitely, we have to go utility here, right? We have to just go for maybe something like the Basha, maybe something like the Akai. They could get real crazy. I mean, don't get me wrong, Area 77's lineup is pretty squishy right now. If there was a time for Nighthorde to kind of flex something in the jungle here, this could be it. They're going to lock in the carry in gold lane and kind of keep us guessing.
You know, it's funny. I was about to say, we haven't seen a single marksman ban this entire game. And they're going to go ahead and pick up the carry first for the Nighthorde. Now, let's talk about the carry a little bit, right? The carry is not one of those mobile marksmans. It's very situational. You have to be careful on dive compositions, and you have to watch out for the Nolan and the CC, who can get back to that carry a little bit easier than some other heroes. Now, Carrie is one of those staple marksmen, deals a lot of damage. I mean, it's no secret. We've seen her pretty much every single game of the NACT regular season. The Harith is usually picked up against it. Can be an option. It would be a lot of magic, though, over there for the side of Area 77 if they want to do that. They could also go in for something like the Claude. The Claude has not been banned out. Can definitely play for survivability. We know the marksmen are a little bit squishier, but no! They're going to do it! They're going to pill out that Roger. We talked about the Roger right before the stream started. Me and Trex are having a conversation about this showcasing in the international scene. We've seen, what was it, Basic pull out the Roger as well?
Basic pulled it out. I think Basic kind of pulled it out as a bit more of like a, let's do this for fun. But we are seeing it get picked more and more and more, and it just adds to the kill pressure that Area 77 has right now. You know, you have the CC, you have the Nolan, now you have the Roger, and they put a nice bulky tank up in the front side. A lot of wombo combo potential here. Like a lot of just, if you get caught off, you are going down. Nighthorde just feels a little more kind of rounded out, a little less risk. But if Area 77 pops off here, it is dangerous.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, I like the interesting grab from Area 77. It's not something you normally see though. So in terms of it being a synergized composition, I don't really see the synergy there. I think the skill level is there from the players to be able to pull it off. You can get a Minoan Fury. You can have Marcuti possibly proc some CC on top of that. Maybe ISO rushes in with the Leak and Pounce to get some early kills. I mean, the Roger's one of those marksmans that can be very early and aggressive if you're not careful. Kind of like the Martis, right? When you have a Martis on the opposing side, when you're low HP, you gotta back off, man. You can't keep taking that fight, and that's what we're gonna see today with the Roger as well.
All right, it's match point for Night Horde right now, trying to keep Area 77 on a losing spree and continue their wins. Can Area 77 take us to a game number 3?
And that's the million-dollar question right there. Area 77 on their 3rd loss in a row. They lost twice yesterday up against FIENDS, and now losing their first match today up against the Night Horde. Night Horde on a 3-win streak right now. 2 wins up against LEGACi, and then winning game number 1 for our second series of today. Area 77, they put off a good showcase of their skills in game number 1, but ultimately in the late game, they were not able to close it out. Night Horde was able to take that Lord and push through their base crystal at that last minute. So I will say for Area 77, if they can find a way to take the early game advantage, they got to be able to hold on to that momentum, and not only hold on to it, but capitalize on it and find a way to close it out early.
And the audience predictions seem to have swapped over to Area 77. I'm wondering if that was a mess up or what, but people are starting to feel they had a good game last game. Maybe they think there's some possibility here. You know, I want to talk about this Roger pick a little bit. You know, you do, I think against the carry it could do okay. You have some poke when he's in his human form. You have some possibilities there. He should be able to get his last hit on minions. He has some escapability. And then when it comes down to some of these Lord fights and things, there's also possibilities for him to kind of reap the benefits, you know. Look for those low target heroes and just kill them. Take them out. And like I said, just Area 77 just has pressure on their team right now. Similar to last game, Area 77 needs to try to look for the snowball here and end game.
Yeah, and right now, Night Horde not looking to give him an opportunity, especially knowing that ISO has that early game marksman that can definitely deal some damage up against R running the carry, who's that late game marksman. So a couple of polar opposites on the board. Now, over there for the side of the Night Horde, they are running this Akai in the jungle, so he should be able to hit that heavy spin and have an easier time with the neutral objectives over Area 77.
Sayori predicts it. Marcuti able to take the turtle, though. Does go down for that one. Sleepy able to get first blood. Now Tarzan on the run. The Guardian's going to be chasing him down. But still, I love the prediction from Sayori. Sees the moment Marcuti pokes face out of the bush, down comes the Terrified, down comes the Guardian. Marcuti's still able to pull it off, though.
Yeah, a big play. No retribution needed for him right there. Gets it over Oh My Foe, who is directly under the turtle. Mind you, with the Sakai, need to be a little bit faster with that retribution. Area 77, though, they need these slight victories to be able to even out this series, right? I mean, right now, Night Horde did take the first kill, though. That is going to go over there too Sleepy on this Paquito. That XP laner that we've seen kind of dominate this NACT spring season. He is going up against Yureshi, though, who's very mobile, who's able to out-rotate him. Play on the mid side.
Momoy uses the flicker just to get away there. Tarzan putting pressure on the mid, but I'm wondering, like, should we be seeing some maybe pressure onto the gold lane here? We saw our last game. Once R got enough time, R pops off. And this time, you have Roger here. Just Lux in the Haas Claws, a little bit different than usual. Sometimes we've been seeing Roger sometimes go for the Thunder Belt first. So going a bit more aggressive on the side, just kind of complementing the rest of the aggressive composition from Area 77.
And on the opposing side, R is going to pick up the Thunder Belt, probably going to go in for an endless battle as well. So he's trying to play sustainable. He knows Roger ISO is on the hunt.
Most definitely. And speaking of hunts, Night Horde also here trying to hunt down this purple buff. Oh My Foe doesn't want to give it up for free. And this is the problem when you're on the jungle, right? And Oh My Foe on this Akai could become an issue. Here comes Ice, though, in wolf form. Able to lock down onto Oh My Foe. A lot of damage connects, but the heavy spin able to help him get away. Night Horde unable to take the purple buff, forced to go back to their own jungle.
That should just be illegal right there.
The diversion play. They may be able to steal this purple buff as well. Oh My Foe walks over. He's like, wait, what are you guys doing here? Tarzan picks up the kill. Well played from Area 77 there. Sleepy now, looking for the angle. Sayori there as well. They're going to get the knock up onto Sleepy. Sleepy trying to lock onto Tarzan, but Tarzan able to dash away and move on to the turtle.
He was able to get it. He got the steal, so he lost his purple buff, but a response back, taking the Night Hordes. And now in the mid lane, massive damage.
Yeah, a lot of damage. Now down goes the turtle. Area 77 feeling comfortable, but it's still a very close game. ISO versus R. I'm excited for this matchup, Wheezy.
Yeah, I'm excited as well. I mean, R needs to be careful, though. He's not as mobile. He does have the flicker to work with, though, so he has a little bit of survivability. But Roger with that leak and pounce, he can definitely close that distance when you're low, and you have to watch out for the rotations, the ganks, right? I mean, there's a diversion on play with the Lu Yi from Marcuti. I mean, you've already seen him go to that purple buff. It's only a matter of time before he puts that focus into the gold lane.
I think the Haas Claws is a smart move, man. So many, I've been seeing a lot of builds we've been seeing is like Thunderbelt, you know, Corrosion Sight, things like that for extra slowdown. But something that Roger kind of has trouble with in these trades against other marksmen is, you know, not able to survive it out and not able to output the amount of damage when you go for that Thunderbelt. But now he's able to sustain with the Haas Claws, plus he gets the damage bonus. He gets the possibilities of crit there or whatever. So, I mean, he gets some speed. I think it's a good answer there. Look at him. He's constantly getting his health back. He's comfortable in that gold lane right now.
You know, speaking of lanes, though, bot side, Yureshi not able to kind of rotate around as freely as game number 1 with that Benedetta. You're looking at Sleepy doing a good job, not only leading by 1 kill over him, but rotating around and keeping him on his toes. Look at Sleepy waiting for a play, waiting for a misstep from Area 77, but they do have the numbers. The diversion play.
Oh, but he walked into the bush. R walked into that bush on his way out, saw it coming. So he's safe, but we see the possibilities from Marcuti there, Weezy.
We just talked about this too, man. That's a little bit of that caster curse. We got to be careful what we say up on this desk. But you are going to see Area 77 still trying to hold that momentum. I will say, though, I feel like they have to close this out early because the later this game goes with composition, I feel like it'll lean more in the favor for the Night Horde.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think as we get into late game, there becomes an issue. One thing that will scale for Area 77, though Yureshi's having trouble right now, I think the CC may outscale the Paquito as we creep into late game. Paquito's going to have a great mid-game spike, but eventually it's going to fall off. The damage isn't going to be as present. Nice Minoan's Fury, plus the knock-up on Oh My Foe there. Plus the yin-yang. Ooh, a lot of damage. Yureshi able to pick up the kill on Oh My Foe, but now Roger, or J Cutie, goes down. Yureshi looking for the shred. Tarzan as well. It's a 2-for-1. Night Horde coming out on top.
Yeah, able to take down the jungler too, which means they have both junglers will fall, so there's no retribution here. Yureshi and Sleepy fighting on the bot side. Top side though, 1v1 matchup.
ISO versus R under the tower. R takes the tower and gets away safely.
But just oh,
Marcuti finds Sleepy. Nice play. I mean, just back and forth right now, Easy.
You blink for a second, and there's engagements from both sides of the map today, both lanes. On the top side, though, you're looking at R taking the advantage, looking like he's the early game marksman, able to take that turret away from Ice on the Roger. It's going to hit him hard, especially as they're leaning on him, having that presence in the early game, but it's just not showing up right now.
The turtle trade still going on. This is a long turtle right here. Nobody's completely gone in on Oh My Foe, forced to use the heavy spin to get away. This should be a free turtle for the side of Area 77, holding a small gold lead here.
Yeah, they had to use that hard guard to save Oh My Foe. I feel like a little too premature on those ultimates right there. They could have played it a little bit safer, waited for the opportunity, but now Area 77 will make the most out of the situation, will claim their first turret of the game, tier 1 on the bot side, to even out the turrets overall. But Area 77's, in terms of objectives, 3 turtles in. Night Horde not able to take a single one.
I mean, we'll see what they can do. I mean, at this point, Area 77, they lost some towers up top, but with this gold lead, a lot of damage on a Sayori in the mid side. ISO doesn't go for the dive, but still they need to turn this into towers. They have the movement. They're going to use this diversion. That's exactly what they're doing up onto the top side now. Pushing Sleepy away, use their movement to the advantage, and they're doing a textbook. Night Horde having a little bit of trouble keeping up with it.
Yeah, having trouble keeping up, but even with the diversion plays, Area 77 having trouble getting a kill off of it. But you can definitely tell the idea is there, and you have to watch out for it. Night Horde looking like they're starting to adapt, playing a little bit safer, expecting the unexpected with the Lu Yi on the playing field. Now the battle over the mid-river and the yin-yang.
Marcuti able to use the duality on a Sayori there. Get the proc. Now we're looking for the diversion. Back up to the top side maybe. Looking for the pick on. Ooh. They're going to move behind Sleepy here. Only one goes, though. They send Yureshi off. Handle that. We're going to go back down to the mid.
Yureshi's like, hold on. What's going on right here? But you are going to go ahead and see 3-3 on the board. Both teams even the kills with 2,000 gold lead for Area 77.
Most definitely a lot of damage on Oh My Foe. Marcuti picking up the kill. And now Area 77 is hitting a spike of their own right now. The damage is definitely starting to happen.
Yeah, it's happening. They're putting up that fight similar to game number 1 with both teams having some good micro and macro. ISO yet to find a kill so far on this Roger, but I mean, in these 5v5 engagements, I feel like that's when he's going to really shine, right? That Lycan Pounce is going to come out of nowhere, and the Night Horde is going to have to watch out for it. But Mark Cutie,
Mark Cutie stays looking for something, always on the hunt. Has to go back to base this time, though. Night Horde, you know, it's very similar to last time. Even when Night Horde's behind, the threat is still there. They know how to make a play happen at any moment.
it's like they're behind, but they're playing like they're ahead, and you gotta love to see it. Their confidence is definitely what makes them shine over a lot of teams. Oh My Foe, though, he's had a little bit of trouble getting these retributions off. We've seen Mark Cutie steal a turtle from him, even when he was directly under it. Roger just picked up the Berserker's Fury, is going to have some crit now to watch out for. See how we're picked up from Tarzan for some anti-heal, ready to take this fight. The Night Horde, though, on the other side, doing some good rotations, able to maintain some pressure in the lanes, which is forcing Area 77 to kind of have to rotate around on the split push.
We still haven't really seen ISO hit like full proc just yet, right? We haven't really seen him hit his peak just yet, and I'm wondering if or when he's going to pop off.
Diversion.
Yureshi, though, has definitely come up on top. There's a diversion onto several members. The knock up on Oh My Foe. Oh My Foe goes down. Night Horde now here to maybe help out, but they decide not to force the engage. It's 4v5. Sleepy looking for an angle. Tarzan able to take the Lord. Yureshi zoning them back, diving in unfazed.
High IQ play over there from Mark Cutie, rotating around with the diversion into the bush, dealing some massive damage, taking the neutral objective. Lord now marching on the bot side. Night Horde forced on defense.
Yeah, Area 77 feeling comfortable under the tower right now. Ooh, the duality locks in, stuns him up for just a second. ISO starts reaping the benefits, finding Sayori there, looking for another target. R has the heart guard, is safe. Mark Cutie able to take out the tower. Area 77 now moving up to the top side. They're getting as much as they can out of this. Tarzan able to dash through, get the juke onto Sleepy. Here comes the rest of Area 77 from the side. Oh My Foe able to get the heavy spin, pin down onto Mark Cutie. This is trouble. This is trouble. Mark Cutie still able to get away safety, but no. R finds the kill. Oh My Foe goes down though. ISO now finally popping off, finding the kills. He's 1-0-1 right now. And Area 77 are laying waste to the outer rim towers.
Yeah, Area 77 able to claim even more victories in these small skirmishes, increasing their presence on the map so far. Now up 5 turrets to 1 compared to the Night Horde, who's yet to find a response back to this aggressive playstyle with the diversions provided by Mark Cutie.
ISO in trouble here, but Tarzan able to help out just in time. Sleepy almost dead, has to go back to base. Gets the hard guard to save his life.
Yeah, able to save his life, able to take another fight. Diversion out from Mark Cutie, rotating to the mid lane as well. Night Horde, it was such a close game for a second, but now down by 6,000 gold at the 12-minute mark. This just shows you how quickly things can turn around when you have a crit Roger on the opposing side, able to kind of get in at a moment's notice when he stacked up with Mark Cutie for the diversion play. I mean, that's how they pretty much were able to turn that fight in their favor for that Lord play. The Night Horde, they have yet to find a counter response to it. I mean, I do feel like this is only going to work for so long. If they can hold off to about that 16 to 23 minute mark for the side of the Night Horde, that's when I think Area 77 is going to have a little bit of an issue. When they don't have to really worry too much about turrets, but they have to worry about the team fights. As long as they can stack up as a group and play a little bit safer around these bush plays, they should be okay. But for Area 77, it doesn't look like they're looking for that opportunity for them.
Damage from Mark Cutie is insane. Sleepy taking the brunt force of it. Tarzan able to lock in. Comes Say Cutie with Nolan's Fury, and they're going to take him out. Sleepy goes down. Momoy now in trouble, forces a flicker, but Yureshi jumps right on top of him. Momoy looking for safety, but can't find it. Yureshi gets the kill. Make it a spree. Oh My Foe uses the heavy spin, but forced to go back to base, and now Area 77 are breaking in.
Yeah, breaking in, and the Night Horde looking like they need to up their security package as they're having trouble faring off against Area 77 so far in the late game. And now the siege.
Ooh, a lot of damage on a Sleepy. Yureshi into the backside. R goes down next. Area 77 popping off. It's a double kill for Yureshi. Looks like we could be doing it. 1 minion to rule them all. And Area 77 trying to close the distance. They don't have it. They got to move back up to the top inhibitor, buying Night Horde a little bit of time there. ISO gets the tower. They're going to move on to the base, and this should be it. We're going to a game number 3.
A huge play for Area 77, landing on the moon with this match, able to take us to a game number 3. stepping up to the occasion with the unorthodox lineup, running the Lu Yi paired up with the Roger. Who would have thought we would have seen it, but we have seen it today, and it has profited.
Roger's back, baby, and I'm happy for it. It's not every day we get to see some, new picks coming in, and Roger and Lu Yi are here. It's now been confirmed in NACT as well as other MPLs around the world, and I mean, it's exciting. It's nice to see, and the thing is these two heroes add some different layers to things, especially the Lu Yi. I think she's been theorized. She's been a hero that a lot of us have wondered how she can work, and mages are making it work around the world right now.
And I'm willing to bet this is one of those compositions that they worked out and they've been practicing off the scene, because I mean, when you actually think about it, it's just really good. It actually is synergized because you have the diversion, you can get the Minoan Fury. If you take the Minotaur with you, that's an instant group set. If you take the Roger with you, as long as if there's a 5v5 or 5v3 engagement on the Lord Pit and you guys are split, you can teleport there at any given moment and burst them down. And that's what we've seen. As soon as Roger got that Berserker's Fury, that crit came alive and they're able to deal that massive damage. The rich guy going over to Tarzan Cutie, the carry. Sleepy himself, Sandbag will be Oh My Foe, and Jay Cutie leading the way, 7 assists as the Forgotten One.
Area 77 tying things up. Let's take a look at the head-to-head once again. Oh My Foe did not have the greatest game. 0, 6, and 3. Just unable to really supply for his team, and Yureshi's able to kite away from the heavy spin. Also, if you get hit by the duality from the Lu Yi, even when you're in heavy spin, you still get pulled into the rest of your teammates. You're unable to really make that engage. Tarzan with the dashes, just the whole team just kind of able to play around that very well.
Yeah, some great execution from Area 77, showcasing that, hey, we were a top 4 team previously in North America, and we're looking to make a statement today. The Night Horde, currently, ironically enough, is the team that's holding on to that number 4 position, and it looks like Area 77 wants to rip that title away from them. Overall, a really great game. Now jumping into my favorite portion of the series, jumping into a game number 3, is Area 77 stepping up to the occasion.
Definitely. I mean, first game 3 of the night. Hopefully not the last. We'll see. We had a feeling this was going to be a good series. And Area 77, almost won game 1 and comes into game 2 once again very aggressive, hyper aggressive. This is where we like to see them. And it's not only one of the things that they're doing so well with isn't only their micro, but their macro as well. We saw it in game 1 with Yureshi, and we see it in this game using Marcuti and the diversion to play around. And we were worried about their scaling, but Yureshi, even though he had a rough start, once the CC got online, it was so viable to all of those team fights.
I would even say the same thing for Izo, because we didn't really see him dominate in the gold lane for a while. I really feel like once he didn't have to stay in the gold lane, once Marcuti was able to use the diversion and take him to the team fights, I think that's where the Roger started to profit more. So it looks like that's maybe the game plan around all this, is instead of trying to win the 1v1 fight, yeah, you can be early aggressive with the Roger. They're not worried about it. They just want to wait until that mid game where they don't have to stay in that gold lane, where they can rotate to these neutral objectives. And that's when the Roger starts to really showcase his power. And honestly, I really did not see an answer for it. As soon as Roger was in the team fights, you just seen him instantly leak and pounce onto majority of the members over there from the Night Horde, and he was just bursting them down with swiftness. Even with Momoe on the Angela, I thought the Angela would have been a little bit stronger. I mean, this is one of those supports. Usually it's banned out. When it's not banned out, usually it's picked, and it mostly profits the most in one of the most highly valued supports outside of the Mathilda and the Rafaela. But today showcasing, I mean, even the Angela heals couldn't keep up with the crit damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's, the Angela and some of those support roamers, they do well when it's just a marksman to worry about, right? Or when it's just a mage to worry about. But when it's a jungler doing burst damage, it's a marksman doing burst damage, it's Marcuti, plus it's CC shredding down, she can't keep up. It's overload, right? The heal's just not enough, the shield's just not enough, and now you're also down a member when the Heart Guard comes up. You add that up with the occasional Minoan's Fury to, buy time for the rest of the team to do even more burst damage. It's the perfect recipe, right?
Now, I got to ask you the question, do we see... okay, jumping into game number 3, right? Do we see a ban of Roger? Do we see a ban of Lu Yi? Because I don't think so, but I mean, it's kind of hard now because that opens up so much more meta on the table in terms of drafting.
I mean, we just saw a pretty open draft, right? We saw the CC get through, we saw the Nolan get through, and when we're gonna go into game 3, it's definitely the time where, yeah, maybe you do ban out something like that. I think the first thing on the checkbox though is, all right, CC is not something we banned out game 1. Area 77 let it through in game 2, and Night Horde decided no, we're gonna let them have that. And this time it's like, nope, not gonna happen. Area 77 not changing things up though, still going for the Faramis. There's your Lou B ban though. So yes. Yes, more things are on the chopping block now. Yes, more things are being thought about, and game 3 is going to be very different than game 2.
I love it, man. I was wondering, I was like, do they ban out this Lu Yi? With that being said, though, a lot more will walk on the table that they have to watch out for. Something that was interesting, too, the TIG wasn't banned and it didn't get slotted up. I thought that would have been something we would have seen for sure, but this shows you that Area 77 is full of surprises and you cannot take them lightly. Now, there are still marksmen on the board. We didn't see any of the marksmen banned out in the first phase. It's not normally we see at least a marksman or two go out, but they let the Claude, they let the carry, both of these options walk through, and then they didn't even pick up a Claude. They saw the carry and they picked up the Roger. Roger is still available. Now, is it just the Lu Yi that makes him such of a demonic force against the opposing team, or can they pull that off without a Lu Yi in the mix that can kind of close that distance at any given notice? I wonder if Area 77 thinks that the bread and butter of that working is the Lu Yi.
Well, there's your marksman ban. The Claude gets taken out, but I think that's more of just like a... It's two things. It's either like it's a panic ban. It's like, what do we even ban here? It's like, or it's a buy time ban. It could be a little bit of both, right? It could be all right, we want some things to be open. We want the Nolan to open. We want the Ruby. We want the Vex. We want a lot of these options open because we're willing to go for trades. Novaria is going to be taken out from the side of Area 77. But right now, I feel like Area 77's in the driving seat, man. They've showed that they can make some off-brand picks work. In game 1, even though they lost, they showed that they can make some meta picks work, right? They showed that they have some variety to their drafting table, and that's going to keep Night Horde guessing. And I think in a situation like this, Night Horde just has to, draft their game and not be too stressed. Knows that it's going to come down to execution in the end, as long as we draft decently.
Mathilda's walking. Do they pick it up? They going for the support? I mean, I would. And there's a Barats that they could go. No, they're going to go to Orlis. Whoa, there's not a Barats, though. Barats is taken out. They can take the Mathilda play, though.
Mathilda Nolan. Mathilda whatever at this point. Mathilda whatever. Arlott on the field. Mathilda Fred.
Oh, man. Drink water, ban Mathilda. I thought we established this rule in the NACT Spring season. Area 77. Off to 2 great pickups. The Fredrin will be really good alongside it. The Fredrin already can sustain himself take a lot of those hits, especially rushing in for those neutral objectives. The Mathilda will be able to get him back to safety. Kind of a similar strat to what we've seen BTK pull off up against Gaimin Gladiators, except it's not going to be an Akai this time. Looking at Night Horde, though, they do have the Arlott stacked up with the Minotaur. I do like this. This is another synergized composition to go up against it. The Minoan Fury from the Minotaur can set up not only the Mathilda, but also anybody in that range. And then it also profits the Arlott composition and the Vexana comboed to allow him to have more of that Demon Gaze for additional dashes for these fights.
Picks like the Harris, picks like this Roger, all these new marksman picks coming in have really kind of changed the tide of things. It's like, at this point, Night Horde's like, we're not even going to pick up a marksman up front. We're not even going to lock in the carry right here. We want to make sure we have a couple other boxes checked first. Especially now that the Matilda's on the field, they really have to think about this because they have to be ready for that. I think the Minoan's Fury is a good answer for any kind of dive composition that wants to be aggressive on you. They have the Terrify as well here and the Final Slash. So Night Horde kind of has all the CC boxes, the crowd control boxes checked. Now they just need some damage. Area 77, on the other hand, kind of has a few things ready as well. They can kind of go any route they want at this point. The Matilda just opens up so many doors for you.
Speaking of doors, this may be an opportunity to pick up a carry for either side. It's one of the more prominent marksmen that hasn't been banned. Yeah, they definitely should ban that. I mean, if not, I could pretty much guarantee that being picked up. I like the Nolan ban here, though. I think it would have worked out really well for the side of Night Horde, as they still need to figure out who their jungler is going to be. Speaking of marksmen, though, we've seen the Clint slotted in. We've seen the Ixia actually be picked up a couple of times. That's an interesting ban right there. It actually would have worked really well with the Arlott, now that I think about it, because it provides even more CC that he can profit on.
Yeah, I'm like, all right, so the Ixia ban makes me think maybe they're going to lock in a Bruno here. Or they're gonna ban in the gold lane. I think Nighthorde, and now Nighthorde's question. It's like, if they're gonna ban a marksman, maybe we have to. Maybe we ban the carry here. Because here's the thing: Area 77 gets first pick here, so they kind of get the pick of the litter on whatever they want here. I got a feeling it will most likely be a gold laner up front. The Ixia ban just makes me think that. Because Ixia was known to kind of counter the Bruno back in like M5 and stuff. It was kind of an answer to the Bruno. So are they kind of foreshadowing that? Nighthorde going to take out the Exborg though, so solid overall.
Could be a Brody. I mean, I feel like a Brody's been kind of slept on today. One of those stronger
marksmen.
marksmen.
Roger again, you know? Just
oh, all right, now we talk about. We got to be careful what we say, Trex. I don't think the world's ready for another Roger, especially how much of a great game it was the last one. But I think the Brody will be good here too. I mean, the carry definitely a high value target. If not, I think carry would probably be number 1. I think Brody would maybe be number 2. But they are going to go in for that carry instead. Now, do we see the Harith slotted up for the Nighthorde to counter it?
Now the Harith. There's even without the Harith, there's some. I feel like we're kind of locked in. The Harith, yes, it's good for dealing with the carry, but they don't have to. We've seen the Bruno win out sometimes. We've seen the Brody do well. There's options for them. I think the problem. I think they need to think about. All right, how do we get to this carry right now? Do we pick something aggressive? They have the R-Lot, so I'm kind of worried about the carry here. Matilda will be like the saving grace, but that R-Lot is scary, man. Yes. Like there's a reason they slotted that in front of the Matilda, man. The R-Lot has been game-changing for a lot of teams.
Yeah, it's going to put a lot of pressure definitely on the board. Speaking of pressure, Dyra is going to be slotted in for the... Oh, my goodness.
Oh, God.
What is going on today? Okay, we've seen... I think this is the second Hanabi.
We saw this yesterday, right?
We did see this yesterday,
Milo's
but it did
exact
not work.
words were, we couldn't kill the Hanabi, so we had to backdoor. That was like his words in the interview yesterday or whatever. It's like we had trouble. I couldn't kill the Hanabi, man. I just couldn't kill it. So there's a reason for this. But the Dyroth as well. We'll see.
No.
You feeling comfortable with that vote right now, Weezy?
No, it's kind of funny because last game it was flipped, right? I would have said Area 77 had a little bit more of that draft that I wasn't sure about, and the Nighthorde was looking more promising on not being unorthodox. But this time, it's on the other side of the table. Another pick, though, that we haven't seen in a hot minute. The Thomas to finish out the draft from Area 77.
Thomas is a pick that, yes, doesn't get picked all the time, but still is viable, right? Has damage, has sustainability. It's been a pocket pick for teams a lot, and it can pop off sometimes. I want to focus in on this Dyroth though, man. So last time Area 77 went for the hyper aggressive. This time Nighthorde going for a pretty hyper aggressive mid comp with the Dyroth, the Minotaur, and the Vexana. There's plenty of armor shred with the Dyroth, something to maybe burst through this Fredder, and the possibilities are there. And there's also a lot of pressure onto ISO. I think as long as ISO can keep his gameplay clean here, Area 77 has a way to victory though.
Yeah, we've seen 2 teams pick up the Dyroth so far. Speaking of 2 teams, Nighthorde and Area 77 embarking into the Land of Dawn for game number 3. Both of these teams trying to make a name, trying to earn some fame and climb up that ladder this spring season.
All right, so win cons, right? I think Nighthorde maybe needs to go for some early game aggression here. If they can start things off well, it feeds very good into their Hanabi, who kind of wants to get to late game. So Nighthorde kind of have 2 options. They can pop off with this Dyroth, or they can just huddle down, which we've saw them do in game number 1. We know they have those capabilities. Area 77 as well, though, they're looking at more of like mid to late here. They have some early game aggression with the Thamus, but it's all kind of it's kind of weird. Area 77 has just kind of, I feel like, opportunity all over the map.
Yeah, all over the map in the Dyroth. This is the 3rd appearance we've seen of him so far. We've seen him play with Fiends when they went up against Area 77, actually. They pulled that off, and they were able to claim the victory. And then we saw Nighthorde use it as well. Dyroth, funny enough, 2 matches so far and 100% win rate.
I mean, it's okay. All right, 100% win rate, 2 matches. The possibilities are there. This is a pick similar to the Thamus, where it's like, it's not like it's unheard of. We've seen the Dyroth jungle. We've seen it work before. We've seen it on world stages before come in and kind of be something that can work for teams. There's a reason we don't see it all the time, but if the team is ready to play around it, it can be devastating to the enemies.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be high risk, high reward. Definitely kind of interesting, especially when it's a tied 1-1. That's a really risky thing to kind of pull out. But speaking of risk,
the 1v1. ISO able to definitely win out, but ISO's only going to win that when he has a speedy light wheel. As long as R has the poke, just because of the passive and everything, so R does have to be careful and look for those moments to strike.
you are going to see ISO pick up that Purify as well, so he's not going to be as mobile, but he'll be able to stop a lot of that CC, especially with Momoe with that Minoan Fury that he's kind of worried about. So he's not going to be as mobile, maybe something that the side of Night Horde can lean on. It is going to be interesting seeing this Hanabi with this Aegis, going to be playing for survivability, but lacking mobility as well. So both marksmen should be a high-value target for either side.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how Yureshi plays in the style moves. You know, I think another reason for taking the R-Law is denying it from Yureshi, right? And normally Yureshi's on something a bit more fast-paced. This time, he's on something a bit more brawly. Marcuti! First blood over to Oh My Foe, and oh my lord, the damage already from that Dairoth, and that is the kill pressure I was talking about. JQT now in a little bit of trouble as well. Sleepy gonna dash through. Yureshi coming in with the Cotter and Inferno, able to still get away, and Tarzan secures the turtle in the midst of it, but Sleepy finds one for himself, putting another kill into his pocket there. 1-0-1. It's 2-0 for the Night Horde. A good trade-up for the turtle in my book.
Yeah, definitely a good trade-off. The Night Horde, though, not able to claim that turtle is going to kind of help Area 77 out on the top side.
ISO just not able to get the final shot, though, to finish things up.
Yeah, you're looking at both of them. You know, it's very funny when you see these two kind of play, because they're kind of similar in their play style, right? They just run up, basic attack, and hope that you outdo the other one. I feel like both of them are very similar, but you are looking at the carry or dealing a lot of damage to the tank, kind of bursting them down, whereas the Hanabi is going to be really good, especially with CC, because you have the Hikabana. If you can proc that off, you can get some great setups, especially for these neutral objectives, but both of them, with one rock and Purify, one rock and Aegis, they're going to be not as mobile and easy targets if either side can find their way to the back line. The Night Horde, though, with 2 kills under the boards, lost that first turtle, still leading by 1,000 gold. The Dairoth pickup, already finding his first kill of the game. We talked about him being an early aggressor, and he's able to kind of do it so far, but can he keep up that momentum?
Man, Marcuti so aggressive in the mid lane, denied Sayori a few minions there, and even after taking the death, still has a level lead over Sayori right now. That's not something you see very often in the mid lane, right? Like, normally you just get the even trade on the minions. Normally, like, the whole zoning people away from... Oh, a lot of damage on R here. R in trouble, circling Eagle to stun the lockdown, and ISO gets the kill. A good one to put that kill into as well. ISO needs the gold right now.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing. You don't have the mobility. You only have the Aegis, and you got to expect at some point a rotation to try and burst you down, and that definitely didn't work in his favor. And now on the top side, Area 77 trying to profit, still engaging, forcing Oh My Foe on the defense, and now making their way toward the Turtle Pit. Look at the IMU from Marcuti. He picks up the Minoan Fury, waiting for the setup, and Area 77 should be able to take this turtle with no contest.
And they're going to have to be careful from that. Tarzan gets it. Night Horde plays it safe. JQT with the circling Eagle and the knock-up on a Momoe just to kind of switch positions. And the great thing about that circling Eagle is you don't have to use it like as a permanent engage, right? You can just kind of put pressure down. And here they go on the top side. Speaking of pressure, Sleepy, a little bit of trouble. Final slashes through. Momoe, though, with the Minoan's Fury, able to get the knock-up and get them out of that tower.
Yeah, big play. Use the flicker to close the distance for it, denying Area 77 the push on the bot side. R tried to make up with the distance. He tried to take that turret, but a good rotation down from Yureshi.
Well, Yureshi starting to scale up here. Look at the damage on Oh My Foe! The 1v2 under the tower! Yureshi Cutie causing the damage, and that's a Thamus for you.
He is him, him is he. It's Yureshi on the bot side, not only able to get the double kill, but also able to take down that turret, giving Area 77 the momentum they're looking for, now leading by 1 kill and putting some pressure onto the mid lane. They have the minions. Can they take it?
Now Area 77 feels they found their moment of stride. They're going to keep pushing in. ISO getting involved in these fights in the mid side. Look at the damage on a Sleepy. Marcuti going to back off, but Area 77 have taken the driving wheel.
Yeah, definitely taking the wheel so far. R finding his second death of the game, having a very hard time on this Hanabi. But speaking of hard time, Yureshi being very overly aggressive, running this Thamus, definitely has the mobility to be able to get where needed.
And there's that Matilda, man. That's what lets Marcuti be so aggressive. That's what lets all of them. They can just hang out at any point. It's see you later. Ejected. You know they're okay. Now a little damage. On Momoy here. The President's Wrath comes in. Momoy with the outplay. Flickers through. Stuns him up. Knocks him up. And Area 77 are falling. Tarzan trying to get away here, but they're not going to let it happen. What a play from Momoy there. Dashes through in the huge knock-up.
The counter from the Night Horde. One small step in the mid lane. One big play for the Night Horde as they take the tier 1 turret. And now we'll be able to take this turtle. But the top side, nobody there to defend. Will work in Area 77's favor. So they got a little something off of that. But overall, Night Horde still winning that trade.
I felt like we were in a UFC match there. You're in the back. Oh, I mean, they're just, the knockup there was so clean. Now on my phone, a little bit of trouble as well. Taken out. You're actually able to pick up the kill. JQD hold the front side. Area 77 advancing. Night Horde forced to use some flickers. Momoy in trouble. Doesn't have the No One's Fury. He can't strike back here. Area 77 knows it's Sleepy. Hanging out in the bush. Tarzan looking for the next target. Maybe trying to make the invade here, but Night Horde's here to force them out. Area 77 have fighting back and taken back the river.
Yeah, they were able to clear those minions, forcing Reggie and Marcuti to go to the top side to defend that tier 2. Circling Eagle from JQD, though, trying to get away. Going to go in for the clash.
And they're going to come in for this orange buff. Tarzan able to take it there. Momoy taking a lot of damage from No One's Fury. With the counter-strike, the final slash on ISO, and ISO taken out. A nice pick-off. Night Horde finding them. Every time, Area 77 has to be careful. This is something the Night Horde does to them back to back to back.
That was a big final slash from Sleepy to be able to get that setup as well. Speaking of setups, there it goes. Trex mentioned it, the UFC fight in the mid lane. I mean, how could you not be excited about these two teams clashing it out? The Night Horde, it looked like it wasn't in their favor, but able to get the counterplay and take the tier 1 turret.
I mean, if he gets hit by that Appraiser's Wrath, he's done, right? And he's able to just, I mean, he's getting CC'd. He's got speedy light wheels coming at his face. And, I mean, he had maybe a half a second less to be able to get that dash behind the Appraiser's Wrath and get the knockup.
Yeah, speaking of knockups, though, my foe trying to get away. Big play.
Ooh, you're actually locked on to Sayori. Sayori going to go down first. Momoy might just be next. Area 77 find 2. They want more.
Yeah, definitely want more. Off to a good start to turn this around back in their favor. A battle of ping pong between both sides. But who will be able to get that heavy hit to take this in their favor? Circling Eagle.
Just switching shifts, switching lanes. Oh, my foe able to get some nice damage. But they take the tower.
Yeah, big play for Area 77 to open up the map. Now 3 turrets to 1 up against the Night Horde. Having a hard time translating a lot of these kills into objectives. But in their favor, they did take that tier 1 turret for the mid lane. So they can invade if they can get the upper hand. But Area 77 definitely has regained the control. Now having the Lord Pit and not providing an opening for the Night Horde to contest, which means they may be able to claim some more turrets and force the Night Horde back to the base.
No, but we saw this before in game 1. The clock is still ticking. Area 77, they have this big advantage. They have, you know, very clean plays here. But I think they got to try to clean this up because even though Hanabi's not the most meta, we all know what a late game Hanabi can do, man. Whether you like it or not, no matter how much you hate the hero, no matter how good or bad you think it is, late game Hanabi can get scary.
I feel like R is trying to be the NA Skylar. Like we've seen that $1 million Layla now trying to be a $1 million Hanabi on the NA scene. Can he pull it off, though? I mean, that's an excellent read right there. Do we see the Hanabi coming alive in the late game? Do we see Area 77 letting it get to that moment? I mean, they're doing really well. I feel like both sides have good offense and defense, but the Area 77 is scaling a lot better. I mean, they only lost 1 turret. You are seeing the Golden Staff picked up over there by R, so he is kind of leaning into these core items as we get later in this game. And now has some enhanced basic attacks. Flash of Oasis picked up from JQD. And now the Siege for the tier 2 turret in the mid lane on the way from Area 77.
Lord going to be crashing down the top side. ISO taking out the mid tier 2. Night Horde. Oh, wait a second. No One's Fury does lock onto JQD, but he's able to just dash away. Marcuti dashing in and out once again, getting some poke damage. Area 77 unable to break an inhibitor just yet. Night Horde still not scared. You're actually looking for the angle. Tarzan gets final slash, pulled back in, able to get away from safety. Marcuti with the flicker, the knockup. R taken out. Night Horde forced the flicker back under the tower to safety, and Area 77 not done just yet. Another wave crashing in the body in the top side. Nice stun onto ISO. ISO in a little bit of trouble here. Sleepy able to vengeance dash through. Now Area 77 finally backing off.
Marcuti with the flicker play, the IMU, the Minoan Fury setting up majority of the members of the Night Horde for that opportunity. Very high IQ plays right there as you are looking at the gold advantage for carry, up by over 1,000 over there into the hands of ISO, stacked up against R on this Hanabi. Having that Demon Hunter Sword, having the Corrosion Scythe and the Golden Staff working in his favor. But speaking of favors, the Siege for the purple buff, Area 77 deciding to back off. It's a low kill game. We're at 12 minutes, it's 6-7. But I feel like we've been seeing so many team fights. I feel like it should be higher than this.
Yeah, they've both been doing an amazing job. And, you know, we talked about the Hanabi earlier, and I think the big problem, the big slip-up is that Matilda, man. Night Horde can't find, even though they're behind and they are getting some good plays, Yureshi able to pop the Encounter Inferno. Just 1v3 them right now. Buying time, R goes down. Minoan's Fury does lock in. Yureshi finally bites the bullet. Momoy goes down. Marcuti able to find it. ISO popping off Oh My Foe. Make it another one. Make it a double. Sayori will be next. And Sleepy on the block. Sleepy! Ready, terrified, gone. Tarzan seals the deal. A wave of minions to help finish things out in Area 77 will take game number 3. They're going to buy their time here, but that is it.
Phone home! Phone home as the Aliens have done it again. The reverse sweep up against the Night Horde for game number 3. Area 77 looking to climb up that ladder as we are closing through the final days of the regular season of NACT, showcasing their micro, and their mastery as a team.
I mean, just well played. All 3 games came in with a plan. Game 1, Night Horde were able to withstand it, but I will say this, Area 77, the aggression from them was there in all 3 games, and it felt like they always kind of had control.
Yeah, you know, it's like when you go to a game 3, I don't know if it's just me, but that's the last thing on my mind is to pick up a Hanabi. I'm just going to throw that out there. With that much on the line, man, I don't know. But I will say, actually I do know, I definitely wouldn't do it. But Area 77, credits to them, some great rotations. I feel like that was a good game overall, though. I wouldn't say it was one-sided, but I definitely will say that the carry profited way more than the Hanabi. I think there were some good setups from Marcuti as well. Running that Valentina, taking that Minoan Fury, getting some great knockups. But I also will say, JQT, you mentioned it as they were fighting it out, the slip-up in the draft, allowing the Mathilda to walk.
Yeah, man, that 0-0 and 10. JQT was the savior, and, you know, we saw it throughout the whole game. It allowed the whole team. It allowed Marcuti to just be in their face. It allowed Tarzan to be in their face. It allowed Area 77 just consistently cause pressure. And one of the last items we saw locked in from ISO there, that Wind of Nature, that was kind of it. At that point, it was ISO could really just hang out, take free shots, and just unload.
Yeah, and as you are seeing both of these teams, 7-12. I mean, it was still considered kind of a low kill game, a little over the double digits for Area 77. I will say this was definitely a little bit more of a faster game than game number 1, as you are seeing the head-to-head matchups right there. I mean, even the jungle's not really too high in terms of kills, but more just focusing on these objectives. But Tarzan QT able to kind of seal the deal a little bit better with that overall 7 rating compared to Oh My Foe. I will say both of these teams, though, looking very strong, you know, days before the playoff season, and I can't wait to see how they perform. But overall, damage dealt. I mean, let's just look at the carry versus the Hanabi. Hanabi actually outscaled the carry by 5,000.
And that just shows the shield, right? It shows the movement, and though Hanabi was able to kind of unload, it wasn't enough to deal with everything that Area 77 brought in that game. Yureshi as well, oh my god, that outplay early on, the 2v1, just diving in, disgusting Z.
Oh man, absolutely sick nasty. Area 77 showing up with their moon boots on because these players were out of this world. They came in, even in the first game, you know, they lost, but they had so much control throughout the entirety of that game. Again, you know, they took that loss the first one, but still, and then they still managed to carry out control throughout the second and third game and really show off their ability to play effectively as a seasoned team this season.
Most definitely. Well played from both teams. I mean, very, very clean. Any, like, you know, Wheezy, Night Horde now takes that loss. Area 77 showing that they're still in this. And it just goes to show, like, you know, what's going to happen in the playoffs, man? Like, who's going to end up coming out on top? It's that spider web of NACT. You're on top of me, but I'm on top of this team, and they beat you last week, and it's just all over the place.
I'll tell you what else is all over the place. My freaking win rate over there with these predictions. Godly. Area 77 able to kind of showcase in that reverse sweep. Congratulations to both of you guys on that. But yes, I'm right there with you. I mean, this, like we said, this NACT is unpredictable. Right where you think the Night Horde has the favor, especially after a great game 1, a reverse sweep comes out to take us to our first game 3 of today. And we're just getting started. We're only halfway through the matches today. And I do believe today is going to be some of the best series that we had so far in the regular season.
Absolutely, every game that we've got so far going into this day has been a very good game, and it goes without saying that these next 2 games are going to be right there with it. But I want to see, who do we got for the MVP?
Another tough one. Yureshi, actually, yeah, man, Yureshi in game number 1, he had a rough start, but he ends up pulling through so cleanly, and then in game number 2 as well, just being a dominant force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, Yureshi's always been a problem. He's always been a threat. He's been on the international scene and the scene for NA, definitely having a major impact for the teams that he's played on. And right there, just showcasing his mastery, running on that CC. We've seen him on the Benedetta as well. I thought that maybe JQT would have slid in maybe for game 2. If I would have gave an MVP just to game 2, I feel like JQT did really good on that Mathilda. I think he was like 0 deaths. And he had 10 assists, which was just dominating. But yeah, just look at that excellent gameplay over there from Yureshi, just being a problem for the Night Horde.
And I think it's one of those things where you have to take into account what Hoon said. Ban the Mathilda. We saw Night Horde drinking the water, and they drank the water, and they got the first one. But they just, without banning the Mathilda, they just couldn't seal the deal. So, food for thought.
I think they were drinking a little bit too much of the Kool-Aid there, man. And weren't able to pull through. I really want to focus a bit more on Yureshi because he does so well at just knowing. I think it just comes with the amount of time he's played the game, the amount of time he's been around. He does so well at knowing his power spikes overall. With CC, he played it calm, cool, and collective in the early game, then pops off, knows when he can limit push, right? And there on the thaw moves, he knows, all right, this game I'm going to switch gears. I'm going to be aggressive at minute number 5 or whatever, And he always knows when his hero is at its best, and he capitalizes on those moments.
It's hilarious because it's a 2v1 matchup against him, and they try and gank him, thinking they're going to take him down. He's like, nah, no, I'm taking y'all down. This is free kills, baby. And then they sit there and they try and turn away. They try and get out of there. He's like, I don't care. There's no minions in the turret. I'm going to dive anyway. I'm still going to get the kill. Walks away with a double. The man's a boss when it comes to the XP lane, and you have to have an answer for him.
Now, Thamu's definitely one of those heroes that exists that's actually very capable of, pretty much 1v5ing an entire team if they've got enough of a gold lane, which is less of a gold lane than one would think. Trust me, I learned that from experience. But, we did see some other pickups that I think did make a big difference on Night Horde side. We saw that Deerith picked up, and although he's got that really strong early game, whenever you look at, let's say the Thamus versus the Deerith, even though they're in different roles, you talking about one that scales really well and then one that just kind of falls off a little bit early, at least in my opinion. And unless you're getting a lot of really good kills and really exploiting your advantage to take those early objectives, then that Deerith just becomes, not the greatest pick.
I mean, yeah, I think the idea was there correctly for the Dairoth. It was definitely something that could have worked, and we saw the damage immediately. But it needed to be able to continue on that steamroll. It's similar to the Mardis, where you want to get kills early on, you want to snowball, but it's even riskier, I feel like. I think the idea was right, but then also you pair that up with the Hanabi as well, and now you have too big, you're rolling too many dice at once.
That's what I was going to say right there. I mean, you pull a 100% win rate Dairoth and you decide to pair it up with a, I believe, 0% win rate Hanabi. I don't think that math is mathing right there, and unfortunately they weren't able to pull it off. Maybe if they were able to last longer, but then you go up against the Mathilda. It's just so much to deal with. The Mathilda, one of those stronger supports, the strongest support in my opinion so far this NACT spring season. If you don't have answers for that, you're not going to be able to pull off those unorthodox picks.
Yeah, and again, exactly the same thing we were saying. Hanabi is one of those heroes that just scales extremely well, very strong in the late game, but the Deerith just isn't. So it's you have those different options, and that's good for balancing out your team, but you still have to take into account what the team's actual capabilities as a whole are. So I do think that we are getting ready to go into a break. Any words?
All good? I'm excited. Oh, yeah, Wheezy, go.
Hey, drink water, ban Mathilda. We'll see you guys on the next one.
insane. I mean, 2 players on LEGACi just instantly dropped in a second. Shark running. Oh, diversion.
Shark taking a tour of the enemy side. Oh my god, he actually might get away. Yes! And they make Jolie pay for it.
Or even though he's gonna kind of like his damage kind of caps out at a point, but it's still enough.
Ooh, Night Horde is going to go ahead, start this engagement. Kahari in a little bit of trouble, still putting on the damage. He is standing right up in front. Big Minnow and Fury catches them. Kahari finds a kill on to Momoy from the backside. Oh my foe, so low, but Pro Destroy not going to be able to find the kill.
Ooh, big I'm offended. Momoe able to catch Yato. Finds the backline for Devious activity. Off to a good start.
Yeah, we could fight. G? Or wait for... We gotta fight.
Hold on, man.
Nice. Alright, shoot him. Kill him. Alright.
Oh, mid one. Wait, look on.
Mid?
Oh, top again. Yo. Nice one.
Oh my god. Look, sissy.
Keep going.
Hurt.
No. Dip. Dane is dead.
Hurt.
Kill Howard.
Kill.
I got Vexana.
Nice.
GG.
You kill this guy first. Can we kill this guy?
Yeah, KDA. Can we recall, bro? Can we recall?
No,
I'm not gonna kill him.
Kill him.
Kill him.
No way. Oh. Yo, look.
Insect mode.
I can't hold that Lord.
Yo,
nice poke.
Toon flicker.
Nice poke. He flickered?
Guys, we can go. I'm strong. Ruby. Guys, come.
Nice, Milo.
Back siya. He's dead.
Nice. They have all their flickers or what? Do they have all their flickers?
Get tower and then they'll start zoning.
We got it.
Guys, come.
Nice.
Let's keep pushing.
What do you guys think? We have a lot of waves here, guys, in another minute.
CC Fury.
Yo, come with me.
When's your ult? Oh, I got linked. I have ammo, though.
Alright, we're good. We can end this.
Guys, I'm on Brody. Flicker. Tower lock, guys. Tower lock!
Nice.
I'm sorry for playing bad today.
Oh, why don't you? Oh, actually, he's dead. Yo, get the up.
That's so good.
Fight.
Nice. That's so good. Yo, endable. Mid.
He's not just ulted out.
Yo,
He's on left side. Oh,
I'm gonna get Churro. You guys got that.
R come. We need to end R.
R!
We have no minions now. R's not here. Go Churro.
Yeah, GG.
End.
What's that guy doing? Wait, that Claude up. He literally made his team lose.
What?
No, that Claude up. He made his team lose.
Yeah, he monkeyed, and then I expect him to
Back deep, bottom.
Because I don't know myself either.
Bro, this minion.
Oh,
you're more bro.
I got mid, don't worry about it.
I think we're fine.
Yo, use on top, use on bot.
Yo, look at this.
Hey, use on bot. You trying to get top tower, Carlos? Yeah. Give me this
Wait, Barat, G?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, they saw me.
Here's Papa.
Here's the papa.
Welcome back, folks. After another hot and ready game, I think I'm ready to get into some cool ones. And we got some cool ones coming up with BTK versus the Fiends. Trex, how do you feel about it?
I mean, I think this is hot as it can be right here. I think this game should be even hotter than the last one. But no, I think it's going to be a great series. Fiends on their uprise right now, and is this going to be the next notch on the belt right here? You know?
I mean, I don't think that's too far off. I mean, it's the number 2 versus the number 3 right now. BTK up 1 series against them. But I mean, if we look at Fiends, they've had such a great run so far, and they may be able to pull it off. I mean, if you think about it, Area 77 took down BTK, and Fiends took down Area 77. So, in theory, they should be able to put up some great competition against the Bloodthirsty Kings. So I think we're up for another great series. Hopefully all the way to a game number 3 like the last one. But the last one's going to be very hard to top.
Yeah. Trex, can you actually take us through the roster?
Yeah, let's go into it. Fiends, a team all of us have our eyes on. Kohari, aka Kohari the Brave. We got Magic, we got Churobami, Pro Destroy, and Uneven, the team that has taken NACT by storm. You said it, Wheezy. You know, BTK might have the win, but they are tied in points. It is 11-11 for these two teams.
So I think for me, when I'm looking at these two teams, I'm looking at teams that have potential. They've been doing well already, but both of these teams have the potential to not only do well within the respective regular season, which we've already seen, but I think either one of these teams actually have the potential of making it through the playoffs and up to the finals if they play their cards right.
Yeah, and speaking about playing cards, I think we're going to have to take a look at the Bloodthirsty Kings now and see who's on their roster as well. You are seeing Basic rocking in the gold lane. You are going to see Cold World in that roam position, formerly on The Simpsons. Nicolette dominating as that mid lane menace. Mobazane running the jungle himself. And then Milo flashing the XP lane.
Definitely strong teams. And again, I feel like every second that we're waiting for this match to start up, I feel myself like, maybe it is this matchup, man, because like I feel like I'm starting to sweat. The games have been building up, and dude, I might have to go turn on my AC just for this match alone, which would be a start because I can't afford it. I'm just kidding.
He always catches me.
It's the pass.
Weezy, you pick up. You pick up for that, Weezy. You pick up for that.
Oh, man. All right, well, first of all, we got to figure out this AC problem. We'll save that for the break. But as we are jumping into this match, like I said, there's a lot of exciting things to kind of look forward to. Let's talk about BTK first. BTK had a really good series yesterday. They took down Devious Activity. Both of them were pretty long games, though. Game number 1 was 25 minutes. Game number 2 was 20 minutes, which I wouldn't really say when a game goes that long, it's not one-sided. Like when a team is able to kind of sustain themselves to that 20-minute mark, there's definitely something there that's working in their favor. So I would say BTK may have a little bit of a challenge, as technically on paper, Fiends is a better team than Devious Activity, at least with the regular season. They're sitting in that number 3 position. For Fiends, they may be able to pull this off, but they are going to have some challenges. Number 1, shutting down Mobazane when he's rotating around the jungle. We know he rotates around, and we know he likes to be that bully with the frontline composition heroes, and they need to find a way to kind of disrupt this synergy.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, I think at this point, I think we're going to find out right now, you know, is BTK, like, really, are they really them? Like, did they have, like, a bad first game, or did they just get lucky in some of these other games? Like, has it been luck? Is it skill? Was it a bad first game? And I feel like, at least for me, there's a lot of questions and a lot of confusion that still shrouds around the being that BTK is this season.
See, for me, I would say everything you just said, but more for Fiends. I think we know all the players from BTK. Yes, they did take a loss in the beginning, but there's really not that much shroud or mystery around them. Like, these are all top players. I think, like, the slot that they're in was predicted. I think the big question, like, it was that day one that everyone was like, whoa, what is going on with BTK? Fiends, on the other hand, when the first week happened and we saw the first four games for them, I was kind of like, all right, is this a team that whoa, is this luck for them? And then they kept winning, right? They started off beating BloodHounds, and that was like, all right, yeah, it's BloodHounds. They got the win. We thought big things from BloodHounds, but now we're seeing that's kind of clear. They come in next day, losing to DA, but still taking a game and almost taking game, doing very well in game number 3. Then they beat LEGACi. Then they take a loss to Night Horde, but still take a game. Then they beat Area 77 yesterday, and now it's it's official. The news is in. Fiends aren't just, there's no more theorizing on Fiends. They also look like a very clean team. Now, their last 2 days are going to be their 2 biggest days yet, right? They got to go up against BTK, and they got to go up against GG. And whether we like it or not, BTK and GG are the 2 teams that everyone was expecting to be the dominators this season. But now there's a couple more teams on the block, right? And Fiends is definitely one of them at this point.
That's right, the new kids on the block, and they're making a name fast, and everybody's turning their heads. I mean, Fiends, I would say it's fair enough they have a lot of new players that I haven't really seen too often, at least in the top 8. So technically, if you really think about it, they'd be considered a dark horse for North America, right? And they are doing it. This is actually the dark horse story coming to fruition for them in that 3rd place, and this is their chance to be able to take down the number 2 and rise even higher on that ladder, trying to shut down BTK. You mentioned them both being tied up with 11 over there, so maybe this is what they need. But for BTK, they're not going to give it up easily. I mean, the BloodThirstyKings are able to fight it down to a wire. Like you said, the more common team in North America, always making it to the grand finals, or at least to the offline event, if not the grand finals. They've never not made it into a top position, even when it comes to top 8, right? I think the lowest that we've seen BTK score in our NACTs was what, 4th place? No, 3rd place.
They had one really bad season, remember 2 years ago they got knocked out by this random team in 16 spot or something like that.
But and that was when they had Cardi on their team, and there was some crazy stuff going on. It was a different roster, and then they were able to make it up though. They still got higher later on, I think. Yeah. But yeah, they did lose that qualifiers game. But nonetheless, like you said, BTK, it's been proven. We're in terms of statistics, we always see them hold on to that torch for a long time. And the only team that ever really rises up to the occasion is usually Gaimin Gladiators or Outplay or whatever variation of that with the core trio combination. But now we're starting to see other teams rise to the occasion, like Area 77. And since Fiends beat Area 77, they may be able to do it. So I think this is going to be, if not the spiciest, the 2nd spiciest series of today. But last series is going to be very hard to top, but this one can definitely do it.
So, right to the point, predictions. Who do we think is going to win?
I forget who I put here. I got to put my marbles on BTK right here. Sorry, Weezy, there's not going to be a comeback opportunity for you tonight. I'm pretty sure the rest of our votes are the same. Like I said, Fiends, they're good. They look very good, and I definitely don't think it's just completely one-sided here. But in the end, I got to put my all my marbles on BTK here.
Steph?
Okay, so I will say, first of all, Yue, the mad scientist, again, the only one to defy the odds. Is this man crazy, or is he just a secret genius? Or is he a Fiends fan?
Yeah, he's a Fiends fan. Let's be real here.
We'll have to see. But yeah, I mean, I'm right there. Like I said, BTK, I mean, it's kind of hard to vote against them. But if there was a true dark horse, I would say it would be Fiends, the new kids on the block, to be able to do it.
So I do think that this is going to be anybody's game, but I'm not going to hold us up anymore. Let's get right into the draft.
All right, Fiends up against BTK. Fiends on the blue side. First pick right here. Now, we said it earlier, Weezy. We said that Fiends they've won some games against some they've made a name for themselves, but there's much more. There's bigger opponents to face. They had a nice eased-in season, I feel like, and now you're going up against BTK. Next week, you're going up against GG. How are they really going to compete here? Bans and drafts are in.
Now, I will say, though, I mean, me and you both can attest to this. A lot of teams have a struggle when it comes to taking down the top 2, right? It's like a brick wall when they go up against the BloodThirstyKings and Gaimin Gladiators, and we don't really see a lot of teams able to close that distance when it comes to micro and macro. But now, Fiends getting their chance to showcase to the world what they're capable of, putting everything on the line. BTK, starting it off with the bans, is going to go ahead and take down that Angela. Now, I will say, BTK has been profiting a lot on this Akai recently. We've been seeing it be slotted I think it's one of the best heroes for Mobazane, especially running that frontline composition. He doesn't really need much help when he can use that heavy spin and get these neutral objectives. That should be the focus for Fiends. In my personal opinion, they got to stop this man Zakai. It used to be the Fredrin, but the Akai is a little bit more of a threat. But speaking of threats, there is a little bit of bans on the way for the frontline junglers. We are going to go ahead and see not only the Xborg banned out from BTK, which could be flexed to the XP lane, but on the other side, the Fredrin and the Barrettes.
So I'm pretty sure this is official. Fiends did not ban their first ban. Whether it was we didn't know what to do, we planned this, I don't know, but that is official right there. No ban for Fiends. I'm almost positive, I'm 90% sure. BTK on the other hand, take out the Angel like you said, take out the I'm mind blanking. That missive ban is like really messing with my brain right now. I'm like, take out the Xorg. So yeah, we're doing the GG route against BTK right now. We're banning into Mobazane. You know, and this has worked for many teams, but I think this could be a year that you know, you got to be careful about it because BTK has a lot of other hard hitters on their team this year, and Mobazane has showed that like he still has some other things up his sleeve.
Yeah, I mean, the Akai is still available. It looks like they probably didn't ban that out. They go for the CC. Do they go the Akai right here? I mean, I'm wondering if so. I mean, it's definitely one of the stronger junglers, and he has the Boxia still. We haven't seen the Boxia recently from him, but it's still an option. Nolan is still on the table. Could be picked up from either side to deal some damage. They're already facing up against one thing, though, and that is going to be the CC in the XP lane. CC, one of those high mobile heroes that's really good on getting to not only the back line, but creating the split push opportunity for the neutral objectives. One of the only heroes that can really keep up with this CC is going to be that Benedetta, who's very highly mobile. I wouldn't say it's a direct counter to it, though. Another hero that would be good is the Ruby, somebody to at least slow her down and be able to fight the fight in the XP lane against her and provide a denial for the split push.
Yeah, so it is 100% now. That ban was just missed by Fiends. We don't know why, but yeah, they did not ban. BTK, you mentioned it. They go for the Faramis up front. Arlot's open. They decided not to pick that up either, so there goes the Ruby ban. I don't know, man. They're giving a lot over to Fiends right here. They're giving up to CC. They're giving up Arlot if they want it. They're giving up Vexana if they want it. They're giving up a whole lot to the Fiends. Fiends go for the Novaria and the Minotaur right here. BTK, I don't know if this is all part of the plan, if they're kind of a little overconfident here, but that's a lot of value over to the side of the Fiends.
Do they go Akai, though? This is actually similar to yesterday. They had the Ruby, they had the Faramis, and it worked kind of out in their favor, providing that sustainability. I think the Ruby's more for the maybe the XP lane, maybe for the CC, still can be flexed to the roam position. We know for a fact the Faramis should be in the mid lane. I mean, last time we got to see Nicolette run that. She did really well, so possible game plan and a strategy. Minotaur has been picked up from Fiends, is going to have the Minoan Fury, is going to have some good knockup, especially up against a team that has to kind of stack around the Faramis to provide some heals when it comes to that Nether Realm. But they do have the Ruby. There goes the Akai we were talking about, though. I don't know why this walks. A lot of teams just let it walk. I mean, honestly, I think it's about time to put some respect on Mobazane's Akai. But hey, maybe there's a plan for Fiends as we are into the second phase of the draft.
It almost feels like this is a better pick for Zane than the Fredrin, mainly because it works so well against other utility junglers, man. It really just helps them open up in these, open up Lord Pits, open up turtles. Like, just anytime there's a big neutral objective on the field, it does so well on counterplay to so many things that other teams want to bring. Also, he just does so well in tight positions, getting those pins, finding pickoffs, the ambushes, all of the above. This is definitely a pick that maybe isn't the most popular utility jungle for everybody, but Zane shows that it works very, very well in his hands.
Do you think we see a Martis? I mean, if Martis walks through this, Fiends could pick that up for the jungle. I mean, there's a lot of CC they have to go through, so I think an anti-CC jungler is not the worst decision, especially up against Mobazane, who's already going to be running that Akai. There goes that Benedetta being banned out. We talked about one of the XP lane matchups up against the CC. Maybe they're expecting this Ruby to be slotted in that roam position. Definitely could be a possibility. Now, I think the Xborg has been banned out. I would have said that definitely could have been an option over there for the side of BTK. Carry being taken off the board, one of those staple marksmen, kind of limiting down the opportunity in the gold lane for Fiends. And they have Kahari. That's Tony Montana. That's Kahari the Brave over there they got to watch out for.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely got to watch out for it. And Fiends, I think they want the Claude here to counter out the Faramis. I think BTK, high chance they pick it up to kind of stop that from them, especially since they didn't ban it. Noland is still open. There's still some options open if Fiends wants to pick that up. It's kind of hyper aggressive. It could be a little dangerous, especially with a Ruby and a Faramis, but like Fiends kind of, you're at a point where if you're going to go up against the best of the best, you know, if you're going to go up against the top 2, top 3, top 4 teams, you have to feel comfortable in the rest of your team to kind of go for different types of compositions. The Arloth gets banned out. BTK now on first pick. I think they got to pick up the Claude here. You also deny that from Kohari, which he showed he does amazing on the Claude, which is one of your biggest counters right now with the Faramis. Plus you get the Purify, so you're able to kind of deal with that heavy spin and not be as threatened from it. I think it's an important pick here for BTK. Go for the Paquito.
There goes the Paquito pickup, though. I mean, you know, another marksman pickup can be the Ixia as well over there for BTK. I wonder if they're going to slot that in, provide them even more CC for these setups. I think overall they have a pretty solid composition, right? You have somebody to get to the back line, 2 heroes, actually 3, Milo, Mobazane, and Cold World to be able to get the job done. It's going to be very hard for Fiends to rush in onto these neutral objectives with this composition against them, right? You not only have the heavy spin from Akai, you have the Nether Realm to keep them alive, you have the CC, the Offended from the Ruby, and there's not really any anti-CC in play. But speaking about things in play, his second appearance for today, Kohari the Brave, Mr. Tony Montana, bold statement, picks up the Roger.
This Roger, at this point it's sealed, right? It's meta now, right? It's pickable. It's no longer just a joke. It's no longer just is this viable or not? We've seen it work. We've seen it not work. We've seen it have work, but it's not doing horrible. And there's your Martis pick, something that can maybe dance around with the Akai, deal with some of the CC. So I think it's a decent pick. Will Nicolette, you know, get crazy? No, we need a gold laner for the side of BTK.
Ixia. I'm going to say Ixia is probably going to be slotted here, maybe for some additional CC. The Claude's
open.
Did mention that could
Basic
be an
has
option.
a good Claude.
Yeah, I think the Claude would be okay too. They're just going to have to watch out for that Minotaur, but I do think it could be an option. I think the Ixia, with this composition, at least this is what they've ran before. Exact combination on top of that, but it's going to be one of those two. No, it's going to be the Harith. They're going to go completely different, and I'm wondering why. This is actually the first time I've seen a Harith in the gold up against a Roger in the gold.
Well, you still normally pick up the Purify on the Harith, right? Which I think you definitely want something that can rock the Purify and feel comfortable with it, which is why the Claude was kind of the pick for me. But now you get the Harith, who also is going to rock Purify, which means the Minoan's Fury is not as much of a threat to you. Some of those things just aren't as much of threats to you. But as you said, how is it going to pair up against the Roger? Like, none of these matchups we really know, right? Because we haven't ever seen them. Like, even when Roger was meta, he wasn't a gold laner, he was a jungler, right? So nobody really knows exactly how this is going to work out. He does have the chase, right? He has the Lycan Pounce, so he does have a way to close the distance when it comes down to, you know, later in the game. Definitely going to be interesting overall, though.
Yeah, now we are going to be seeing Fiends going head-to-head up against BTK. First match of the day for the 3rd series, the number 2 versus the number 3. Who will be able to take their first victory and have the advantage for the series?
Hey, let's get this clear. They are tied in points right now. This is the number 2 up against the number 2. Oh. This is for the decision here. Lay down this story, right? But yeah, no, I mean, and it's true. And nobody thought Fiends would even be here, right? And right now they are going up against BTK and thought of as equals. But I'll tell you what's not equal. The audience predictions. The biggest landslide we've seen yet, 85% for BTK, we see.
That's right. Everybody placing those votes. BTK, no secret, leading the way there. I mean, they've definitely been a little bit more successful than a lot of teams overall in NACT. Just a little bit. But we are going to see right now, Mobazane running for more comfortability, running on this Akai, does go in for that concussive blast. The Roger will be slotted over there by Kohari. First time me actually being able to see him play this out with the Quantum Charge. Will be very mobile. Goes in for the Purify. Looks like he's worried about the CC combination from the BloodThirstyKings. Going to probably proc that, jumping with the Lycan Pounce for some possible pickoffs for the low HP hero pool from BTK. But he is going to have to watch out from Nicolette, who is running this Faramis in the mid lane to keep their team alive in the middle of all the chaos.
You know, when you get a team like BTK, when you get a team like GG that go up against teams that are essentially new, they're going to push their buttons a little bit, right? They're going to be aggressive, and we're already seeing it from BTK. They're in their face. They are testing them right now, and it's like, and if Fiends does not kind of bite back, BTK is going to stay in their face all of this game, all of next game. So Fiends have to try to look for a moment where they can, you know, get a kill, capitalize, and this is exactly what they're doing. Pro Destroy now in trouble. BTK just gonna keep pushing in. This is what we're gonna continue to see from them until Fiends does something about it.
Yeah, I mean, and this is what you get when you allow a Kai to walk through the table, right? He's a bully when it comes to rotating around and harassing the enemy jungle. You're looking at BTK, gonna go ahead and pull the aggro for this turtle. Magic, given some vision, not really sure. He's not gonna be able to contest this. Pro Destroy, a little bit of a delay in the jungle since BTK decided to invade, stalling him. And that is gonna be Mobazane securing the turtle for the Bloodthirsty Kings, giving them an advantage. And for the XP lane and the gold lane, their side laners, all of them getting a little bit of that XP boost. Bloodthirsty Kings, we know they're a team that could take an advantage. You give them an inch, they take a mile.
Basic, we should rename Basic to the taunting god, man, from last season to now. He's been the talk, right? He's been the guy who really likes to give it to you, and this guy's hitting him with the toss right now. And I'm telling you, man, BTA is going to continue to just disrespect Fiends until Fiends, you know, makes a move on it.
Yeah, I mean, you said this is a battle for that #2 position, right? Both of these teams currently tied up, and only one will be able to claim that seat. As you are seeing some of the items on the board, both teams getting ready to deal some damage. Akai picking up that Molten Essence, help them rotate around, clear some of these minions, deal that damage with it. You're looking at the Paquito. Doesn't fully go in for the boots, goes in for a little bit of damage to top that off. You have to watch out for him. He's been a little bit more of that heavy hitter, especially after the recent patch where they buffed his damage overall for the skill 1 and skill 2.
BTK taking the route of more of the invade route, and I do think there is a worry on the board for BTK. It's the CC, right? And we know CC doesn't have the most aggressive early game, but if Uneven can kind of go through this laning phase unscathed, which it's 0-0 right now, it is going to scale above that Paquito, man, and it could become a problem. But it does look like they're finally going to try to make the move on Uneven. Mobazane looking for the knock-up. They come in. Milo able to get the kill there, pick it up with the flicker, and now there's a little bit of trouble. Minoan's Fury does come down, gets a knock-up, and Mobazane still finds the kill. And with a heavy spin, Fiends cannot engage.
Yeah, just too much CC to walk into. I mean, a full brick wall on the bot side from the Bloodthirsty Kings and the invade.
A lot of damage. On to Pro Destroy there. He uses the retreat, still unable to get that orange buff. Pro Destroy now forced to run away. Milo does go down. Trobami able to pick up the kill, but Mobazane still gets the buff. And overall, it feels like a comfortable trade for BTK.
No, early aggression, though, could work for Fiend's favor. They're kind of having a little bit of a struggle, though, especially when you have a Martis and a Roger on the same side. The Lincoln Pounce and the Decimation together could be disastrous, but BTK being able to be the bully inside of the jungle, rotating around, denying the farm away from Pro Destroy, not allowing him to even have a chance to deny or contest these turtles. And now Fiends in a position, may be able to take down Basic, 50% HP. Pro Destroy wrapping around, might go in for the Decimation, but Mobazane looking like he's rotating to the bot side for a play as well.
Oh, Basic knows they're coming. The Minoan's Fury comes out. Basic sidesteps. Cold World finally into this fight. Some on-force down. Basic is safe. There was some stress there for a second, though, man. All 4 of them went up, but they missed the engage.
Yeah, you are going to see some anti-heal picked up from Nicolette. Necklace Endurance. Worried about Fiends over there. Some great itemization. Milo, though, will find Uneven off screen.
That's huge. And I want to point something out. I was talking about Basic going for the Purify. He goes for the more aggressive choice here, I feel like. He goes for the Flicker instead. And again, it just goes to show I think he feels confident, right? He feels good. He drops Minoan's Force down. He doesn't feel like he's even going to get hit by this Minoan's Fury at all. He's not worried about it.
Yeah, he has the Impure Rage on top of that for some additional damage. And you're already seeing Kohari having a little bit of trouble up against the Magic there to protect him. Cold World as well. 3-1 though. BTK leading in terms of kills and overall objectives.
Oh, Milo does take a little bit of damage here. Able to get the win over on Pro Destroy there. They are just denying them everything right now, man. Purple buff now up and Pro Destroy back at base. Mobazane should be able to run away with this safely.
Yeah, I mean, he's just being such a threat with the Sakai. Should be able to get out of there. I'm not sure if they're going to take that fight, but if they want to, BTK will be able to pull that off. I mean, they have the numbers and the sustainability, and now on the top side, you are looking at Basic working on that tier 1 turret.
He doesn't get the final hit. Kohari does a nice chunk of damage there. Cold World's always by his side, though. He's just hugging up on that gold lane.
Yeah, but that turret hanging on by a thread in the play.
Oh, Minoan's Fury. NetherRealm does come out. The Offended locks on and Magic goes down. Kohari now in a little bit of trouble. Does have some defensiveness, but goes down in the end. Basic picking up the kill.
Yeah, it's going to be a 2-for-1 trade. 5-1 Basic increasing his damage with the recall spams. Cold World joining the party right there. I think they're battling. It's like a little squat challenge between both of them right now. But you are going to see the proxy of the mid lane minions may be able to take this objective if Fiend is not careful. They're slowly finding themselves in a hole that they may not be able to climb out of if they don't find some objectives fast.
Yeah, BTK giving them the warm welcome right now. Oh, Milo! And the I'm Offended connects as well onto Magic there. Magic forces try to flicker away. Mobazane not going to let it get away. A double kill for Milo. Huge plays by BTK. All in your face right now. Welcome to the big leads is what they're saying. This is looking rough for Fiends. It's a 6,000 gold deficit. Lord going to be up in about 90 seconds.
It's funny, everybody recall spamming but Nicolette being a little bit more classy than the rest.
Classy, you keep it classy.
One turret. BTK now getting control even more on the map, and Fiends struggling to find an opportunity. 7-1, 3 turrets down, 3 turtles in their hands, and a 6,000 gold lead.
Yeah, the pressure is there. The pressure is on. Fiends at this point know, all right, we got to buy time, right? We just saw Kohari up in the top side taking the gold crab, getting, trying to get whatever they can. Same thing. They also need Churobani to level up. The damage is starting to be there, with those meteors, with those hits, but it's still not enough just yet. Fiends needs probably, with the way things are going, maybe 10 more minutes or so till there's an opportunity. Minoan's Fury does come down. Kohari trying to clean things up. No Lycan's Pounce, though. Decides not to engage. Mobazane taking a little bit of damage. Magic does finally go down. Tower drops as well on the top side. Basic. Kazumayam up there.
Yeah, Lightning Truncheon picked up from Nicolette to do some echo damage onto the team of Fiends as well if they're not careful. Milo off to a really good start. Highest kills on the board for the Bloodthirsty Kings. 5-1-1 on this Paquito. Basic 2-0-0 hasn't fallen yet. With this Harith pickup, definitely doing a little bit better against the Roger, who has yet to find a kill. But speaking of kills, big stun.
Oof, Milo locked on, looking for the last strike. Not able to get the knockout punch there. Uneven, able to get away safely. Fiends hanging on for dear life right now.
Yeah, hanging on to dear life and needing to find a lifeline right now if they want to turn this around. The Lord has spawned in. BTK will pull the aggro of this pit, have control. Fiends, what's interesting? Their composition, they have a Roger and a Martis, which means, oh, wait a second, Nicolette!
A lot of damage on Nicolette. Well played by Kohari, finally putting a kill under his name, and there's the damage. Fiends starting to show a little bit of possibilities. Uneven, takes a punch to the face, but backs off.
Yeah, Nicolette needing to be careful, especially being the backline, but Cold World.
Cold World in trouble. NetherRealm comes in the next time, but Basic versus Kohari. Kohari takes him out. This is what we want to see. Fiends showing why they're here, so that we can still play even with a 7,000 gold deficit.
That's Kohari the Brave right there, 2-1-0 on this Roger. You got to be careful if anybody can pull off a tip. The recall back. Milo seconds away from bursting him down.
My guys, that's why we call him Kohari the Brave. He's got some cojones. He's ready to play. He's always ready to get there, be there, and is willing to risk it for the biscuit. Fiends now maybe want to try to contest this Lord. Milo looking for a route around the back. Churobani in a bad spot. Needs to get through that wall. Cold World takes a little bit of damage. Mobazane also getting zoned away from Kohari. Fiends definitely not out of this at all.
Yeah, not out of it. BTK trying to bait them into this Lord, wants them to take this fight. They know they have the CC, the sustainability to outlast, but they have to watch out for Kohari, who's able to kind of burst down with the crit damage, and that's something you have to kind of look out for. BTK, though, closing in onto the members of Fiends, but Kohari with the response back.
Oh,
been spotted out.
Kohari might not be able to survive this one. Goes down Basic. Gets the revenge kill. Magic now in a little bit of trouble. Basic finds another one with the double. Milo into the backside. Forces Churro away. And now the pin onto Pro Destroy. Basic drops him on Force Pro Destroy. Not going to be able to get away this time. The toss comes out from Mobazane. They're looking for the last hit. Pro Destroy finally falls. Well played by BTK.
You could tell he wanted that decimation. Basic was almost low enough for him to be able to get that kill, but nonetheless, a good try. This is what happens when you run a Roger alongside a Martis. So both of them, they try and go into the low HP heroes, but when nobody's low HP and Roger can't get that crit off, and they both get spotted out and focused in terms of target locking, that's when you have a massive advantage toward that mid to late game. And BTK putting on more pressure inside the jungle.
Uneven though, man. like, I still can't count Fiends out just yet. We're seeing the scale slowly happen. And the thing is whether they, like, even if they lose this game, I got to give it up to them, man. They're putting up a decent fight for such a deficit, and these are the things I look for in, like, aspiring teams, right? Can you hang on even when you're this far behind? And Fiends is doing that right now.
Yeah, look at Milo, though, up by 3,000 gold, up against Uneven. Does have the Blade of Heptases and the Hunter Strike and the Malefic Roar to deal more damage. On top of a Legion Sword, maybe going in for a Blade of Despair to deal some high physical damage. As another turret will fall. Lord marching in on the top side. The I'm Offended.
I'm Offended on Churl. Bonnie Basic able to take out the tower. Nicolette finds the kill. It's a nice trade for BTK. Lord still coming. Mobazane takes a little bit of damage there, but should be okay. Lord finally going to crash into the top inhibitor. Bro Destroy trying to hold down the front side. Magic maybe looking for Minoan's Fury here. Does have it in the kit, ready to pop off, but holding on to it, waiting for the right moment. They're going to melt down the Lord finally. Inhibitor does go down mid as well. Here comes the Minoan's Fury. Nice flicker. Can the rest of the team capitalize on it? Netherrealm comes out. BTK still up. Magic goes down. Mobazane taking a lot of damage. Back to a full bar of health because of the Netherrealm. No. Pro Destroy into the midst of them. Looking for a decimation, but not able to connect in time. Saman's Force comes down. Basic against Kohari once again, and there's the flicker. The toss, unable to get the kill. Still a minion on the field, though. BTK doesn't close it out just yet. Another wave coming in.
They want more.
Cold World does have the I'm Offended ready to go. Milo with the godlike kill on a Kohari. Locked onto the base, and BTK looking for the finish. The double for Milo. And that is it. BTK takes game number 1.
Sealing the deal. Game number 1. 13-minute finish. 11K gold lead. Spearheading the way. The Bloodthirsty Kings off to a great start up against Fiends.
Good start indeed. I mean, just holding down the front, being so aggressive. And when you said it in the beginning, this is something Fiends is going to have to watch out for. And BTK showed it to be true easy.
Yeah, I feel like it's a little risky, right? They ran the Roger, the Martis combination. I mean, that would kind of require them to take off in the early phase. And BTK running that Akai, running that Ruby, being very sustainable, having that Faramis to back them up. They were able to deny the rotations from Pro Destroy to be able to get not only to his purple buff, not only to his orange buff, but even the turtle and Lord plays. I feel like overall, when it came to the objectives, BTK stampeding through. I mean, look at it, 16-3, very fast game at that 13-minute mark, and it could have boiled down to them skipping their first ban. I wonder what really happened there. I feel like that should have been the Akai ban, if anything.
Yeah, could have been the Akai ban.
Should have been, but maybe they will plan something differently as we jump into the second match.
Could have been the Akai, could have been the Faramis, and this is the thing about BTK right now, right? Is it's just they prioed the Ruby and the Faramis, and it just shows how much confidence like Nicolette has in this pick. It shows how much confidence Cold World has in this pick, and it just goes to show, you know, banning like, and those aren't super meta picks. Those aren't like always on the ban list right now. They are sometimes, but not all the time. And it shows that BTK has some options even if you ban out the meta, right? And then Mobazane on the Akai, and it just kind of really, it adds a layer of depth to the team overall.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Faramis pickup here. I think it was because usually if we don't see the Faramis, we see the Mathilda. If a team lets it walk there, at least it was with GG. And that's what really shines with the Akai. But then when you can get that Faramis up front and you can get that Ruby, I mean, you have sustainability, you have CC on top of that. These, even if Zane did not get that Akai, they are able to zone out teams for the neutral objectives just with those two heroes alone to kind of help them profit on something like a Boxia, something like a Fredrin. As you are seeing the rich guy going over to Milo himself, most gold per minute. I think he's just stashing gold inside of those gloves with how heavy he was hitting with that Paquito. Head-to-head, though, Mobazane up against Pro Destroy, 1-0-11, just playing that utility jungler at its finest and showcasing above 10 for his overall rating.
Yeah, I mean, definitely above average for Mobazane. Pro Destroy this time up against some of the big dogs, you know, up against Mobazane here. Not able to keep up today. And I think what it really is BTK just played as such a unit that game. Cold World always there in the nick of time for basic. Nicolette able to save the day with some of those Nether Realms. In Mielo just putting on so much pressure. That was 58,000 damage leading for the side of BTK.
I think it's funny because it's 0% team fight participation over there from the Martis, but I don't think that was true. But nonetheless, it was still a very good game overall for the Bloodthirsty Kings. If we got to kind of break down a little surgical here on what we have to see Fiends do to turn this back around and possibly take it to a game 3. Number one, man, you got to have a plan for that Akai. A lot of teams are struggling against it right now. Even Gaimin Gladiators were defeated by it from BTK with that reverse sweep. So I will say that's number one. Number two, don't skip a ban. I'm not really sure what happened there, but that's not something I recommend for anybody on the professional scene. You got to make the most out of every opportunity ahead of you. Number three, I don't really agree too much with going I would say not three-dimensional, but I wouldn't even consider that three-dimensional. I would say that's a little above three-dimensional. That's like four-dimensional when you pull out some risky plays against one of the top prospects in your region. I feel like you need to go for something that's a little bit more standardized, something that's a little bit more common meta, and not like all over the place. And I feel like that will work better for them jumping into game number 2. But speaking of game number 2, here we are inside of the draft. BTK with match point against Fiends.
Yeah, I think they need something to stop those invades. And I think also Fiends has to not be scared. They need something that can kind of deal with the laning phase, deal with the early game aggression, and not be scared to take those fights in the laning phase. You know, you're up against a team like GG, you're up against a team like BTK, you're up against, a team like DA or whoever. Like, you have to be ready to listen. If they're going to come to us at 30 seconds in, we got to be willing to go for it, right? We can't let them do that. You can't just back up when they come into your jungle. And yes, BTK did kind of have the advantage, but before Nicolette hit level 4, the Netherrealm wasn't too scary, and you did have they had the Martis, who has some crazy early game damage, right? Who has a good way to deal with early game. So Fiends needs to think about that, about how they approach this laning phase, because that's what's going to set the tone for BTK. So maybe they'll do something different here. They do get their first ban this time. The Matilda goes out, and the Ruby goes out. So already immediately changing their thought patterns compared to last game.
Yeah, they're not going for the strategy of just banning Mobazane, right? They're trying to ban the utility across the board, which has been a lot of the problem for them. Now, this is going to put Mobazane in a great position, though. He has a lot more flexibility on what junglers he wants to pick up, especially in the first half of the draft. Now, do we see him pick up the Barats? The Barats is picked as an option over there for BTK. We've seen teams stack it up with the Rafaela. The Faramis is on the table. I don't think BTK will take the Faramis right off the beginning, especially with there being a Valentina, but could kind of wait it out and pick that in the second half of the draft if available. But right now, with what I'm seeing, I think a strong option would be something, at least for the side of BTK. Maybe the Akai, maybe not, but the Barats is also another strong pickup. I think this creates him a very, very good opportunity. And this is probably where BTK starts to shine against other teams, because you have teams that focus on just trying to draft him out, and then it allows them to pick things across the board for multiple members on their team. But when they don't draft him out, he gets very comfortable in that jungle.
Well, it's definitely now first pick. Arlott still open for BTK if they want it. Vexana open, a lot of things still on the field. The Barats for Mobazane. I mean, that's kind of been the go-to when it's there. But we're also seeing BTK get confident in a lot of their players, so I wouldn't count them out to not slot Mobazane first, maybe,
Navaria is available too. I mean, maybe just getting Nicolette that Navaria right here and just waiting it out and seeing what Fiends picks, because they still can pick up that Barats. And even if they allow Fiends to pick up the Barats, I mean, they have the Navaria that can provide that slow from the back line, and there's still some other options on the table to stop them. So I think, yeah, even the Nolan. So I think the Navaria would be a safer option, just picking that up. Not something, I mean, I guess you have the Valentina on the other side, which could technically kind of profit off of it, but they're going to go in for the Fredrin instead, locking in the jungle nice and early for BTK.
And they go for the Fred over the Barats. And I think that's just a comfort pick right there for Zane. MOBA Fred, as some people like to call him. So, I mean, it's definitely comfortability. And at this point now, Fiends have to respond. Do they pick up utility as well? Do they pick up the Barats? Which I think is a good answer, right? You have the Daytona's Welcome. You have an answer to Mobazane in that Turtle Pit, in that Lord Pit. Or do they get crazy and go aggressive and pick up the Nolan? I don't think they're really ready for that right now, just because BTK was already bullying them last game when they had a fighter jungle, let alone if they pick an assassin jungle or something,
Kohari getting comfortable is going to lock in that carry. They're going to get another meta pickup with that Vexana. Now, I do think that the carry is going to be a little hard to kind of pull off, especially against basic. He's one of those marksmen that prefers to go up against the carry. He's actually comfortable running against it. He is going to go ahead and use this Irithel, though. I would have expected maybe a Harith or something like that, but the Irithel has been showcased a little bit today and in previous matches for the NACT Spring season. Not as often as a Harith, but still a viable pickup.
And maybe they just slot. We saw it earlier when we saw maybe they just slot something like the Raph later on in this draft, something for Cold World, kind of switch up strategies, change it up a little bit from what we saw last time. They go for the Arlot, which again could definitely be flexed. Cold World can definitely play it. Mielo can definitely play it. All those options are there. And finally, the Barats is locked in for Fiends. Now on to the bans. Fiends need both teams need Fiends need a jungler and an EXP laner. I mean, a roamer and an EXP laner.
They might need a jungler if they put the Barats in the XP lane. I mean, we have seen teams do that. We've seen Fried Chicken run it. I mean, it is a possibility if they do go that route. But we are going to be looking at some strong frontline compositions from both sides in terms of the jungle, right? The Barats up against the Fredrin, both of them able to invade really well and sustain themselves. You are looking at no healing, though. No support heroes being picked up yet. And it looks like that's the focus right now for the bans. Angela and the Rafaela both banned out very swiftly over there from BTK. And on the other side, we are seeing the Faramis off the table. So there's not really too many more healers out there. I mean, there's like a Florian could be slotted in. And we have seen a Florian showcase before. It's just not as hot as the other options.
And Fiends is a team that is known to pick up these two heroes, right? The Kohari connection with Magic Man and the with either the Raph or the Angela, and BTK has definitely done their homework. Coach Midnight, has definitely done his homework, and Angela's on the chopping block immediately. Raph comes in second phase just to make sure, because a Barats and a carry could be lethal with a Raph behind it. Could be a big problem with a Rafaela behind it. Nana going to get banned out from Fiends. Nicolette still needs a mage. This could be one of those games we see the Luyi, I feel like.
This could also be a game where we see a Minotaur slotted in, because Minotaur would be great for the group CC. I feel like for either side, maybe BTK slots in the Minotaur to get the setup. It'll stop that Barats, especially when he tries to go in for these neutral objectives. You are going to have to watch out for Kohari, though, on this carry. I mean, you're already having not only the Arlot, but also the Fredrin, which is going to have to watch out for the Speedy Light Wolves. If BTK does not go the support method, I wonder what roamer they will pick up. I think a Minotaur would be okay. It could be an option. The Grok is still on the table. I mean, if there is a Minotaur on one side, maybe the Grok on the other can negate some of that CC, get a good wild charge off. But nonetheless, a lot of options are being limited later in this draft. CC for the XP lane up against the Arlot. Both of these heroes very good in the XP lane. I feel like the CC is a little bit more mobile, but the Arlot synergizes well with the crowd control composition that BTK has.
Yeah, and Uneven did well on it last game, even though they lost. You saw the damage start to scale. Fiends just has to not fall off too hard in the early game this time. The composition is definitely good from Fiends. This is, just a textbook, decent picks, well-rounded, frontline, shred, all the above. A little bit of early game, little mid, little late. Maybe still lacking a little bit in laning phase for Fiends, but they do have the defense there. BTK, like I said, I got a feeling we might see Nicolette Luyi here, man. There's not much else for her to pick right now. Valentina, I think Valentina Luyi is really the two options on the field right now for her. There's Luyi, and then Grok. There's the Grok pick for BTK.
We both get one. But the Luyi, I didn't even think about that. But yeah, that's a really good. I think Luyi works great against the Barats because he's such a big target and he's not as mobile unless he uses that Detna's Welcome. You are going to have to watch out for Uneven on the CC, though, who will try and close that distance. But with the Grok and the Luyi combination, I mean, I think that's a really strong draft from the BloodThirstyKings. When we're looking at the side of Fiends, though, they do have some answers. They have the carry who can soak in not only to the Grok, also the Arlot, also the Fredrin. But Kohari's going to have to get online. We've seen him run the Roger last game. The Basic was able to pretty much dominate him. He ran that Harith, and we didn't really get to see the Roger get online for the power spikes we were looking for. And hopefully that's what they can kind of lean in on this game, getting that carry. I think this is something we've seen Kohari profit on a little bit more often than a Roger this NACT spring season, and it is going to be a possible problem. But you are going to see problems going with the Ube strat.
Oh,
Estes in the building.
You could ban out the Angela. You could ban out the Florin. You could ban out the Raph. But we're still going to get something here. So, yes, very Ube-esque. But the Luyi, I want to talk about that real quick because for those that don't know, Nicolette was like a forerunner of this hero. I mean, was picking this hero back when it was not meta at all, when nobody was really picking it, and was winning games against some of the best players in NA with it. So if there's anyone that I think could really show off with this hero, it is going to be Nicolette. Proccing the passive, getting that duality could be the big answer against this Estes, right? Because everyone's going to be grouped up. It should be an easy way to kind of proc that. Same thing, Wild Charge, Final Slash. BTK has some answers to this Estes. They just need to make those combos work.
And not to mention they have the R-Lot, so if you can get that duality out, then the R-Lot will get some additional CC to profit on, as we are now jumping in to game number 2. The Bloodthirsty Kings up against Fiends. BTK currently sitting at match point, trying to close out with a sweep with Fiends, living to fight for another chance. But right before we jump into the Land of Dawn, we want to spend a little bit more time with you today. You know, Trex and me, first time casting together. Just wanted to, we decided to pause the game.
Want to vibe.
Just to tell you guys that, you know, just to vibe. No, I'm kidding. There's a little bit of something going on in the background, but this gives us a little bit more time to discuss these lineups. You talked about Nicolette on the Lu Yi. Been such a threat. I think we've seen some other players. We've seen another Lu Yi workout today. The diversions were on point. It worked out with
Hoon
a
pick it
Roger.
the other day.
Yeah, and then we saw Hoon pick it up, and he was just dealing a lot of damage with it. And now we get to see Nicolette with her showcasing on it. Now, this is an Estes, though. Estes will be able to keep the team alive, but you know what the thing is with Estes? He requires the team to group up, and that's what Lu Yi loves to see.
Not only that, but the Estes and the Vex, you don't got much defense in your mid, right? You don't have much denying aggression to BTK, and this was something I was a bit worried about. I kind of wanted to see a bulkier, like you mentioned the Minotaur way earlier, I want to see something a bit bulkier on Fiends, because here's the thing, with BTK right now, with Grok, with Arla, with Mobazane and Mobafred, they're going to be in their face once again. Even though they have the Barats, they're going to be in their face, and Fiends are going to need to buy time. They need to be very careful. Magic and Churobami, they got targets on their head right now, man. Targets on their head right now, because there's no defense on that mid side right now.
Yeah, you know, it's funny you talk about the Moba Fred. I always used to say, like, Fredrin walks around with his hand in his pocket, and I think it's a picture of Mobazane with how well they kind of synergize together. But, I mean, I do agree with you. If we kind of take a look at the first game, right, and we talk about Fiends. Fiends had a very hard time in the early phase, taking the neutral objectives. Mobazane and BTK were able to invade very often and denying a lot of the farm away from Pro Destroy. But this time around, not running the Martis, running something that's a little bit more not only sustainable, but also having some support behind him to keep him alive. Is this the game changer? You are going to have to watch out, though. Cold running on this Grok. Not really too much CC I feel like he's going to have to worry about. I mean, maybe a little bit from Churobami, maybe a little bit from Pro Destroy. But I feel like the Grok should be able to open up a lot of these engagements with some great wild charges. For the side of Fiends, though, there's nothing to really stop Uneven on this CC. Not really grabbing him in his tracks. Maybe the final slash from the R-Lot. Maybe there is CC on the table, though. There's a lot of CC for BTK, but CC is not going to be stopped in her tracks in terms of being completely immobilized since there's no suppression. And I think if she should be able to get to the back line, maybe basic. I'm wondering what battle spell he's going to be running on this Iritha. I've seen it kind of ran with the sprint sometimes. Yeah. But I wonder if that's going to be the exact route he goes.
I mean, I feel like sprint's the route here, right? Because there's not a lot of, there's a CC, but there's not a lot of CC on Fiends, you know? There's not a lot of...
I think that gets me every time.
They just had to name a hero CC, right? But yeah, there's not that much crowd control. Yes, you have like the Eternal Guardian, you have the Detina's Welcome. So I think sprint will work well with him kind of running away from CC and kind of kiting around the team as they're all grouped up. I think the big thing for Fiends here is, like, a lot of times when you see this classic Ube strat, right? Like this is real classic Ube. Even though there's some slightly different heroes, it is the Barats and the Estes paired up. You're looking for that 7-minute mark. Like back when you used to see Blacklist do it, we would call it the rubber band. Even if they take a death or two early on, right around 6, right around mid-game, as long as you're not, if you're only like 1,000 gold, 2,000 gold, it's not that big of a deal. You still start to hit your momentum around there. So that's kind of Fiends. That's the big goal here, right? Get Estes to level 4. Try not to take too many deaths, and wait for that second turtle to really start popping off. And then like you said, with the CC, with those possibilities in there, shredding down, holding that front side, there's definitely some danger in Fiends composition if BTK lets it get out of control.
That's right. I mean, I love the rubber band effect. And not just, speaking of rubber bands, can they bounce back from that loss in game number 1, right? Do they have enough elasticity to shoot it back on BTK's side of the court? Now, hey, we're almost closing in the regular season for NACT Spring and jumping closer to the playoffs, right? Fiends, BTK, both of them tied for the second position. One team will be knocked down to the third. And this is actually really big considering how this plays out determines who they face in the playoffs, right? I mean, that number 2 versus that number 3, they will have totally different seedings. The number 3 should, at least in theory, have a little bit of an harder matchup. The number 2 should have an easier matchup, and that's really what these two teams are kind of battling it out right now, is they're stacked up to 11 points. Now, Fiends, like we said, took down Area 77. That's the team that took down BTK. So if they find that momentum, if they can kind of dig deep, they may be able to pull it off. BTK, though, they've seemed, ever since that Area 77 loss, I think they kind of sat down, did a lot of homework, and tightened up their shot group, and they've been stronger than ever so far. I mean, it kind of goes to show from that great performance in game number 1. So the Lee pickup, I think that's something I'm excited to kind of see. It's funny how meta is shifting for North America. It's just changing the further and further we go in the NACT Spring season. I think in the beginning, we didn't see a Louis, we didn't see a Roger, but now these things are kind of slipping through the cracks, and they're profiting.
I mean, it's definitely, there's just a lot changing, I feel like, and it's going to continue to change over the next few months. It seems like a lot of patches are coming in. We might even have another big patch before Grand Finals comes, you know, which playoffs could be a completely different beast for all we know. We got, what, one more week and then another week. Just let everybody know, we just had to do a quick redraft. All the picks are exactly the same. There was just some bug issues or something. We'll be getting back to the game very shortly in just a few minutes. So yeah, I think Fiends, I like their composition. This is dumb, right? This is something that they like to run. This is kind of they're in their zone with this. They got the utility healing support roamer with them. They have a nice bulky frontliner jungle, and they got Kohari on one of his signature picks, the carry, which things that he's thrived on is like the carry and the Claude. So if there's a time for them to pull something off, this could be it.
Yeah, and this is their chance. Fiends, not off to the easiest start. BTK now at match point, trying to close out the series with a sweep. Fiends having a second chance to be able to hold it in. Can they do it? Can they claim that number 2 spot? Will BTK push forward and live up to the name? Now, unorthodox a little bit, but step in. What's up? Oh,
that prediction. It's got to be swaps. It's got to be, because last time it was BTK with the 86%.
It's swapped. It is swapped. I'm looking on the channel. Okay, so it's 86% for BTK, 14 for Fiends. But hey, as we are looking at both these teams fighting it out, Cold World already taking some heavy hits.
Now, I do want to point something out. Fiends has not been swept yet. They have taken some losses, but they've always at least put one on the board. So if time tells correctly, even if they lose against BTK, there are, you know, it's in their favor to maybe win a game here at least. I would love to see. I'd love to go to a game 3 between these two teams. Let's see if Fiends really has what it takes. Now, BTK are taking their time right now, and I don't know if that is the plan, man. I think they need to be moving fast and trying to close out Fiends' win condition as quick as possible.
Yeah, I mean, game number 1, we saw Mobazane and BTK kind of full send the jungle of Fiends, being very aggressive super early. But this time around, we're not seeing a Martis. We're seeing a Barat stacked up with an Estus to be able to keep them alive. And I think that's kind of forcing BTK to pull their punches a little bit more than what we often see. We are going to see this first turtle spawning in, though. Both teams getting ready to take this first neutral objective. Now, it's going to be a battle of sustainability from Fiends versus just pure damage and crowd control from the BloodThirstyKings. Overall, we have to see which one will kind of prevail and hit the mark early in the game, as you are going to see both teams fighting over this turtle.
Doing a lot of damage on Uneven there. Uneven's going to be forced to go back to base and not be involved in this fight. Cold World holding down the side. Churro right there as well. Nicolette and Milo coming in. Nice duality. Gets the CC. Protosword takes a lot of damage. Eternal Guardian does come down. The final slash locks on a Protosword, but the tone is welcomes him in and bashes him against the wall, but still goes down. Cold World picking up the kill. Protosword finds one, though. It's a 2-for-1 right now. Uneven goes down to Nicolette. Nicolette now on the run. One more shot, and she's out of here. Mobazane able to find the turtle now. Going to move on to the enemy jungle camp. Nicolette still staying in the lane.
Yeah, 2-for-1 trade and a turtle for the side of the BloodThirstyKings. Good start for them. Not the easiest for Fiends. They are still in this, though. Need to find some answers. They need to find trades in the beginning. If they can't find these turtles, maybe go in for the turrets instead. Protosword got picked off right there. Milo was able to open up the opportunity with that final slash. He did fall in the process, though, finding his first death of the game, but the assist is what mattered the most to create that opportunity for the BloodThirstyKings. Speaking of matchups, though, we are seeing Basic on this Irithel, running that Quantum Charge. It's going to be very mobile. We asked about what battle spell he was going to be running. He actually is going in with the Purify. He's not going to go in for that sprint, but speaking of sprints, Cold World, Pro-Destroy kind of being a little bit of that bully that Barat's in the jungle, forcing him away from the invasion and the vision.
That's the just in case right there. That's the just in. Oh, nice final slash on a churro. We'll get healed up from Magic, but the Purify is kind of clutch, right? Just in case he gets hit by a Detna's Welcome. Just in case an Eternal Guardian locks on. He can buy the little bit of extra time. Does take a couple shots from Kohari, but willing to go the 1v1. Nicolette with an immersion, the wild charge onto Kohari. Kohari back under the base. More fights ensue up in the top side. Pro Destroy misses the Detna's Welcome, and now is in a little bit of trouble. Basic. Mobazane gets the final shot, though. That's another kill for BTK.
And another death for Pro Destroy. 2 deaths of the game so far. Not off to an easy point over there. Pro Destroy, the jungler for Fiends. Not only just a jungler, he's running on the Barats. Magic not able to really keep him alive. Kind of protecting Kohari on the bot side against Basic. The king of recall spamming down there. Showcasing his comfortability in the gold lane. 3-1 though. 1 turtle under their belt. And Fiends yet to find a response.
And he's getting denied a lot of jungle here. Mobazane in all of his camps right now. Pro Destroy 2 levels down overall. Oh, a lot of damage. Basic looking for the final shot. Kohari trying to survive, but unable to do it. Nicolette picks up the kill. Now Basic on the chase up against Magic. Watch for Churro Bonnie here. Not going to try to force the engage. Misses the Terrify. Wall comes up, and Fiends will be able to get away.
Yeah, some good placement over there from Cold World. Stopping Fiends from rotating around with ease. Up to 4-1 on the scoreboard and up by 2,500 gold within the past 5 minutes. BTK showcasing their mastery, getting everything they came for. Mobazane and now ready for the invade.
Oh, gets the taunt off. I want to say he was able to steal it. No, doesn't get it. He didn't have the retry. I was like, I thought he was about to take that one.
A very close call.
A little bit of damage on a Kohari. Basic finally takes down the tower. Cold World able to get the wild charge, but the rest of the team is there. Cold World switches gears and moves back. They got what they came for. They take a tower. Good win for BTK.
Yeah, Nicolette, very good positioning so far. Able to teleport at any moment to keep Fiends on their toes. They were able to find a kill onto Kohari as well, running on this carry, which is going to delay him his late game potential. Now, Kohari, we know he's one of those marksmen that likes to play heavily aggressive, but you have to be careful, especially with Nicolette on the table. She's waiting for you to overextend. Big play!
Nicolette does so much damage on a Kohari there. Melo able to get the double kill, though, and clean up what she started. Well played for BTK. Cold World coming around the side, looking for maybe a wild charge or just getting vision for the team. BTK, now that they've taken the lead, they're right back to being aggressive.
We just talked about it, too. Look at Nicolette already ready for the setup.
Diversion. Mobazane takes the taunt too, trying to buy that split second, but not there in time. But what they do is cut the lane, and Basic takes another tower.
Now the siege for the orange buff.
Ooh, Daytona's welcome does land on to Mobazane. Mobazane in the midst of 4 members will go down finally. Wild charge does come out from Cold World. Nicolette now trying to run away. Hangs out, gets a couple more shots. Melo dashes in, getting some nice damage on Uneven. But they decide to go back and just take another tower, and they switch gears.
And that's still overall a good trade for them. They lost Mobazane, but they take the tier 1 turret in the mid lane, but Uneven on the chase on the Cold World. Should be able to get back to safety, but Basic.
Ooh. Basic dashes in. He's being aggressive. He's felt good the past 2 games. He's felt confident the past 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, it was Kohari the Brave. What is it? What do we call Basic? We got to get a nickname for him over here.
He's the retry god, man. Come on. We know that.
Oh, my. All right. Basic the retry god. But you are going to see 6-2 for BTK. Now up by 4 kills up against Fiends and 3,000 gold and climbing almost to 4,000. Cold World very low, though. Needs to get out of there. We'll be able to hug that wall to negate the CC. The BloodThirstyKings still holding on to every single turret. Hasn't lost a single one and up by 3 towers and 2 turtles. Diversion play, though.
Where are they going? Oh, down to the boss side. On to Kohari. Kohari's in trouble. Milo flickers in. Gets a wild charge on a Magic there. But the Blessing of the Moon Goddess does give some heal. Pro Destroy able to get the nom-noms. On to Mielo. Mielo goes down. Fiends finally picking up a kill. We're starting to see the snapback. This is what I'm talking about. Right after 7 minutes, you got to start to be careful. Mobazane is going to get the Tanto on to Kohari. Kohari able to dash back. The heal comes in, and everyone's safe for now.
Yeah, Magic doing really well in the Blessing of the Moon Goddess, keeping the team alive. Kohari was very low right there, and then he procced it and was able to help him to sustain himself in that fight, and it turned around and worked in Fiend's favor. BTK definitely need to be a little bit more careful on these engagements. Speaking of being careful, diversion play from Nicolette.
Ooh, they're waiting in that bush, Cold World. Oh, wild charge. Let's lock on a 2, and the cleanup happens. Nicolette with the killing spree.
Clean up on aisle three. Clean up on aisle three. BTK, Nicolette. If anybody's getting an MVP, it's got to be her with the mastery plays of this Luia, a hero that we've seen her use time and time again on the professional scene. And it's been kind of known. I would say this is a signature pick over there from Nicolette, and she's showcasing just how strong the Luia can be.
Yeah, I mean, it's becoming definitely a problem. You never know. I mean, at that point, you start to put fear into them, right? It's like you just never know where they are, man. They could be in any bush at any time. Fiends has to think about that. Now it's become a mental game as well. I think at this point, Fiends, they just need to stay grouped up, man. I mean, I know it's tempting to try to, like, go and try to stop them from split pushing, but you got to group up. You got to wait for the next, maybe this Lord, and maybe try to make the play before it becomes too much.
Yeah, but I mean, Nicolette able to pull a trick out of her bag any second of this game with this Lu Yi has been a problem. Even when you think they're at one place, they're at another, and I think that's where they're kind of shining on. I mean, look at Nicolette, 5 assists so far, almost tied up with Cold who's the roam for the Bloodthirsty Kings, and she's also leading the way in the most kills. You are seeing a great Guardian's Barrier dropping down.
Ooh, the pincer, they're around the back, the knock-up. The slay, but wait, Protosaur able to get the nom-noms, spit back Mobazane, get the stun on 2 members. Blessing Moon Goddess does keep them up for just a minute. Uneven now into the midst of the fight, but Magic taking too much damage. The Appraisal's Wrath takes down 2. A double kill going to Mobazane, make it a triple. Zane under the tower, exerting dominance.
Zane the main, able to
my main
properly go in there, take down 3 members with the triple kill. Pro destroy Magic and Uneven, 3 for none trade, now increasing that lead even further for them. Fiends having a hard time keeping up with the momentum and the pace of the Bloodthirsty Kings. Kohar the Brave though, willing to take the fight.
Oh, did he go too deep? No! Wild Charge knocks him up. Too brave today. Basic takes him out. Magic and Cherubani forced to watch and then get pushed in. Another Appraisal's Wrath paired up with a final slash. They're going to move in. Magic goes down. And now Uneven is alone. Pro Destroy trying to come around the backside. Knows it's not a fight he wants to take today. BTK on a roll.
Milo with the alley-oop to Mobazane with the final slash, and now the recall
rips him out of the base. Pro Destroy looking for something but finds nothing.
My goodness, BTK breakdancing with confidence right now with the recall spams, ready to knock into the base of Fiends. Uneven left to defend with Churobami.
BTK feeling themselves right now. BTK here to play, here to slay. Fiends not feeling okay. All right, Lord gonna be up now. And BTK aren't even forcing it. They're not even going straight for it. They feel good about this matchup right now.
Yeah, you're already seeing BTK in a great position to possibly try and close this out. Here in the next few minutes, if Fiends is not careful, Lord has spawned in. They may wait for it to go to the enhanced version. Kohari, though, the overextension. He is not afraid of anything. The recall back Milo. He lets him go for free.
Yeah, he's like, I don't want that smoke right now. Because even though Kohari's behind, he's still a little bit of a threat, at least in the 1v1. Lord brought down to half health. Cold World looking to push Fiends back. Magic does have the blessing right now. Magic taking way too much damage. Forced to use the ultimate early. Milo finds him. Pro Destroy now once again in the midst of 4 members and just getting shredded down. Kohari and Uneven maybe looking for a play here. Gonna have to try to get away. They don't want to take that fight right now.
Yeah, definitely don't want to take that fight. 2 members falling for Fiends. BTK has the numbers and they're looking for more.
Kohari, the brave Kohari on the run, whatever you want to call him. Gonna get knocked up. He's able to kite back. They're chasing him down.
He's out of there.
Looking for the cutoff. He's out of there. Looking like a home run. Uneven here to help out. Kohari should be safe. Cold World's like, no. Oh, Cold World now. Maybe in a little bit of trouble. Oh, they bait him back, and now Uneven taking way too much damage. Does go down. Magic able to pick up the kill. Kohari might just be next. Blessing to move. God is able to give him the health. Appraisal's Wrath comes down, but Fiends able to just survive. Still biding time, though. Is this part of Fiends' plans? BTK are not going for that Lord. Nicolette's like, yo, I'm out of here. Forget this. I'm back to the mid.
Kohari the Flash, the quick escape, and now going in for more frontlining for Fiends.
Cold World able to get the knock up. Melo dashes in, looking for the knock, looking for the final slash. Finally connects. Magic in trouble along with Churobani. Basic goes down though. Churro finds him. Uneven now back on the map. That is actually a win for Fiends in that fight there.
Yeah, but Nicolette providing some great CC.
Ooh, Kohari deleted. Pro Destroy might just be next. Milo with the final slash on to 4 members. Pro Destroy goes down. Churro in a little bit of trouble as well. Milo gonna chase, gonna look, gonna hunt, but finally back off. BTK needs to maybe back off. Are they pushing this too hard? Cold World now does have the wild charge, waiting for the moment to strike, just hanging out. Magic in a little bit of trouble. Appraisal's Wrath! The damage from Mobazane right now is out of this world.
Mobazane looking like whack-a-mole out there with those Appraiser's Wrath.
Bonking him.
Dunk on the Magic, evaporating this man. And you are going to see a lot of members falling right there for Fiends. BTK overall winning that trade. 10K over there for Basic on this Irithyll. Hoss Claws, Berserker's Fury is going to have that Sia Halberd for the anti-heal and the Malefic Roar to top that off. The Lord will fall. BTK will claim that, and now Fiends forced to defend, barely holding on to that tier 2 turret in the mid lane and almost down to their inhibitors.
Yeah, that is a chunky health bar for that Fredrin right there. The shield is out of, I mean, the heal back is out of control, and that's why those Appraisal's Wrath are just so out of this world. Nicolette with the diversion. Cold World once again, catching them from the offside, but the Blessing of the Moon Goddess keeps them all alive, and now they're looking for a moment to come back. Cold World very low. Those tricks are starting to get a little old, and Fiends isn't going to keep falling for them. They're not going to keep on working as this game moves forward. Nice Atona's welcome, gets a stun onto Basic there. Kohari now coming in. Looking for the outplay. Can he get it? Kohari goes down. He tried, but is unable to do it. 1 against 2 looking, but falls short. Now Nicolette and Cold World back in the midst of this fight. Gets a duality on a Magic. Magic able to heal up. Basic still holding the distance. The tower goes down. Fiends back under their final defense of inhibitors.
Yeah, off to a final stand. BTK opening up the base as the Lord crashes into the inhibitor on the top side.
That's going to be a lot. Can Fiends do something here to defend? Kohari is down. They've lost some of their shred, but the Lord is down to half health already. BTK, do they want to try to end this here? Oh, the final slash does lock on to Pro Destroy. Milo back in. Knock up. Taken out. Basic able to pick up the kill. Kohari! Magic taking so much damage, but Kohari is up and ready to go. Speedy Light Wheel. Not able to connect just yet. Nicolette able to find another. It's nothing but Kohari and Churro against the world. And the minions are closing in. Will this be a 2-0? Fiends still trying to put it all on the line here. BTK feeling confident, dropping the toss. Just lock onto the base and finish it. Kohari gonna be the next to fall. Milo looking for it, but now Kohari gets the shutdown. And now the minions are back up. It's Churro and Kohari still against the world, but BTK's not playing anymore. They find the 2-0 sweep.
BTK looking stronger than ever, shutting down Fiends, not creating the opportunity for the reverse sweep. Able to close the doors on that amazing victory. A great finish and a very explosive match from both sides, as you are seeing the team stats. 25, 6, and 60 overall assists from the Bloodthirsty Kings. 372,000 damage, almost hitting that 10 mark for the team rating.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little tired. My stomach hurts. The diaphragm is feeling it. Definitely some crazy fights. BTK comes out on top. Now, maybe playing with their food a little bit too much, but definitely an entertaining game. And Fiends, like, they were able to buy some time there, man. If BTK let that go a little bit longer, the opportunities was there. Kohari may be a little too brave at times, but still almost making the statement happen. Basic still ends up getting the win in some of those final 1v1s, but a good series at that.
I think my highlight was seeing Kohari versus Milo. Both of them facing off. We seen Kohari in the bush. He ran to the bush. Milo didn't even want that smoke, but then they got the 1v1. And Kohari was able to get the kill, but overall, BTK was able to get the game. As you are going to look at 14 assists over there from Korra, but 19 assists from Nicolette on the Lu Yi with 4 kills on the board. If anybody got MVP in that game, it's got to be her.
Yeah, 4-0 and 19 just played it so cleanly. Was definitely the playmaker. Nicolette and Cold World, I mean, the combo right there every single time. The diversion and the wild charge was deadly, was lethal.
Yeah, definitely lethal, as you are seeing both the head-to-head for the junglers. Mobazane up against Pro Destroy. Mobazane again, another rating over double digits, hitting that 10%. He's able to keep majority of the junglers he goes against below 5 with how well he's able to rotate and get these objectives, and definitely shows you why they are that top 2 contender. Speaking of top 2 contenders, winning this series officially earns their spot in the top 2 and forces Fiends to the 3rd position.
I mean, I think at this point, they are pretty much clear and ready to go, unless they take some horrible sweep next year and Fiends gets a sweep against GG. I think BTK, like, that is the only opportunity, really. Night Horde can't catch up even if they get a sweep. So at this point, BTK is pretty much secured in the top 2 for the playoffs.
Yeah, and you are looking at the overall stats, the team fight participation. 92% over there from Nicolette, 100% from Chirobami on the other side, though. Definitely showcases the importance of the mid laners for both teams, but Nicolette able to step to the playing field, a wizard out there for the Bloodthirsty Kings.
Bloodthirsty Kings, man, they came in thirsty, consider them quenched, taking a 2-0 win over the Fiends. I'll tell you what, dude. I thought that second game, I thought Fiends were I thought they were waiting it out. I thought Kohari was gonna take some traction and make something happen, but you know, Zane got in there and said, "No dice for you, sir."
Yeah, Zane was bonking. Whack. You said it perfectly. We see this whack-a-mole out there every time. Bonk, bonk, bonk. It showed us why he picked up the Fredrin instead of the Barats. I mean, perfectly.
Yeah, he was very comfortable, and I mean, they even decided to go the non-route of banning all of his pickups, so he was loving being able to pick up that Fredrin. A lot of teams don't even give him that opportunity.
I feel like I still sometimes underestimate, you know, Fredrin's one of my favorite heroes within the game, but I still feel like I underestimate his ultimate's the Appraiser's Wrath, its damage, because, you know, we saw that Estes cruising around probably 55, 60% health, and just one shot, and just, man, absolutely incredible.
Probably one of my funnest skills. I think it's one of my favorite skills to watch. Just crash down on 3 people. It's just got that. It's something about it. It's got some flair to it. That skill right there.
It reminds me of the. You remember back in the day, it used to be the instead of the Fredrin jungle being one of the main, who was it? It was Ballman. Remember the Ballman?
Ballman, yeah, just
lethal
slam,
counter.
Exactly,
yeah.
The lethal counter. It's got a lethal counter vibe to it.
Yeah, Fredrin kind of took that mark away from him, and now it's kind of that
Ballman,
staple.
Weezy. You actually cosplayed as Ballman one time, remember?
I know. Oh my God, I do. I don't know if we can consider that was Ballman though. I don't know what that was, but hey, maybe next time we'll get a little bit closer.
All right, who do we got going on for the MVP of the series?
I'm Nicolette? Nicolette?
It has to be.
Or Zane? Nicolette or Zane? Nicolette or Zane? Nicolette with a clean one. Game number 1 was playing on the Faramis, which there it didn't feel as much, but came in so clutch with a lot of those Nether Realms.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Nicolette, the utility that she provides for the team, right? She's not going in for the kills. She's going in for the opportunity, the initiations that BTK can capitalize on. A lot of times, the diversion, teleporting to the right place for the team to make the most out of the situation. She's always keeping a tight eye on the map, on the objectives, and never fails to hit the mark.
Yeah, I think that we really get to see some of Nicolette's ability to play in different, you know, diverse heroes. You know, when she was rocking that Faramis, really coming in clutch so many times, saving her teammates, really just doing a fantastic job. And then on the low Yi, playing extremely aggressive and just really putting the damage down. But enough of that conversation. I think I got somebody waiting for me. Let's go talk to him. Basic, how are you feeling, brother?
Feeling good, feeling good.
How does it feel, man? Kohari, you know, Kohari the Brave has been a topic of conversation for so many people. You got to face him today. Any thoughts on him?
I think I don't know, man. Like, I think it's just a below average gold laner. Like, I don't see anything special.
Oh, you're breaking my heart.
I don't know what's the all hype about him, because I don't know, it was pretty easy going against him.
Oh man, you're breaking my heart right now, man. You're gonna bring me to tears. You better watch yourself. So I gotta know. So when the team starts spam recalling people, who's the one making that call? Who's like spam it? Who's saying that?
Like all of us, because yesterday I heard Kohari was saying that BTK was gonna be easy since he beat A77. Said that Mobazane and Guapo was the hero pool. But I don't know. Like, it feels like it was easy for us, not to them.
Oh man, you're hurting me. So I gotta know, in your own personal opinion, who do you think is the actual culprit on the team for your team seeing so much success and so much momentum recently? You guys started off the season just a little bit underwhelming, but very quickly after have, brewed up an entire storm that all of NA is having to deal with right now. Who would you say is the one doing that?
Like for our team?
Yeah.
I feel like all of us, I guess.
All of you? What do you mean by that?
Shit, I don't. Wait, what's up? I'm sorry. What was it? I got a little distracted.
No, sorry, I'm cute. So, who are you giving credit to on your team for you guys being such an effective, powerful being in building so much momentum on a game-to-game basis?
I would say all. Like every each member. I would say Milo, Zane, Apple, Chris, but all of them. Like, I feel like it's just team. It's just us five basically. There's no one. Actually, it's just us five.
That is interesting.
Maybe Coach Midnight. He actually helps us a lot.
So I think people are saying that Cold World might be a better roam than Shark. How do you feel about that?
Cold World versus Shark. I feel like they're toe to toe, but I would say Nicolette over Hoon for sure.
Nigga, what are you talking about?
I mean, if you're comparing about like mid guys, like two players in mid, I feel like Cold World is toe to toe with Shark, but Hoon versus Apple, I don't know, man. I think Apple is better because I team up with both of them. So for me, I think Apple is just way better.
So, you guys have faced Area 77, you've faced Fiends now, you've faced Night Horde, you've faced DA, some of these other top dogs in NACT right now, but who do you think is really the best out of all of them?
Of course, Gaimin. Gaimin, of course.
Outside of Gaimin, who do you got?
Outside of Gaming? Maybe Area 77 because we lost to them, but that was when we were kind of having a team problem, so I don't know. Maybe if we face them again, we'll see.
Outside of that, everybody else was just easy.
Yeah, outside of that, everyone was easy.
All right, well, I'm not going to take up all of your time. Thank you so much for coming out and talking to me, man. Don't go winning too many games, okay?
We'll try. Thank you.
Got him, coach. Oh man, he's so funny. He said, "I don't really get the hype." Oh man, how you feeling, Trix?
Okay. I'm just trying to process this. That was a lot to break down.
A lot
in that interview. It was a lot, but it was entertaining. I mean, definitely showcases his confidence. I feel like you should have asked him. How many times does he think he recall spammed in that game? Because there's a lot of recall spamming, but nonetheless, basic, really good goal later. We've seen him time and time again step up to that position for North America to make it to a grand finals spot. So I can't wait to see him in future matches. And hey, it was definitely a treat watching him go up against Kohari.
Yeah, I had so many hopes for that matchup, and BTK as a whole, I don't want to say they did in fact make it look easy, but they did make it look easier than I had initially anticipated.
Yeah, they made it look easy. They showed why they're top two, for sure. And I think I mean, don't get me wrong, Fiends has done good this season, done outstanding compared to some of our expectations. But though Kohari is fun to watch, but there are definitely some things to work on, right? The AKA the Brave is it's a double-edged sword that he needs to work on. And you start to see those cracks in teams when they go up against some of the top dogs. Do I think Fiends are completely out of this? Not at all. Do I think BTK, though, is definitely on the upswing right now? For sure.
Yeah, I feel like Kohari is just one of those marksmen. He likes to rush in for the adrenaline plays, right? The flashy plays is what he kind of lives for. But you can't always play flashy when your team's on the back, and he may be able to pick up a couple of kills, but also him being the gold lane, if he gets bursted down from the over-aggressive plays, then it's hard to come back in that late game. And I think that's kind of where Basic, even though Basic's a little bit more flashy, he likes to do a lot more recall spams. I wouldn't say flashy, but like recall spams a little bit more. He knows to kind of limit himself with how far he kind of pushes out. So I'm right there with Trex. I think through time, Kohari is definitely looking stronger than a lot of marksmen we've seen, and he's looking very promising. Fiends, a newer team on the scene, and they're just getting started, right? We're a couple of days before the playoffs, and I can't wait to see how they perform. But overall, a great victory over there for the Bloodthirsty Kings.
You guys hear that? Whoop, whoop. What is that? Whoop, whoop. I think that's a giveaway alarm. That's crazy, Steph.
Oh man, these pass offs, man! I didn't know where he was about to throw us.
I didn't know if we were going to break. Or...
Darting Star 1-1 out there, limited quantity 30. Make sure you guys claim it while it is available. It is first come, first serve. Go ahead and scan that QR code now. But if you can't scan it in, there's the code above it. Limited opportunity, so claim it while it's available.
First come, first serve. So if you're not there, it's already too late. Probably. Probably. These things go fast. I don't feel like I've ever, even when I've actually tried in the past watching different NACTs, I don't think I've ever been fast enough to actually secure a skin. How about you, Trex? You ever got one?
I'd hate to toot my own horn, but I've always casted NACT, so I've never tried to get one from the other side of the camera.
Yeah, we're not allowed to do that, Zeke. This is crazy that you would even. This is no, I'm playing. I mean, hey, I wish I could, but there's 30 of them out there, so claim them while you guys can.
All right, so I'm not gonna hold you guys up any longer. Let's get to a break.
just can't explain it. The overwhelming sensation. You don't want to fight the temptation. Sit patient as we change the nation. The drums, the keys, all connected. Drumming like currents, the vibes so electric. Starting just like a comet. Destined for greatness and no one can stop it.
I know that leads to here because
It's a decoy!
GG versus DA on the rise. Who's it going to be? Only time will tell. Both of these teams have been doing really, really well, and I'm honestly really excited to finally see them be able to go across. I think DA was one of those teams coming into the tournament that was definitely, again, like BTK and GG, viewed as one of those peak teams. So we've seen DA fight BTK. I'm really excited to see how this shows out.
I definitely hope it's a very close game. I think GG is definitely the favorite here. I don't think there's much debating against that, but DA has had their rough days. They've also had their good days. We're able to get the win against Area 77, right? That was last week. Can't remember.
Yeah. No, it was.
Last week? Last week they got the win against Area 77, 2-1. A lot of people, that was after Area 77 had some great games, and we thought they were going to take that. So DA still kind of showing that they are a team that's in this. And I think depending on how they play today against GG, it's going to kind of give us some foresight into the playoffs.
Yeah, we got to see how they kind of position up against them. I mean, Gaimin Gladiators is one of those teams that's very hard to knock down. I believe Gaimin Gladiators, they've taken, I don't think they've lost a series yet, right? Have they lost a single series?
BTK.
Oh, it was BTK. That's right. BTK took them down.
That's their only loss.
Only
even
loss.
game-wise.
Yeah, exactly. So that's going to be a hard one to kind of dive into, and I think this is going to be a good way for us to, like you said, tell where exactly DA is standing right before the playoffs. I mean, they did face BTK yesterday, and it was a pretty good matchup. They were able to draw them out to a 25-minute game and a 20-minute game on the other one, which means they're able to take it to the late game, but it just seems like they're not able to close it out at least. So that means the early game is okay, or they can at least defend in the early game to drag it out to a late game, which looks a lot more promising, especially up against a top prospect, which is something that they can lean in on, especially against Gaimin Gladiators, which is known as one of those teams that knows how to kind of shut down these teams nice and early.
Well, speaking of DA, let's take a look at their roster, Trex.
Now DA, they're going to have a quick swap. Toru out, Melon in, and I think we saw this slop last week as well. And Melon played great in the gold lane. A lot of us were wondering, we're like, how's Melon going to play? This is someone we haven't really seen. Did an amazing job. Not to mention we got T and Yato, two of my favorite players in NA. It's two players that I've known for a very long time. You got Kush coming back into NACT this season, and you have Mikasa in the EXP. So this is a team, these are players that a lot of us have gotten to know very well. And if there was a team, in the 3 or 4 slot, or whatever slot you want to put them at, 2, that could be a challenger to GG, DA definitely could be one of them.
Yeah, and T also has that experience. I mean, he's been in the grand finals before. I mean, he switched positions as well, though. I used to be an XP laner, now in the roam position, and I think he's been doing a great job. We've seen him run the supports, we've seen him run the frontline tanks, anything in the roam position, you name it, he's done it, and he's been able to, majority of the time, be able to profit.
I'll tell you what, I'm actually really excited for this sub swap in. Seeing Melon work again, he did do very, very well, and actually was able to secure an MVP, being the first sub in the NACT series to secure an MVP spot. So I'm really excited to see us, find out a little bit more about him. But before we get to that, Steph, can you take us through the GG roster?
That's right. Now moving on to the Gaimin Gladiators. No roster sub here. They like to keep it the same, occasionally switching out their gold laner or their XP laner. But we are going to be seeing Zia, Shark, Hoon, best player in Fried Chicken, all of them with the international experience, all of them ready to take it to the next level. Zia in the gold, Shark in the roam, Hoon in the mid, best player in the jungle, and Chicken for the XP.
So I know I've heard a little bit of controversy when it comes to, Kush versus, best player as an actual jungle. So how do you guys feel these guys match up against each other?
Kush versus best player in jungle? I think, honestly, there's some similarities between the two. Kush is also known to be an assassin jungler back in the day. was known to be able to pick things like the Ling and, you know, Fanny and some of those types of picks. So I think it's two junglers kind of, you know, adapting to current meta, adapting to, you know, two assassin junglers, trying to really get their utility jungle down. I think best player has a bit more experience in it, whereas Kush is still kind of getting there.
Yeah, I mean, Kush doesn't have as much experience as best player, especially with best player running most of the international tournaments for North America last year. So he's played a lot more top teams in Mobile Legends in general than Kush has. So he definitely has a lot more insight on things to kind of expect and implement from an international aspect. But Kush, like Shrek said, very similar with the assassin play styles. Kush, he actually, didn't he play, he played in Latam, right? Yeah, so he played
in Latam.
International as well. I wouldn't say as much. Yeah, not as much as best player, but definitely has the experience. So I would say they're very similar in their play styles. Also, Kush, he's played on a lot of major teams, not on a main roster though. Most of the time he was like in the background, kind of that sub floating around. But this time, you know, he's been stepping in the scene of being more of the main player, and he's been performing. So I think this is going to be a really good one. That's a good call out there from you, Zeke, on seeing best player up against Kush in the jungle.
So, I think whether you are for Kush or for best player, I gotta ask, what are your predictions? Which team do you think is gonna come out on top?
Well, I think, you know, I think GG. He's gonna try to hold on, keep some weight on that, but I think it's pretty one-sided here. Everyone is gonna take the vote on GG. Like I said, I think there are possibilities of DA maybe getting something here, but if I just go by the numbers, GG is the favorite.
Yeah, I mean, I just go off the statistics. Honestly, every time it comes to picking a team that we favor, I just pick off how they performed in the previous matches in the NACT regular season. And Gaimin Gladiators, I mean, how could you not vote for them when they beat majority of the teams? There was a time, though, recently, like you said, BTK did beat them, and everybody voted for GG. So there's always that upset factor that can come into play. But I don't know with this one. I just, it's hard. It's hard to say that you can't vote for Gaimin Gladiators just because they've been performing a little bit better than every single team.
So for me, whenever I'm putting in my votes, I typically look at the teams that I can see consistently and historically doing well. You know, how much experience do the teams have and how well do we consistently see them doing? So for me, of course, I did also have to go with GG because, again, you're talking about a team that's built up of some of the best, you know, arguably the best players in North America. So I think not voting for them is kind of tough.
I mean, honestly, I just look at Liz's votes and do the opposite. That's how I've gotten here.
Oh, you should say Yue if it was the other season.
Yue's doing decent this season.
Yeah, he's doing way better this season. But if it was the other season, yeah. I mean, honestly, it's very hard outside of the top two teams to really get an accurate prediction because there's a lot more upsets and surprises with the level of competition this season.
So I think going into this matchup, I think either one of these teams is really going to have to reach out and see if they can, you know, grab onto UA's head for good luck. And with that being said, it's time to get into the draft.
All right, draft number 1, GG. First pick on the blue side up against DA. Hopefully this match brings some hype. You know, last time we had some hopes for Fiends. In the end, BTK came out on top. I think this could be a slightly closer match, though. DA definitely has some players. I mean, players on the side of DA have beaten players on the side of GG before. It's not unheard of. Can they beat this current roster, though?
Yeah, that's the question we're going to be asking today. I just got to give credit to Zeke. The man has the best pass-offs ever. I've never heard of a pass-off. Grabbing the back of UA's head, into the draft we go. But yeah, you did mention that, right? Let's take a look at Devious activity. A couple of their members, right? They have T and Yato. Both of them been dominating. Mikasa, we've been hearing about his Freya. I haven't really got to see it too much. I feel like Freya is just not one of those high-value targets in the draft, and I don't expect us to see it today up against a team like Gaimin Gladiators, but it has been given a lot of credit. Somebody you have to watch out for inside of that off lane or the side lane. But Chicken, on the side of Gaimin Gladiators, the new addition, not outside of that core trio, which is Hoon, best player, and Shark. He's kind of that one everybody's been questioning. Is he that top prospect XP laner? And he's been performing really well. He's been showcasing a lot of hero pool. I feel like in the top 16, he was switching his hero every single game, showcasing his mastery, and that is going to be a little bit of a challenge over there for the side of Devious activity. T, keeping up on his rotations against Shark in the roam position.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting now. The R lot is open right now. They go for the Navari instead, which has also been a lot of teams haven't been able to pull off this Novari like Hoon has been able to. Is it the valuable trade, though? Because now I'm guessing DA picks up the Arlaw here. Barat's also still open. With the Nolan and the Joy gone, it pretty much comes down to more of a, utility junglers here. DA need to kind of strike fast, and they have to think carefully about these drafts, because up against a team like GG, if you let too much slip through the cracks, they will take advantage of it.
Yeah, speaking of advantage, staple marksmans are still available. Neither has been banned out. The Claude, the carry, definitely can be slotted in for either side. There goes the Claude. Yep. We'll be up for Devious activity. That was quick on that one. They definitely didn't want to let that go. We actually haven't even got to see too many Claude games today. A lot of teams haven't been prioritizing. We've been seeing the Irithyll picked up way more than the Claude. There goes the Fredrin, though. The jungler slotted in for Devious activity. We'll have some great frontline presence to be able to get these neutral objectives, but he has to watch out for the CC. You already have a Navari you're going up against with the Astral Echo. Can provide some slow and give him a slight challenge. Yeah,
I mean, the Claude is good. I think, honestly, if you want my honest opinion, I think some teams just have a gold laner that maybe isn't at its peak capacity yet, because Claude is kind of weird. Like, if you can't really get it down and get your farm down early and make sure that passive works very, very well in your favor, he is not very good at all. Like, you really got to be able to play him correctly to capitalize on everything he brings to the table. And I think on a team like DA, Melon, he's going to be able to do that. Now, GG firing back with their second 2 picks. I think this could be an important time to maybe lock in a jungler here. They're going to go for the Brody, and they're going to go for the Arlaw. So best player free to kind of do what he wants to later on. But DA going to have open bans on him if they want.
Yeah, the response in from the Brody, good for a team that has a dive composition. I mean, this still could be a dive composition from Devious activity if they go in for some additional pickups. The Ruby has been banned out, one of the more staple roams. So they are going to go in for something, for suppression, actually. Going to go in for that Kasha. I don't mind this too much, honestly, because you already have good CC from the Fredrin, and they can pick maybe a mage that can provide additional CC to work in their disposal. Maybe a Lu Yi. I don't know. I don't really expect it. I don't think I've really seen a Lu Yi and a Kaja combination. Would be kind of interesting to see, but I think the Kaja's good. Will be a problem, though, because they have a Brody, right? The Brody does have that stun, that corrosive strike. If he can catch it in time before that Divine Judgment goes out, he may be able to skate back to safety. So that's something working in Zia's favor.
Yeah, they definitely have to, like, T has to think about how he catches the, like, he's got to surprise Zia, right? He can't just, like, walk up to Zia. It's got to be like a flicker, you know? It's got to really catch Zia off guard or make sure that that second skill's already been used. But also, Hoon is going to be another prime target for DA. I mean, yeah, for the Kaja. DA now taking on some bans, taking out the Fanny, taking out some of the really deadly threats. I'm wondering if the Barats is going to be taken out next, or do they just really hone in onto some more, you know, some assassin picks?
Ooh, assassins would be interesting. I mean, there is best player up against Kush. Both of these junglers have a very high hero pool and can be very creative when it comes to some of these pickups. I mean, it is going to be that Fredrin, though, from the side of Devious activity. So if they go an assassin, Fredrin may be able to bully, may be able to go into their side of the jungle and invade, depending on the mage they pick up. Valentina is still on the table, can be slotted over there for Devious activity. I think that would be a great pickup, especially not knowing who the roamer is going to be for Gaimin Gladiators. Minotaur is an option for some great crowd control, some good knockup for the side of GG. I think right now it's really just going to boil down to do they pick up the Valentina? I think it would be good. I don't know if I think they can wait, maybe pick it last and try and see what GG goes in for the roam position. But that is going to force them to kind of pick something in that. Yeah, oh no, they're going to go in for the Nana. Okay, I was going to say Valentina or Nana's a good option too. It's good for damage. It's good for the Brody, maybe to get the stun on the Brody with the Melina and then go in with the Kaja. But it's definitely an interesting composition.
All right, now, best player swapping in the Guinevere. Now, this is something we haven't really seen at all recently, but best player has been, I mean, best player picked it up, I think, against, when they went up against BloodHounds or LEGACi or whatever it was last week. I'm pretty sure they picked this up. Or it's been slotted in at some point. It's definitely not,
Area
it was
77.
super meta. Area 77, all right. So it's something that is possible. It can work against the Fredrin, at least in some of these objectives, but it can fall off towards the mid to late game. Once Melon comes online with the Claude, it's dangerous to go for that Violent Requiem because you are just standing still, you know? You're just standing still, and any kind of shred is going to melt you down.
And speaking of melting down, the X-Borg picked up for the last option for Gaimin Gladiators. X-Borg is going to be in the XP lane, won't be the jungler, as that is going to be Guinevere here. Wait, is that Guinevere?
Rome,
No.
it's gonna be Rome Arlot.
Okay, it is Rome Arlot. Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Or maybe Rome Gwenny. That's possible as well.
Yeah.
But
that's what I was about
probably
to say too.
Rome Arlot. Probably.
I feel like both could work though. I mean, honestly, Gaimin Gladiators, they're known to kind of get creative. Last pick will be the Paquito over there for DA.
So DA has some answers to Hoon. They have some answers to Zia here. They have some ways to close the distance. They also have burst damage to deal with the Fraga armor. Overall, they're pretty well rounded here. And also, GG's going to have to constantly be careful about these Molinas from the Nana, about getting stunned up, and then also watch out for Kaja. So I do think DA has some opportunity, but GG kind of has this level of surprise with them, with the final slashes, the violent requiems, the meteors. They're also dangerous.
Yeah, super dangerous as both teams getting ready to jump into the land of Dawn. Is it going to be the Guinevere inside of the jungle? Or is it going to be an X-Borg? I mean, there's so many options available for Gaimin Gladiators to kind of switch it up, and it's really dependent on who do you want to go up against Paquito in the XP lane. Maybe the Arlot will be the option. Time will tell. But nonetheless, final series of the day. Gaimin Gladiators up against Devious Activity. Best of 3. Only one team will be able to claim victorious as we are getting closer to the playoffs. Who will be able to live to the occasion?
I mean, I think we got us a good game here. I think best player, it might be a little risky on this Guinevere. I think there's some confidence in GG right now. And I think if DA can kind of, because I think that Guinevere could be the crack here, could be the mess up here. If DA can kind of punish that pick right there, it could be the win.
Yeah, the good thing about the Guinevere, though, is the engage and disengage. I mean, even when things aren't in your favor, with the spatial migration, you can close in and possibly get a quick retribution and get back to safety with little to no damage. We are seeing some of the emblems pop up on the board, though. Impure Rage is picked up from the Guinevere. Yato getting some damage already.
Gonna be okay, though. Yato taking some damage that has the Molina, so Shark can't be too aggressive. Mikasa looking for the rotation, decides to go back to EXP, though. This laning phase is going to be kind of crucial. Just like what we saw to BTK to Fiends the last time, Devious Activity has to stop Shark. Needs to let him know, like, hey, if you hang out too long on our side of the river, we're going to get you. If they don't, then Shark is going to stay in their face at all times.
T barely dodging Hoon right there, trying to get that snipe to burst him down. 3 Impure Rages over there for Gaimin Gladiators. Best player, Fried Chicken, and Hoon. Fried Chicken running on this X-Borg on the bot side.
Oh, the pick off onto Mikasa there. Best player with the Violent Requiem, and there's that dive.
Yeah, we were just talking about it, right? The X-Borg and also the Guinevere synergizing very well. Of nice and early pick off before this turtle spawning in for the side of Gaimin Gladiators, which is going to put him at a slight advantage against Devious Activity. We do see T running on this Kaja, does have a suppression. Can he grab best player and provide an opportunity for Devious Activity to take this turtle, or will we see him go for another target? Maybe go in for somebody for an early pickoff to give them the numbers.
Anything is possible. Best player, I think, at this level may have the advantage over the turtle. Does have the Violent Requiem back in. The Violent Requiem is going to be super deadly, at least until the late game. And that's all they need. Yato and a lot of damage. Going to be able to get that passive to proc. Mikasa goes down. Fried Chicken able to pick up the kill. And Devious Activity are on the run this time. Kush now trying to play for the turtle. Hoon able to take it, and Kush might go down for that.
Yeah, Kush very low. Fried Chicken with the chase. We'll be able to draw that kill, extending it to a 4-0 lead up against Devious Activity. Not only getting the kills, but getting the turtle now up by 2,000 gold and invading the purple buff from Devious Activity to delay them even more. They're not even going to take that additional creep right there, right? If they leave that there, it'll take longer for it to kind of spawn back in, and you're already seeing Kush falling behind in the jungle.
And because of that, at this point, in a couple seconds, we might see best player hit level 6 before Kush even hits level 5, which means now even more, the early game kind of belongs to GG when it comes to some of these neutral objectives. If best player holds a strong level or 2 advantage, could be a problem.
Yeah, definitely have to watch out for that. You're seeing Chicken running on this egg board, providing a lot of utility. 3-0-1 right now. Highest kills in the game, and he's going for that utility build, right? He should be, or possibly, he does have that Dreadnought armor, though, so he has a little bit of defense up against Devious Activity if they do decide to kind of fight it out. But he's opening up a lot of these engagements, having such a heavy impact so far. I mean, that's 3 kills in 3 minutes. That's a kill per minute so far.
Yeah, and the big problem is Yato's supposed to kind of be the answer to that, right? You need some burst damage. Hold on. Nice damage on a Shark there. Shark trying to dash through, gets the final slash, almost gets the outplay. T may eventually go down for this one. Zia able to collect, able to get a double. Kush goes down, and now they're on the chase for Yato as well. Ooh, a lot of damage. Best player might just go for the dive here. Look for the finish. Yato, you're not safe just yet. Doesn't have the passive. Taken out. Best player picks up the kill.
Able to draw yet another kill. 7-1 on the board. Melon trying to hold off, forced to use a BMI to safety, and Gaimin Gladiators will be able to take the gold plating off of this turret. Needs to get back, though. Melon and T in position for possible Divine Judgment if he can get close enough over there to Zia. I mean, that's definitely who he's focusing on. But right now, speaking of focus, Gaimin Gladiators laser focused on these objectives, stampeding and starting to form a snowball up against DA as they're working their way toward this turtle.
Ooh, Mikasa does jump in. Best player unable to get the knockup, but the final slash connects. And now several members are getting low. Zia forced to flicker back. Best player still finds Mikasa. Best player still looking for the engage, looking for another hit to make. White Chicken coming into the orange jungle. Hits the last Insanity. A lot of damage on a Kush, and Kush goes down.
Not letting their foot off the gas. Pushing through, getting a kill. Melon, 3v1.
Melon is in a little bit of trouble. Able to use the Blazing Duet. Get some nice pick damage on Zia there.
Best player.
Melon's going to walk right into Best Player in a killing spree over to Best Player.
Whoa, that's a little unfortunate for him. The rotation for Gaimin Gladiators just better, hitting the mark way faster than Devious Activity. Now at 5,000 gold at 5 minutes, looking like they're trying to close this out early. I mean, this is the team sitting in the #1 position so far. Mikasa on the 1v1 up against Fried Chicken. Will burst down that Faraga armor with the heavy left punch. Now, Zia, he's 2-0-2 on the Brody. You're looking at his counterpart going up against Melon, 1-1-0, slightly behind in kills. Melon has fallen once, though. He's running that Claude. We haven't seen him too often. He's that late-game damage dealer that Devious Activity is going to bank on. They need to find a way to get him online, but GG, look at him. Ready to proxy this lane and take down this turret.
Yeah, this is a big problem. This is a huge problem. Wait a second. Nice Violent Requiem does land on to Yato. Yato does have the passive, but Best Player should be able to chase him down.
Whoa!
Under the tower, Yato flickers. Best Player still finds the kill. Nice final slash on to Kush there. Mikasa here trying to help out. Hoon does go down. They finally put a kill onto the board, or a second kill onto the board, that is. Hoon 0-1-10 right now, though, still.
Able to find a kill, but not able to find any real estate on the map. As you're looking at Gaimin Gladiators already taking down the turret on the top side. And soon enough, with the advantage, may be able to claim some more. Malefic Roar picked up from Zia. We'll be able to soak into the defense picked up from Devious Activity super early in this game. Turtle is going to spawn in. First 2 turtles have gone to Gaimin Gladiators. Devious Activity yet to find a way to properly contest it and make it work in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, there's a big problem here, right? Because GG, you got Zia, who's 2-0-2. I mean, and that's one of the most snowbally marksmen right there with the Brody, right? You have Chicken, who's 4-0-4. Nice final slash on a T there. T gonna go down. Z able to pick up another kill, make him 3-0-2. You have Chicken on this X-Borg, who normally is hard to kill in the late game. But when you're sitting at 4-0-2 on an X-Borg and you've just been free farming, he's already a menace to everybody on the map.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of paved the way in the early game for Gaimin Gladiators, and then Best Player started to snowball and got some kills of his own, 4-0-5. Slightly ahead of him on the KDA. GG, off to a good start. Devious Activity needs to find a way to turn this around. They lost another turtle, which means 3 turtles and a turret in favor for Gaimin Gladiators. No objectives have gone to the side of Devious Activity outside of 2 kills. 1 going to Mikasa, 1 going to Melon. The side laners, which I guess if it goes to anybody, it should go to them. T needing to find a way to get a good setup with this Divine Judgment, trying to find an opening, but Gaimin Gladiators is not making it easy as another turret will fall on the bot side.
Yeah, Gaimin Gladiators got the scalpel out once again, just cutting away piece by piece. Kush gonna get knocked up, Violent Requiem, and an unstoppable kill over to Best Player. Yato under the tower, Mikasa there to try to help out, but DA unable to do anything right now.
Yeah, Kush gonna find his fourth death in the game. Let's play!
Dive final slash onto Yato. Yato goes down. Shark able to pick up the kill. Blazing Duet comes in. A little bit of damage. Zia finally does drop. Best Player might just be next. DA finally finds the shutdown. Shark. Get a nice bit of gold. Shark in trouble. Melon not end safety. Fly Chicken with the flicker and the takeout. Mikasa unable to finish it, but now he's going to walk right into T, but he is confident. He is comfortable. Sharks got his back to final slash, and Fly Chicken's facing off against him.
Oh, they're treading in deep water right there. Very low from both sides, but still ready to take the fight if either side crosses that line. Gaimin Gladiators, though, overall, the team fight engagements has definitely worked in their favor. Now up 15-4, still 5,000 gold lead. Big Astro Echo down the mid lane, connecting to all 4 members of Devious Activity, and able to take a turret on the bot side, which means now Gaimin Gladiators has 2 turrets up against Devious Activity, who has had a hard time finding their momentum for game number 1. And now the siege for the tier 1 turret in the mid lane on the way. Chicken and Hoon trying to go in for the aggression, but the minions falling with the swiftness. Lord does spawn in. Gaimin Gladiators has a position where they can kind of bait this out, try and force Devious Activity to take this fight. And if they don't take the fight, it's a free Lord in their favor.
And now, I mean, at this point, I don't know if DA even wants to try to contest this, but T and Yato are there. Kush taking a little bit of the brunt of the damage. Yato does show himself. Shark gonna go check out the bush, and best player able to take the Lord freely. White Chicken just zoning them away. He is unkillable right now. But Melon in a little bit of trouble. Will go down. Zay able to pick up the kill.
They lost a turret on the bot side, but in their favor, the minions by themselves were able to clear the mid turret for Gaimin Gladiators, which means they still have map advantage, and overall were able to win that trade. Mikasa, though, trying to make up the difference, right? He took the tier 1 turret on the bot side, almost took the tier 2, didn't have the minions to work in his favor, but off to a good start to try and turn it around. They still need a little bit more, though, as you're seeing GG on the push.
Another pick off here. Should be able to finish this up. Nice final slash. Going to pull T away. T able to get the dash to safety. Torn apart memories does go off. Does not connect onto T. Kush now holding down the front side. Mikasa looking for an angle, looking for a way in. Best player able to get the knockup, pushed away. A lot of damage on a best player. Praise's Wrath connects on no one. Kush got to go back to base before White Chicken comes in with the last insanity once again. Unable to clean up this time, but get some more damage. Melon chipping away at the Lord. And Gaimin Gladiators does not even break down to an inhibitor just yet.
Yeah, engage and disengage.
Mikasa gets some nice punches down, but the tower finally does drop. Will go down, tries to get the flicker, but unable to connect.
I mean, I don't think they're going to be able to take that fight. It's 8,000 gold for Gaimin Gladiators at the 10-minute mark. I mean, technically, if they fight it out 5v5, they have way more items to be able to hit harder than Devious Activity, and it's showing right there. Now, the engage and disengage is what's the issue, right? They're able to go in and go out with little to no problem, especially with Zia running on this Brody, up 9,000 to 7,000 against Melon. Melon, 3 kills, though. I wouldn't say it's the worst for him, but with his team falling behind on the neutral objectives, is putting him at that deficit, especially running on that Claude. Engage and disengage, though, is where Gaimin Gladiators is shining. They not only have the Guinevere to be able to rush in with the spatial migration, they have the corrosive strike from Zia, they have Fried Chicken all the time jumping in with the last insanity. And then, I mean, you have Navaria from afar. Hoon, able to get the Astro Echo, able to get the snipe, able to slow down the entire team.
A little bit of damage. Shark maybe going a bit too deep. Will get taunted. Pulled back from T. Able to get the kill. Fried Chicken comes in with the last insanity, putting a lot of damage on several members. Best player able to get the Violent Requiem on Mikasa. Mikasa in trouble. Taken out. Double kill over to Zia. Kush back to the base to get some health back. Melon here as well. GG still unable to crack an inhibitor.
Yeah, but immortality procced by Fried Chicken. Snipe goes out over there by Hoon. Best player. Spatial migration play out there, trying to get a knock-up on the Kush, showcasing their comfortability. They're forced Devious Activity back to the base now. They've lost all of their turrets minus their inhibitors, and now Gaimin Gladiators in a position to possibly go in for a Luminous Lord, as it does get enhanced right here. And Devious Activity not really in a position to contest.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any option. I wanted to take a look at White Chicken's health bar real quick again, because that Fraga armor looked chunky. I mean, it's literally 80% of his health bar right now, and this is going to be the big issue. And that's not even accounting for Zia. It's not even accounting for Hoon. DA needs the play of a lifetime right now, where they just need to buy another 6 minutes, maybe another 6-7 minutes, get past the 20-minute mark. They do have some shred. They have wave clear with Yato. They have Melon to work on the Lords. If they can play very cleanly, maybe they can push it the long haul.
Yeah, I mean, they have to stay in this for the long game if they want to have a chance. And here goes the chance for GG.
T just keeps getting picked. The final slash over. T, though, still alive. Shark unable to connect. Mikasa looking for some engage. Will go down to save T. Don't know if it was worth it or not. Last insanity in the flicker. Fried Chicken once again. Yato in trouble. Will go down. Best player able to pick up the kill. Melon now trying to chase him down, but goes down. Zia smashes him. That's 3 down for DA, an 11K gold lead for GG, and the Lord is still on his way.
Big torn apart memories as well from Zia. Now, possible game ender, early finish. Gaimin Gladiators looking to take the opportunity.
And the Lord is enhanced, is luminous, will get the crash. DAT gonna get knocked up once again, taken out. Immortality pops. Kush next on the list. They're gonna move on to the base, and that will be GG's for GG.
That's right, GG's for GG's. That's 4 G's right there. Gaimin Gladiators able to take down Devious Activity in game number 1 with a fast finish. Able to make the most out of the early game, stacking up a lot of kills. Fried Chicken over there in the center. Great X-Borg gameplay. Overall team stats 25, 5, and 56. Overall team rating right below that 10. And just showcasing why they're sitting in that number 1 position.
Yeah, I mean, it was a clean game. It was a very clean game by GG. It was just textbook all over. We're able to get the early game snowball. We were able to translate that into towers, to turtles, to lords, and eventually ending the game.
Yeah, I feel like they're just one of those teams, like, they see a slight opportunity and they'll make the most out of it. Like, you'll see 1 minion in an inhibitor turret with 50% HP, and they'll full send it. They'll get it, too. They'll burst down the turret. There's a lot of teams, they'll be like, oh, I'm not going to take that. That minion's about to fall. We'll just wait for another opportunity. But no, GG, they don't blink. They are hungry for that early finish, and it goes to show they're able to pull it off. I mean, look at the KDAs on the board. Zia, 7-1-7, 19 assists, leading the way over there for Hoon on the Navaria.
Look at Fried Chicken, man. 0 deaths, able to scale up. And, you know, in previous games, when we saw Yureshi get to play, we were talking about how Yureshi needs to be handled, needs to be dealt with, or he will be a problem. It is the same thing with Chicken, except Chicken, I feel like you could put just about any hero in his hands, and if you don't try to punish him early game, if he's got a hero that can scale a certain way, he is going to be such a problem to deal with.
And that's the thing, that's the problem, right? Scaling. Able to scale early is Gaimin Gladiators' plan. They try and overpressure teams in the early game, take the objectives, and make the most out of them, and that's how they get these early finishes. The head-to-head matchup, Hoon up against Yato, the mid lane menaces. You are going to see Hoon, though, overwhelmingly strong with those assists on that utility Navaria.
And Yato, I don't know why I'm laughing. They kind of look alike, man. They almost look like they could be brothers. They have like the same jawline.
Who's the older
mid
brother?
laners? I mean, probably Hoon physically, but like mentally, Hoon is a child at heart, obviously. So.
Well,
Take a
we
look
are
at the
looking
damage dealt, though.
Yeah, damage dealt 56k over there from Hoon on the Navaria, leading the way most in the entire game across the board. The highest, though, for the side of Devious Activity was Melon on this Claude. One of those marksmen who, even when we've seen him available, a lot of teams were not prioritizing today.
Yeah, definitely needed a little bit more time, Melon did, and I think early on just getting pushed back from Zia was a problem. Zia was able to hit the power spike much earlier, and like we said, just capitalized on it. And, you know, GG does such a good job. It's not even like their game plan exactly is always, we're going to come in and just stomp early, right? Like, if they have to, they can play from the backside as well. If they have to, they could take a deficit and still pull things together. So DA definitely needs to tighten up. I'm wondering, I think the Kaja pick is solid, but I think you might need something a bit bulkier to deal with what GG wants to bring to you. At least until you're really going to match them in just like skill completely, you kind of got to think about your draft in overall sense.
You know, honestly, they could just take a page out of BTK's book, right? Run something that's a little bit more sustainable, run a support, run a beefy jungler, and then be able to bully on these neutral objectives. I mean, if you can get your turtles, if you can stop them from invading into the jungle, you're going to stop that early game momentum that they ride on majority of these teams with. And I think that's really what they kind of need to lean on. Maybe get something like the Faramis if they can't get a Mathilda because it's banned out. And then you know, okay, I've got the Faramis, I've got sustainability. Now I can run something that's a little bit more beefy, something like a Fredrin, something like a Kai, something like a Boxia. Could be a possible game plan. But speaking of games, now jumping in to the draft, game number 2, Gaimin Gladiators currently sitting at match point against DA.
You know, I want to say that I know it's not a super popular pick, and Mobazane's the only one who's really been like locking it back to back.
The alpha?
The Akai pick, man.
Okay.
I think it's something that gives best player some trouble, right? I think best player does really well when he has space to play. and his team does very well when they're able to work as a unit, and something like that heavy spin just disrupts the whole team so much that I think it could be a weakness to them. You know, even in the past when it was more meta, you know, people were banning it out against Zane. I think it could be one of the answers, at least to help deal with the overall grouped aggression of GG, because they play so well as a unit, and if you can find a way to split them up, that's where kind of your advantage could come from.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. I think you just got to kind of take what's been working against them and use it as well on your side. Running something that's not only utility, but frontline, able to kind of bully on these neutral objectives is strong, and I think Akai is the best hero to do that. I kind of even called that out when we saw BTK up against GG. I felt like that was what was going to happen. And I think other teams need to kind of lean on this hero and realize just what utility he provides, right? He stops the early game from happening on the other side because you have the heavy spin. You don't have to rely on your roamer. You don't have to rely on your support. As long as you have that heavy spin, as long as that turtle, as long as that lord is at about 25% HP, it's go time. You can go in there, get the setup, create the separation, and try and get that neutral objective in your favor. Now jumping into game number 2 though, it's going to be a hard one, right? Gaimin Gladiators, they've been able to close out against a lot of teams with sweeps. The only team able to shut them down so far has been the BloodThirstyKings. Devious activity, we kind of stated this jumping into this game. Where do they sit compared to other teams? And it's really a good spot to see. Like, when you go up against the top team in the NACT Spring season, you get to kind of fairly assess the power level of their opponent. And right now for Devious activity, I think we're kind of both agreeing it's the early game that they kind of need to work on, and hopefully they have a game plan for game number 2.
Most definitely, and they got to come up with something here. They got to have some sort of answer, and I think it's just overall, because even last game, best player picks up the Guinevere, a little unconventional in current meta, and still able to pull things off, and that's one of the things about GG is they know exactly, even if they have a kind of unconventional hero, they know how to use it when they need to pop off with it, like what their timing is, and they execute it very well. So DA needs to be able to do the same exact thing now. Bans not too different from last time. Angela, Joy, Nolan, Ruby, Vexana, literally a mirror pretty much, right?
Matilda
is open. Does GG let it through? do they limit
the slogan?
test?
What was the NACT slogan?
Ban Matilda, drink water.
That's right. Are they going to be able to do this? I mean, Matilda would be first pick for Devious activity, and it is.
They got
and the Akai's available. They can get both options right here to be able to lock that in and take aggression in the early phase. But do they take this opportunity?
GG really testing. They're testing.
Hey, they're testing their BTK strat against another team, trying to find an answer for it.
I mean, and it's fair, right? But I think it could definitely be risky here. Matilda's in all terms, I feel like Matilda is technically like the best hero right now, right? At least in NACT. It is the most valued hero in NACT. It's one of the heroes that I think every time it has been let through has it won, at least in regular season. Regular season, I mean, it just feels like it is something you do. Every time it gets, someone's like, hey, I'm gonna let you have it. It goes downhill from there.
Yeah, it could definitely be a recipe for disaster, but we'll have to see. I mean, I definitely feel like you said they're testing the waters right now. I think they're testing a composition against the Matilda, not just for BTK, but just in general. I think they found that, hey, this is one of those heroes that we just don't have an answer for, and sometimes leaning into it is the best way to find an answer instead of leaning away from it, from banning it. They are not going to go in for the Akai, though. Devious activity will go in for their both back lines. Are going to go in for the Irithel. A little interesting because the carry was an option on the table. The Claude was as well, but they decide we're not going to go for either. We're going to prioritize the Irithel. And this is the first time that I've actually seen this as a strategy in terms of drafting. But speaking of drafting, best player going back to his roots pulls out the Fanny.
Oh man, that's interesting. I mean, it's going to do great against Yato. It's going to do great against Melon. But DA does have a lot of time to counter it now, right? Like, they do have some possibilities. They do have to think about it, though, because they already have their roam in, so it means, like, no Kufra, no Franco, nothing like that. They could put a Grok into the EXP lane. Ruby's gone, so that's out of mention. They could pick up the Akai still, but no, Akai just got banned, so no Akai.
That's what I was about
Fred.
to say.
Barats will probably be banned out next from the side of GG. Yeah, it's an interesting pick.
You know, funny enough, I actually like the Martis up against the Fanny because when Fanny rushes in, you can chain Fanny up with the CC and burst her down.
Yeah.
It could be a possible answer. I mean, you're running the Fanny, so I don't really expect best player to harass the enemy jungle in terms of the orange buff, in terms of the purple buff. I think he's going to go more in for trying to go for those side laners, trying to get the early pickoffs. Should be his game plan. Maybe get a Blade of Heptases for that initial burst damage. Hoon is going to be really the one keeping the team together, though, right? He's running this Faramis. He's keeping the team alive. This is their answer, I guess, to the Mathilda, allowing that to walk and having another hero that can still provide heals to the team that may be able to kind of match up equally against it. But can it match up equally against it? I think that's the question that's going to be answered today.
They got to find an answer. They got to find an answer fast, because whether you like it or not, like, yes, the Matilda's deadly, but the Fanny looks comfy right now. It looks very comfortable right now. And we saw last game, even with a kind of unconventional pick, GG was able to pull it off. They've already taken the Faramis too. And there goes the what do they pick here? Do they just go Assassin? Like, does Kush just say, all right, let's do this, and maybe pick up something like the Ling or the Haya, something that can also.
CC, though.
Yeah, they can't because the Faramis just counters any kind of assassin that DA wants to bring, so it's not really an option.
Terizla, they could pick up the Terizla in the XP lane. The good penalty zone could be a possible option, especially when they're going to group up on the Faramis. Now, I think the Natan picked up. I think the best player picked up this Fanny because he realized they picked up that Irithyll. And they had the Navarro, both of these heroes that kind of need a little bit of protection. I feel like Brody would have been slotted here for Devious Activity had they had known that there was going to be a Fanny on the table. So maybe they kind of formed a draft against their own selves by picking that Irithyll super early in the draft. And this is just what kind of happens with this. Something interesting, though, is seeing the Natan. We haven't got to really see him today. Actually, I think this is the first Natan we've seen today. And this is going to go for Gaimin Gladiators. And we got to see how it kind of scales. My first time actually seeing a matchup with Natan versus an Irithyll.
Yeah, we've had a lot of first matchups today, I feel like. We've had a lot of we had the Roger up against a few things. Now we're getting the Natan up against a few things. There goes your Martis pick, which I think is definitely solid for Kush. It is definitely an answer, a good way to catch off best player. Best player has to be careful. And okay, Mikasa gonna bring in the Freya, which does supply some CC, right? Supplies a little bit of knockup. I don't think Freya's like an easy target for Fanny. But was there better? Are we like, we're risking here. We're risking here.
They say Mikasa's the best Freya player in North America.
Yes.
So I guess today we're going to be able to see that, as that is the final pick for Gaimin Gladiators. A lot of bold statements, a lot of signature picks here right now, right? You have Mikasa on the Freya, who Mikasa is known for, and you also have best player on the Fanny, who best player is known for. We have to see how these kind of go head to head, but Fried Chicken, keeping things interesting. First, Edith that we've seen slotted in today. A lot of firsts on the board for these matches. A great way to kind of close out the final series. But keep in mind, guys, this is not only the final series, but a possible match point for Gaimin Gladiators. Is if they win this one, it is a clean sweep up against Devious Activity. They need this victory to be able to stay in this series.
We got Edith on the EXP, Shark on the R lot. Maybe we'll see a last-second swap, but it doesn't look like it. Edith will be EXP. I'm excited so we know Mikasa is supposed to have a really good Fanny, right? I'm excited to see it paired up with a Matilda. And the Matilda also will add some layers of being able to escape from this Fanny, being able to help players. I think Matilda really needs to kind of hug down on gold lane in certain phases of this, and Yato and T need to kind of stick together. Because Fanny those are the targets, right? It's pretty much Melon and Yato. Those are the main targets for best player, and they got to try to keep him safe. But here we go. Match point for GG up against Devious Activity. Can they take us the long haul, or will this be the last game of the night?
That's right. And the debut from Mikasa on the Freya, who a lot of teams, pro players, have been given praise for. We get to see it live in action today. Will it be able to hit the mark? Will it be the difference that Devious Activity needs to turn this around? Or will we see best player with the signature pick, Fanny, make the difference?
No, it's definitely it's up in the air right now. I don't think I've gotten to cast like a Mikasa Freya game. I think maybe way back when Mikasa was on like a different team and they used to run like it was like a season or two ago. I forget who they were with. But this season I have not gotten to see it. I think Mikasa has Mikasa picked it once so far, maybe in an earlier season.
Yeah, he's picked it. He's picked it this season once, and I don't know if it really. I don't think they won that game. But you are going to go ahead and see best player though on this Fanny. I'm expecting him to be very aggressive early, trying to get to the side lane. But they are going up against a Martis, which we kind of said was a good counter against him. Can chain him up with the Mortal Coils, the Azure's Wrath, possibly get a pick off the Decimation. if best player is not careful. But I mean, he's kind of known for his mastery over this this Fanny, but it's definitely an early game pick, but it has the split push potential.
And here comes Hoon with the Shadow Stampede, able to pull back. Best player looking for the angle. This is what I was talking about. Melon going to play around the tower very cleanly there. It's kind of the safe spot right there. Could become a death trap, but depending on the angle best player tries to come in, you're okay on that side of the tower.
Yeah, you can tell Melon knows they're up to some treachery and has a plan for it. I mean, he picked this Irithel before anything was slotted on the board, but speaking of best player.
Oh, Cutthroat comes in. Best player able to get the kill. And this is why I mean, T's going to have to hang out up there. T is going to need to chill up in the gold lane. They're going to have to go for a little more of like a 1-2-2 comp here, and maybe even like sacrifice a turtle or so.
He's looking like free food up there. If he doesn't rotate to help him, it's going to be some easy kills for best player to make the difference. You are seeing Kush, though, and Devious activity trying to claim this turtle shark there for the contest. Kush will be able to get it for Devious activity.
Able to get it for free. DA might want to take this moment, maybe try to go for a cheeky purple buff steal. Purple buff's actually already gone. That is the answer, right? That's the answer to deal with a Fanny. You invade, you get aggressive. They kind of missed the opportunity because now Hoon's level 4, but they could still kind of go for some aggression here.
Yeah, I could definitely go in for aggression. Best player will find T, though. We'll be able to take that orange buff as well, trying to deny the invasion over there from Devious activity. A little overly aggressive.
When I said aggression, I mean like the whole team, you know? Not just T on his lonesome walking up to best player's already got a kill under his belt and a purple buff. But hey, you know, I don't know. DA still somehow holding a 100 gold lead right here, though.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if best player is going to try and take these turtle fights. I think he's just going to go in for the gold lane. I mean, he smells the vulnerability, but Kush
is going to get pulled back in. Should be okay. So best player won't be able to engage Kush like that, and it's going to have to be careful when invading close to Kush like that from what we just saw there.
You know, it's funny, too, because, I mean, best player is a great Fanny player, but so is Kush, so he understands the limitations that a Fanny has at his disposal. Mikasa, though.
This is the play they need to do. Try to bully down on a best player, give him as much of a hassle as possible, and it could be their opening.
He used his Valkyrie Descent, though. A little questionable.
Top side.
Right there. Top side, though.
Dark looks for the play on a Melon. Melon will be able to capitalize and get the kill. Nice meteor down onto Zia there. T there to help out. Melon here to help out as well. Nice guiding eagle. Zia gonna go down. T picking up the kill.
To be able to close that distance, and that just showcases how strong Matilda is. I didn't even think they were going to be able to get there in time, but very mobile, using that guiding wind, using that circling eagle at its finest. Devious activity now evening out the scoreboard 2-2, but best player.
Oh man, is it happening? The Matilda effect is here. Hoon able to pick up Melon though. Shark looking for T there. Best player back to the jungle. It's 3-2, gold still at a standstill.
Yeah, T having a hard time keeping Melon alive, though. That's 2 deaths for Melon, the marksman for Devious activity.
Oh, Mikasa locks on to best player. Kush able to take it. Best player forced to run away. Mikasa popping off right now. Five taking a little bit of trouble. Mikasa will get hit by the final slash and pushed away. Best player in enemy territory right now. Doesn't have that much energy. Melon on the chase, able to get the hit. Revenge is bittersweet. Best player goes down.
But Devious activity, they were able to claim that turtle, but they lost the turret on the top side, so GG was able to find a trade-off.
Yeah, a little something there, definitely.
Now, I will say, looking at best player, I feel like he's being very aggressive and it's working in their favor. He just needs to kind of deal more damage to the side lane. They were able to take the top side, maybe focus on the bottom is the game plan, but Zia...
Yeah, taking a lot of damage, forced away. See how now T is helping out Melon and it's already starting to go a bit better? I wish they would have started with that, but now they're finally kind of finding out the picks that they need to do, finding out the things they need to do, and they're starting to come out on top.
Well, we haven't even seen much presence from Kush on this Martis, right? Martis is supposed to be one of those bridge gappers in the early game, just like the Fanny, able to get those early kills, but I mean, best player doesn't really take these turtle plays. He's going in for the side lanes, which means Kush is not going to be able to profit as much with the decimation early like he would like to. And we know the Martis is going to fall off way faster than a Fanny.
T just keeps bush checking. He had to know they were there, man. That's the second time he's walked right into a cutthroat. Now GG going to capitalize on this, move into the mid side. Kush trying to help out. Maybe in a dangerous spot, honestly. But GG not going to force anything.
Bot side, though.
White Chicken versus Mikasa. Mikasa just not even looking at Chicken. He's like, I'm just taking this tower, bro. Leave me alone. And he is untouchable. White Chicken unable to do anything about it.
Yeah, he did run that Edith. He picked Edith after the Freya as well, so it's interesting to still see Mikasa winning on the 1v1 matchup. But I mean, this is Mikasa's signature pick. This is like his hero that everybody talks about, so it's not too unexpected. It's definitely interesting to see. But best player now, able to claim some turrets, able to deal a lot of kills, and focusing on this turtle play.
T now on the chase, on to Zia. Maybe get pulled a little out of position. White Chicken able to get the double knock up. T now in a little bit of trouble, taking way too much shred. Into the backside, Mikasa looking to disrupt them. Kush able to take another turtle, and now Zia in trouble. Melon in the enemy territory, just causing havoc, chasing down Hoon with the rest of the team. Yato does have a meteor ready to go. Is he going to be able to land it? Just misses. But now they might try to move in onto the tower. Mikasa going to flicker back. Maybe move on to best players purple here. Kush there as well.
Ooh, for the defense though, GG trying to stop him circling. Eagle goes out. Look at Kush.
A little something there, nothing too major. Devious activity will back off. I think best player still secured purple there, right?
Yeah, he was still able to get it, which means he has the energy needed to be able to rotate around and get a possible pick off. But a good try from Devious activity.
Most definitely. But now GG on the back foot. 1,000 gold lead for DA. Ban Matilda, drink water, man.
Yeah, Ban Matilda, drink water is definitely the slogan. I will say, though, I mean, it's 4-4. This is definitely a closer game against Gaimin Gladiators compared to game number 1. I do think the Matilda is definitely having a heavy impact on this. Best player is rotating around, though. He's creating the opportunity for GG's. Devious activity is doing really well, though. Able to claim some turrets on their own. Is now 2-2 in terms of turrets and 4-4 in terms of kills. Best player, I mean, look at the damage from Melon over there on this Irithyll. Every time he catches the best player, he's chunking him down to about 50% HP. You are going to see Zia, though, on the bot side. Will be able to claim that turret. T will fall, though. Best player getting the kill. Early aggression off screen. We'll be able to get that kill at that 8-minute mark. Best player now up to 4 kills so far on the Fanny. 4 1-1 highest kills on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I mean, you'd be surprised, man. Like, even though Fanny, everyone talks about early game, Fanny can have a decent mid game. Once there's like 2 items locked in, it becomes even more treacherous, and there's even more possibilities. So this could be the point that we start to see best player really pop off. Entropy does come out, but it's more for an escape route. Zia just ready to flicker back, ends up doing it. Mikasa now looking for the connection. The nice knock up on several members, and Mikasa shredding them down. Kush able to find it. This could be the moment. Best player now in the midst of chaos. Zia and Shark backing off as well as Mikasa and the rest of the team shred down on this Lord. Best player looking for an angle in, unable to get it, unable to hit the drive-by. Kush finds the Lord.
Oh, close call, though. He was almost able to get there for a last-minute retribution, just showcasing mobility on the Fanny. But now best player, caught by Mikasa.
Oh my God, we're going on a ride, baby. Back to the base. We went a long way there, but it's okay. T's okay. Kush now going to take down that tower. T with him. Nice meteor does land onto White Chicken. GG onto the tower trying to defend. They do get the knock up. The toss up. T in a little bit of trouble. Able to just get away. Ooh, best player on the backside. Able to find Mikasa, though. Going to move on to the Lord now is Melon. Hanging out, just unloading with the heavy crossbow, but they want to chase him down. Nice final slash. Melon pulled back in. Doesn't get away. Shark chases him down and finds the kill.
If anybody's getting an MVP, at least for the side of Gaimin Gladiators, it has to be best player. For the side of Devious activity, Melon dealing a lot of damage over there on this Irithyll. Needs to be checked as he's definitely opening up the gates, keeping Devious activity in this game. Mikasa, we got to see a little bit of that Freya. Definitely dominating on the 1v1 matchup up against Chicken, running that Edith. But the later this game goes, we're starting to see the Edith kind of profit more. Speaking of profiting, though.
A little bit of damage there on T. T's okay, though. T's definitely had a few issues. I feel like maybe being a little too aggressive or not saving certain skills to be able to get away. Needs to find a slightly better rhythm with this Matilda, because as the game creeps on more, if T goes down, it spells trouble for the rest of the team.
This is a very close game, too. I mean, it's only not even a 2,000 gold difference at the 10-minute mark, and only 1 kill ahead for Gaimin Gladiators. Both sides able to claim a lot of turrets. Best player trying to find an opportunity for a split push for a pick-off. Goes in!
A lot of damage on a best player. Best player going to be able to get away once again, but now the rest of the team, it's 4v5 if DA wants to force a fight.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to be looking here. I mean, best players going in with this fanning. The later this game gets, though, the harder it is for him to get these kills. If you notice, he's starting to get bursted down. As soon as he spots somebody out, he has to kind of be careful. But I'm keeping my eyes on Zia, right? He has 2 deaths so far on this Natan. Hasn't really had the hottest debut with it. But the later this goes, that's when the Natan's going to start hitting harder. Melon's been pretty much on point with the damage. I feel like he's been showcasing his power throughout today's entire match, even with best player kind of giving him a little bit of a problem in the early invades. But you have to watch out. I feel like Zia can creep up on Devious Activity, especially if they can kind of build this advantage. They are down in gold, though. Devious Activity up by 700, allowing this Mathilda to walk. Looks like Gaimin Gladiators trying to find a way to work with it than having to ban it out. To kind of strengthen their overall drafting. And they're doing an okay job. I mean, it's pretty much 50-50 right now from both sides.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely could turn around at any point. DA has the small advantage here, but you got to be careful. Zia's going to be able to shred more and more and more. Hoon's going to start outputting some decent damage as well. Ooh. It's surprising how much damage a Fermis can end up doing, but Shark in a bad spot. Whoa. Melon pops a heavy crossbow. Best player looking for the kill. Able to pick it up on Yato. That's 1 member down for the side of DA. Lord now up. Does GG take advantage of this?
That's huge, too. Taking down the mage. That's the first death over there for Yato. Kush on the hunt. Now 6-1-1. He has every single kill that's happened for Devious Activity has been in Kush's hands so far.
Best player looking for Melon. Able to pick it up finally. There goes the cables. And now that the map is more open, now that more towers are gone, we're going to be... Oh, wait a second. More damage. Mikasa goes down next. GG. Finally finding some moments to strike and striking at multiple points of DA.
Yeah, that's 7 kills for best player so far. And climbing, Kush being invaded on the purple buff. Astro Echo going out. And the aggro for the Lord in favor for Gaimin Gladiators. They're going to try and take this objective. This is a Luminous Lord, which will open up the opportunity for them to push in to Devious Activity.
They're able to take that Lord. Now GG pushing forward even more. Kush just dodging the knockup. Like I was saying, best player, now that so many towers are gone, best player can really kind of... Oh! Into the backside on a Melon. Best player will be able to get away safely, but still, now the kill pressure is there. Nice final slash onto T. T gonna go down. Zia picking up the kill. Zia is low, forcing Entropy away. Fried Chicken able to take the tower. Mikasa, Kush, along with the rest of the team trying to do some damage, but the Nether Realm comes out. Kush in a bad spot, but Mikasa chipping away. Fried Chicken able to just get away safely. Best player looks for the play, but goes down. Melon finds the kill.
Okay, that was a little greedy over there from best player, but now the push play.
Oh, Melon, what were you doing, man?
I don't know. He was on whatever best player was on right there. Full sending by himself and taking a lot of damage. Yeah, it's all in the water. 2-for-1 trade. Best player Wolf Ball still working in Gaimin Gladiators' favor. Overall, they've just been doing a pretty solid job of controlling this game. You are seeing that pressure, though, that Astro Echo going down. Zia finding T, creating the advantage in terms of numbers. Fried Chicken claiming that tier 2 turret in the mid lane. The big knockup. The Nether Realm forced out by Hoon to keep the team alive. Best player with the crazy play, though, did get bursted down there. And now Kush in a situation.
Full Stampede on to Kush there. Is in a little bit of trouble. Mikasa's going to get tossed up, flicked up, taken out. Killing spree for Zia, sitting at 3-2-1 right now. And those are going to start stacking up more if he can have his way.
Yeah, we got to see the items over there for Zia. We were talking about him being a ticking time bomb on the Natan. And now looking at the items, you are going to be seeing him pick up the Wind of Nature, so he has a little bit of that defense. He's going to have the Divine Glaive, the Silent Requiem to be able to deal additional damage. Speaking of damage, Siege into the base.
Yeah, he was maxed out. Zia, I think, was maxed out in items. Zia, though, he's taking a couple shots to the face there. Ooh, Kush looking for the entrance with the decimation, but the Netherrealm going to be able to help out here. Devious Activity unable to do anything big there. Losing an inhibitor on the top side, and the next two are going to go down with a blow of wind. Best player gets one quick little blade onto the tower and backs off.
Yeah, it's like that fly you can't swat away right there. Man, it's a super fly in the land of Dawn today.
Super fly.
Gaimin Gladiators just has been on point. I mean, a lot of this has been in best player's hands, though. I feel like there's been a lot of focus on his Fanny creating this opportunity. But the later this game goes, this is where you're going to start to see some of the other members shine. This is where Zia's damage is going to be picking up. This is where Hoon's heals are going to be kind of showcased a little bit more often as Devious Activity starts to get the items they need. You're going to see the utility to go up against it, right? The Netherrealm keeping them alive. is what we're going to kind of see showcased a lot more. Maybe some setups from Shark. So far, it's just been like flybys over there from best player, getting some pickoffs and then flying away to safety. But now, 10 seconds into this next Lord spawns in at the 16-minute mark. This is where both teams start getting to that late game. I mean, it's already over the 45,000 gold threshold. And credits to Devious Activity, not too far behind in gold for how far behind they've been in terms of these objectives, right? They're only down by 1,000. They may be able to contest this Lord. Will be a little bit of a tough fight, and definitely have to watch out for best player flying into the back line.
And I think the real hidden gem here, too, for GG is Hoon on this Fermi. Like the Ghost Bursters, his damage skill outside of the Stampede is also going to start doing a lot of damage, man. Fermi's, that spread damage just kind of works even better when everyone's grouped up. And we're starting to see that hurt more and more and more. And you don't always notice it until it's too late. So Devious Activity now having more problems, and they're all starting to kind of stack up against them. Best player a threat at all times. Zia shredding more. Hoon with sustainability and damage. And White Chicken with the CCT. Gonna get knocked up here. Best player to the backside. Able to get the cutthroat, but now he's in a bad spot. Melon gonna be able to take him out, and there goes the retribution for GG. DA should be able to get this Lord for free. Look at Mikasa up on the top side as well.
Yeah, the split push. He wasn't even in there for the entire fight. Able to take the tier 2 turret. Will have the map advantage in their favor. That's a trade that I would say works for them. I mean, they were able to take a Lord, able to take down best player, and able to claim a turret on the top side to increase their map pressure. You're still looking at 7 turrets in favor for GG, though, but maybe some more for Devious Activity as they're now seizing the opportunity.
Ooh, big final slash onto TT, goes down. Melon on the run. Fried Chicken finds the kill. Kush might just be next. It's a 3-for-1 trade. Best player's been down, and they don't care. Yato now in trouble, in the wall, trying to get away. Shark not gonna let it happen. It's the final slash, and all that's left is Mikasa. Gaimin Gladiators might just ignore the Lord and push down mid. They got 20 seconds till T, 23 till Melon. Can they end this here? It's nothing but Mikasa on the field. Mikasa pops the ult. Gonna try to, oh my god, look at the damage to Mikasa, but he's immediately taken out. GG will close the night out early.
Closing the night out early. Curtains have been closed. Mikasa's Freya. One last stand up against Gaimin Gladiators.
I thought for a second, man.
Yo, I was about to say, we're about to see what Mikasa's about. I thought he was about to hit Ultra Instinct right there, but he was ultra deleted by the Gaimin Gladiators, able to push through 2-0 sweep. No question there, as they're been known to do this against majority of the teams in North America, but it was a longer game, and you know, with this game, they decided to lean into going against the Mathilda, not banning it out, and they were able to pull out the victory.
Yeah, it's one small step for Man, you know, maybe one big step for GG. We'll see. I don't know if they can let that Matilda through on every team, but definitely a step in a direction to, you know, try some things out. Best player got to play the Fanny, Zia on the Natan, you know, and they were able to pull the win out. Yes, it was a little rickety for times there, but they came back from the deficit and came out on top.
Yeah, I mean, credits the best player on the Fanny, right? He led the way in the entire first, like, 10 minutes of that game. Just going everywhere, zipping around with those steel cables to be able to get those pickoffs. He was shutting down Melon, having him have a hard time in that gold lane. And then Zia, even though Zia 4-2 and 4 KDA, Melon was dealing a lot more damage than he was in the early phase, even with that deficit. But then Zia got online with that Natan the later the game went. As you are seeing, the rich guy, speaking of Zia, will be him. 804 gold per minute, damage dealt, the carry. Yato, this is almost full Devious Activity, or actually it's half and half split. Kush is going to be the sandbag, and Hoon with the Forgotten One, 9 assists.
I mean, well played by everybody, but GG definitely just showing dominance overall. Let's look at the matchup between Hoon and Yato. Yato slightly better than last time, but still 0-2 and 5. And Hoon, you know, it just goes to show, maybe he wasn't the major damage dealer on his team, but he was there in the nick of time all the time.
I'm surprised that head-to-head wasn't the junglers. I mean, normally, like most of the match we've been seeing like junglers, but this time we're going to see the mages head-to-head right there. And speaking of head-to-head, both sides damage dealt. Most damage over there for Gaimin Gladiators goes to Zia, getting online nice and late, 64k. But on the opposite side, most damage on the table, Yato over that 80k mark with the Navaria.
Yeah, Yato with a huge chunk of damage was still not enough. Kush with the most damage taken. I want to take a look at some of these teamfight participations. GG, everyone involved, right? And they did kind of play some split up fights here and there. So, half of them involved in half of the kills, half of them involved in the other half. Best player able to get some solo kills at time. Everyone kind of pulled up when they needed to on the side of GG.
Yeah, definitely pulling up where needed and showing why they are the top team in North America, able to, again, hold on to that top position with no problem. And that's our final series of the day, fellas.
Oof. What a great series. Man, I went into that last portion of that last match. We saw Freya. We saw her pop her ultimate, and she got that first shot ready, and she's like, all right, let's go. And then just instantly decimated. I was like,
for a second there was a second where I was like, oh, because all their health bars dropped.
I was hopeful for a second. It just steamrolled. But overall, great gameplay coming from both sides. GG did exactly what we thought GG was going to do. And DA, although they didn't take a win and they did go out, I think it was 0-2, I still think that it's worth putting into the statement that they did do, I felt like, an exceptional job. A couple mistakes here and there, but overall, great gameplay.
Most definitely. Great gameplay. GG comes in very strong. One more day. And with that sweep, they're just cementing themselves in this #1 slot. After taking a look at the scorecards, I don't think there's anyone that can catch up. They are pretty much first seed for regular season.
Which means they are definitely going to have a little bit of an easier time in the beginning of the playoffs, at least on paper. But hey, I mean, anything could still happen. If something's going to show with this NACT, it's full of the most surprises. It's been full of upsets. It's been kind of flipping everything on the back end. So tomorrow's always another day. One more day for the regular season before we jump into the playoffs as well. And I just can't wait to see where this goes. Overall, though, we've had some fire series. I think all the series have been good overall. But every single day, it's just been building up, and we're just one step closer to the playoffs.
Yeah, honestly, again, today was a great example of that. Some of these series that we're watching are so awesome. They're fun to watch. They're heated. They're back and forth. Again, we've seen huge upsets so far in this tournament. So for me, it's like, you would assume that, GG being the, right now that top spot, looking at that first seed, going into the playoffs, that they're going to have an easy, entry to playoffs. But if LEGACi and BloodHounds continue to develop and make the adjustments that they have been making, I won't say it's an easy game for them, but I do think it'll make for a much more eventful matchup.
I agree. I think overall it's going to be interesting. I think playoffs, I think a lot of these teams still have some possibilities. Like, even though we saw GG just sweep DA, I think we still got to keep our eyes on DA, We still got to keep our eyes on Area 77. We still have to keep our eyes on Fiends. I think playoffs is going to have a lot in store for us.
Yeah, definitely going to have a lot in store. If anything, I don't know what's more entertaining, these matches or Zeke's interviews, but it's definitely been one for the books and one of the most impactful and eventful NACT so far.
Yeah, man, honestly, whoever's letting me do these interviews, they're making a mistake. With that being said, let's get straight into the MVP and see who the best player was.
Are we hinting at best player there? Smooth ones. Another great toss. Best player one is going to be the best player for today, the MVP of this match, Weezy.
Yeah, no secret there. I mean, his rotations led the way for the early game pressure of Gaimin Gladiators. I mean, he was literally just chopping everybody down with the steel cables. He had 100% of the kills for the first 10 minutes of the game, showcasing just how strong of a player he is overall. And Fanny's his signature pick, right? He's not just your typical Fanny. He's known as one of the best Fannies in North America. And if you had questioned it before, definitely are not questioning it now.
So does anybody know off the top of their head, best player one, is that in opposition to like a best player 2 or 3? Is there multiple of him? Anybody know?
It's the different multiverses, They say one day they will open up and it'll just be a team of best players.
Yeah, I can't top that one. I'm definitely right there with you. It's the multiverse, and every single version of them is a different skin of Fanny.
Yeah,
just
exactly.
A different skin of Fanny. Well, I think it's time for the next interview. Let's get into it. Fried chicken, man. How you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling good. Feeling fine.
Feeling good? I got a question. I got to get right into it, man. Last time I talked to, I think it was Hoon, he said, ban Mathilda, drink water. I'm assuming y'all have been drinking your water because I didn't see you guys banning Mathilda, but I did notice. I did notice somebody sleeping in bed, tucked away. Was that part of the strategy?
Yeah, to actually have a chance, Shark has to be like half asleep to make it like a somewhat challenging game,
So that's awful. So we do see that you guys drafted a combo heavy composition. Do you think the meta is currently favoring some of these combo hero pickups, or do you think it's a little bit more geared towards some of these single hero pickups?
I think this meta is just very geared towards what you're comfortable on and like synergy between certain heroes. I don't think it's like a certain specific strategy. It's just like whatever comp you can pull off the best.
That's fair. That's fair. So I think a lot of people are looking at some of these different teams in the NACT right now, and obviously, eventually, GG and BTK are going to have to face again. You guys took a loss to them. Have you guys been talking about, or even creating plans to, deal with them coming up?
Oh yeah, of course. Just not that I would say here, obviously.
Oh yeah, it's just like a don't lose strategy, right? I got you.
Definitely,
Perfect.
Saving things for when everything's on the line.
Yeah, I'm honestly extremely excited for it. With that being said, I think it would be safe to assume that BTK might be your guys' rival at the moment. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think it's a safe thing to say.
Would you guys have anything to say to those rivals?
I mean, just good luck. Let's make NACT interesting,
That's valid. That's a good response. So I asked Hoon, you're the last interview of the night. You got any advice to these Mobile Legends players? I know EXP is a very difficult role to play, and there's a lot of people still struggling to pick up on it. Do you got any good advice to those people?
I mean, if you really want to get better at the game, just watch pro play. MPL Indonesia, MPL Philippines, all those kind of other regions across, just really try to analyze that kind of stuff if you really want to get better at the game.
Well said. It's late. I'm not going to hold you up, man. Thank you so much for coming out and being able to talk to me.
All right. Thank you for having me. Have a good night.
Cool, dude. Honestly, man, I really wanted to get a little bit more insight on Shark being tucked into bed. It does, and I do want to emphasize being tucked into bed because, like, for me, I would have just been, if it was me. But instead, like, I'm pretty sure I saw like the
side tucks. You saw the side tucks, like somebody.
Dude was comfortable. Do you think he tucked himself in before the match just for like extra support?
I think Hoon tucked him in.
It's a possibility.
That's what I like to think,
He didn't ban off the Mathilda so Mathilda could do it. Just got over there in a jiffy, guiding Win in and out of Shark's house.
Oh my gosh.
Going.
Keep going, Zeke.
Keep going. You got this.
I don't think I will. Cancelled. But I do think it was a very good game coming from GG, and I do look forward to seeing them perform soon again.
Me as well.
Oh, okay. I said I don't know what's more interesting, the series or Zeke's interviews. It's definitely Zeke's interviews because, oh my God, that was just gold. But nonetheless, just a great player overall. Fried chicken. I mean, he has the international experience. He's one of the highly decorated XP laners. He's the highest, actually out of all XP laners in North America, he's gone the highest inside of M3. So definitely got to give him credit where it's due. But give Zeke credit where it's due too, is going the highest with the interesting interviews.
Put some respect on my name. All right, I do think that we've got some standings to look over. Trex, would you want to take us through those?
Sure, gladly. This is going to be the last day's matches right here. BloodHounds end up getting the sweep over LEGACi 2-0. Area 77 with the 2-1. BTK with the 2-0. And GG with the 2-0. Very well played. Now, Wheezy, tell us about the standings.
That's right. As we are now moving over to the standings, as we have one more day for the regular spring season before we jump into the playoffs. Gaimin Gladiators No secret there. Sitting at 16, BTK 14 at the second place position. Fiends at number 3, Night Horde at number 4, Area 77, 5th, Devious Activity 6th, BloodHounds 7th, and LEGACi now falling in 8th place since they did lose their game up against the BloodHounds. And this is pretty much official. I would say Gaimin Gladiators should be good to go for the number 1 position, unless... Actually, no, they should be good to go because, yeah, there's only one more series. So, yeah, that's the standing so far. One more day for the regular season.
I do want to take a second and say it's so crazy to see these current standings, and although the regular season isn't over yet, but it's so vastly different from what I would have, ever guessed going into it.
I mean, it has definitely been one of the most upset-filled, one of the most interesting, one of the closest seasons I think NACT has ever had.
Yeah, I mean, it's just full of surprises. You never know which way to go. I mean, even in the casting predictions, I got one wrong today, unfortunately for me, but great for you guys. Hopefully I'll catch you guys in the back end.
Yeah, that mistake was pretty expected, not gonna lie.
Wow. This is crazy. This is crazy. Well, hey, I'll get another chance in the final day.
Will you? Will you though? It's too late for you. We gapped him, boys. We gapped him.
We diffed him.
No, all I gotta do is pick all the same picks as Trex and guaranteed died for first.
Is that what you're doing, Zeke? Now I gotta go back and check.
Yeah,
he picked a different pick than me today. He picked a different pick. That's how he caught up today.
And I was right. Just for legal purposes.
All right, we got anything else? Zeke?
I don't think that we do, unless somebody in my ear says that we do. So with that being said, I think it's pretty safe to get out of here. Any last thoughts?
Just that if we let Zeke, he would stay here all night with all you guys. He loves you all so much, and we love Zeke. Thank you guys. It's been a wonderful night. Regular season almost closed off. Going into playoffs in like 2 weeks. NACT coming close.
Yeah, and also for myself, it's been a blast being able to cast these games. Great to be able to cast alongside Zeke. This is our first casting together. Trex, first cast together with you. The Treezy combo, stronger than ever. Hope to see it more in the future. I know I had to figure out what it would be. I think Treezy
definitely
might be.
Not
If we got a trademark.
Yeah.
No.
Treezy's better.
I think Treezy's better. But guys, thank you so much. It's been a blast, and look forward to seeing you guys on the final day for the regular season.
And until then, drink more water. We'll see you guys later.